Chapter 326 The Unfortunate Thunderlight Sect. At Zhao Li's order, the heavenly derivative Sects ship charged straight toward the enemy's ship. The enemy had clearly noticed them. A bunch of cultivators were looking their way from the deck and growing restless when they realized what was about to happen. They did not understand how the heavenly derivative Sects ship was moving so quickly. No one could keep their calm as this was the first time they ever faced down a ship spirit artifact this way. Shouts and commands erupted from the deck immediately. The cultivator commanding the ship ordered the disciples to change course and avoid a direct impact, but they quickly discovered that their efforts were useless. The enemy was just moving too quickly. Back on the heavenly derivative Sects ship, a man reported, "Brother Zhao, the enemy up ahead is not Sanguine Vale. It's Thunderlight Sect." "Doesn't matter. Ram first, think later." "Will do." As it turned out, the ship they thought to be Sanguine Vale's actually belonged to Thunderlight Sect. However, Zhao Li did not hesitate to continue the assault because both sects were on their hit list. It did not matter who they hit first in the grand scheme of things. Meanwhile, the prolgate of the Thunderlight Sect felt like someone had just shoved shit into his mouth. They had tried to rescue the Clear Wind Sect, but the outpost was taken before they could arrive at the destination. They then changed course to assist Sanguine Vale, but now they were intercepted halfway by the heavenly derivative Sect. Were the heavens screwing with them today or what? He was especially confused by how quickly the heavenly derivative Sect's ship spirit artifact was moving. As far as he was aware, their speed should be impossible. He watched the enemy's ship nervously as the distance between them shortened more and more. Finally, a defensive ward appeared around the Thunderlight Sect's ship. The defensibility of this ward was incomparable to an outpost's grand ward as a matter of course, but it was still better than nothing. In contrast, the cultivators of the heavenly derivative Sect opted to launch as many spells from their deck as they could until the distance between had narrowed to 60 meters or so. Only then did they finally raise their defensive ward. The prolgate of the Thunderlight Sect felt a chill in his heart when he realized he had fucked up. Everyone had purchased their ships from the Vault of Providence, so its quality and various functions were more or less the same. However, the enemy had managed to fire off a few rounds of spells and weaken their ward before the ram. This basically guaranteed that the outcome was going to favor the Heavenly Thunder Sect. The prolgate raged at how shameless and despicable the heavenly derivative Sect was inside his head, but he knew that the fault was his. If he was a bit more experienced in aerial combat, then he might have been able to react to the situation better. Then again, maybe not. No one in the Thunderlight Sect, scratch that, no one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield had ever encountered such a scenario. A few seconds later, the bow of the heavenly derivative Sect's ship rammed into the enemy's stern. There was a loud impact as everyone on both ships lost their footing, and the defensive wards shattered into fragments of light one after another. Some had even crashed hard against the deck. On the deck, Lu Yi held onto the railings with a death grip while listening to the shrieks and groans of the ships. Then, a massive shadow loomed over his head. He looked up and saw the bottom of the Thunderlight Sect's ship. When the collision happened, the heavenly derivative Sect's ship was moving so quickly that it slammed right through the bottom end of the ship's stern and lifted into the air. That wasn't all. Another series of shrieks and groans later, the enemy's ship rolled forward for a bit before falling toward the ground at an odd angle. Blood-curdling screams rang out from the enemy ship. The next moment, countless cultivators flew out of the ship and attempted to catch themselves with their flying spirit artifacts. Some succeeded but lacked the cultivation level and/or spiritual power control to fly yet. They were unable to control their flight despite their best efforts. There were over 300 cultivators on Thunderlight Sect's ship, but only 100 or so managed to fly out after the ship was sent flying. Not only that, every single one of them were escaping in the direction of Sanguine Vale's outpost. On the other hand, heavenly derivative Sect's ship had shaken like an earthquake for a bit, but it showed no signs of failing. The heavenly derivative Sect cultivators immediately flew out of their ship and chased after the Thunderlight Sect cultivators, but they were still a tad slower than Lu Yi. He was the first to move and the fastest of them all. Naturally, he would be at the forefront. Most cultivators avoided aerial combat until they had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique because their spiritual power control wasn't good enough to fly their flying spirit artifact and fight at the same time. It was basically an accident waiting to happen, and why cultivators were much weaker fighting on their flying spirit artifacts than on the ground. However, Lu Yi did not have this problem. He could control 4 flying weapons at the same time with mental strength to spare, so of course he could fight while riding his flying spirit artifact as well. Windwalk allowed him to catch up with the escaping Thunderlight Sect cultivators with ease. Once he was within range, he immediately unleashed his 4 flying weapons and started slaughtering the enemy like helpless lambs. That wasn't all. A dozen or so breaths later, he outstripped the farthest Thunderlight Sect cultivator and turned around, effectively blocking their way to Sanguine Vale's outpost. Now there truly was no escape. Not in this direction at least. Boom. It was only now the Thunderlight Sect's ship finally hit the ground with a boom. Right after that, an enormous explosion shattered the ship and washed over everything within dozens of meters. Vague sounds of screaming could be heard from the remnants of the ship. 100 Thunderlight Sect cultivators had escaped the ship's spirit artifact before it crashed. So, where were the other 200? They were inside the ship, of course. These people hadn't escaped, not because they didn't want to, but because they lacked the power to do so. It was most gruesome to perish in a ship crash like this one, but a fall from a couple hundred meters high was hardly better. In that sense, that one ram had killed 200 Thunderlight Sect cultivators in one go. As for the survivors, the prolgate of the Thunderlight Sect shouted in anger, "Let's attack him together and kill him." After witnessing Lu Ye's flight speed and killing abilities, he knew that none of them were going to escape unless they took out Lu Ye. The cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect might not be able to catch up to them, but this Lu Ye of the Crimson Blood Sect had speed in spades. The only way they were going to shake him off was to kill him. The response he got was a red fireball to the face. If this battle had taken place on the ground, Lu Ye would never have engaged them even if his cultivation level was higher. It would be no different from committing suicide. However, it was a very different story in the air, especially since no one here had cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation technique yet. Lu Ye was as strong in the air as he was on the ground because his divine soul and spiritual power control were far beyond the average Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, but everyone else? They would be lucky to maintain even 70% of their average strength. Plus, there was a lot more room for maneuvering and dodging while riding his flying spirit artifact. Long story short, it was basically impossible for the enemy to hit him, but he could kill every last one of them with unerring accuracy. Thanks to him slowing down the escapees and shaving their numbers non-stop, it wasn't long before Zhao Li and the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect caught up. Now that they were caught in a pincer attack, there was no longer any hope for the Thunderlight Sect cultivators of escaping alive. Flying weapons and spells filled the air. Thunderlight Sect wasn't going to go down without a fight. The great battle lasted for a moment. Eventually, the disturbances subsided into nothing. Earlier, the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had suffered a small amount of casualties despite their total dominance at the Clear Wind Sect's outpost. This time though, they hadn't lost a single person. The worst they got was some light bruises when the two ships had collided. After sweeping the battlefield, Lu Ye went back to the Heavenly Derivative Sect's ship and inspected its condition with some ward cultivators. The bow had suffered a not insignificant amount of damage, and its overall performance was expected to suffer a little. All in all though, it was very much still shipworthy. This time they did not rush ahead immediately. Instead, they waited for the Deep Sea Mountain to catch up to them. This one battle had cost Thunderlight Sect over 300 cultivators. It was a horrible loss to say the least. More importantly, there was no chance they were going to keep their outpost unless their allies could reach them in time. However, their closest ally, Sanguine Vale, was next on the enemy's hit list. Not only was Sanguine Vale unable to assist Thunderlight Sect, they were the ones who asked for help in the first place. As for the other sects, there was almost no chance they would reach them before the enemy arrived. Meanwhile, the legate of the Thunderlight Sect had turned as ashen as death. Over 300 imprints had vanished from his battlefield imprint in just dozens of breaths earlier. Each imprint represented the life of a Thunderlight Sect cultivator. He knew that it was the force they had initially sent to assist the Clear Wind Sect before changing destinations to Sanguine Vale. He did not know what had happened to them as not a single person was able to send a message before they died. Despite his overwhelming sorrow, the legate managed to stay calm and messaged Sanguine Vale about the situation. To say that the legate of Sanguine Vale was stupefied would be an understatement. They were waiting for Thunderlight Sect's reinforcements to arrive so they could fight against the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain together, but now their legate told them that they were all dead. The Clear Wind Sect was gone. The reinforcements from Thunderlight Sect were dead as well. This meant that they would have to fight alone. The pressure on his shoulders immediately felt as heavy as a mountain. Despite the Clear Wind Sect's fate and knowing that it was unlikely they would be able to hold the outpost with their own power, Sanguine Vale wasn't ready to give up without a fight. The reason Clearwind Sect had been crushed without any resistance was because they were caught completely off guard while they were defenseless. They, on the other hand, were ready for the enemy. Even if their numbers were drastically inferior to the enemy's, they should be able to utilize their geographical advantage and put up a good fight. And so Sanguine Vale hastened to prepare for war while trading countless messages with their headquarters. A long time later, Deep Sea Mountain's ship finally met up with the heavenly derivative sects. They then took off toward Sanguine Vale's outpost once more. Both sects had suffered a small amount of casualties during the occupation of Clearwind Sect's outpost, less than 40 people to be exact. It wasn't enough to impact their overall strength. As expected, Sanguine Vale was fully prepared when the two sects arrived at their doorsteps. They were using the same formation as the one the heavenly derivative sect in Deep Sea Mountain had used to conquer Clearwind Sect earlier: body-tempering cultivators at the forefront, combat cultivators and ghost cultivators at the middle, and spell cultivators and medicine cultivators at the back. The cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect in Deep Sea Mountain leisurely disembarked their ships. Thanks to their numbers advantage and the two massive victories they had accrued earlier, both sects were on top of the world right now. While eyeing the enemies like a predator would to a prey, they shot verbal threat after verbal threat and made throat-slitting gestures at them. On the other side of the Grand Ward, Sanguine Vale looked nervous despite being fully prepared and determined to fight the enemy to the death. The battle hadn't begun yet, but both sides were already swearing at each other at the top of their lungs. The amount of fuck yous in the dialogue was high to say the least. Chapter 327: Sanguine Vale's Guts. Lu Yi activated Insight and located the nodes on Sanguine Vale's Grand Ward. Then he cooperated with the ward cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect to bring it down just like before. While this was going on, Zhao Li and Song Ying were arranging their forces into formations as well. Although the legate holding the control gem had already heard of Lu Ye's ward breaching skills, it was one thing to hear about it and another thing to witness it with his own two eyes. His despair was almost palpable. No matter how he manipulated the Grand Ward with the control gem, he could barely slow Lu Yi from breaching the ward. Just as the rumors had claimed, the flow of spiritual power on one section of the Grand Ward came to a complete halt in just dozens of breaths, and it shattered like glass after it was attacked by the two sections. As if on cue, the swearings immediately transformed into an exchange of spells and flying weapons. Colorful light instantly filled the air. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, but the legate of Sanguine Vale commanding the battle from the backlands quickly realized that something was amiss. His body-tempering cultivators were dying much faster than they should be. The body-tempering cultivators were the one thing that was keeping his people alive. If too many of them were dead, then their defense line would collapse for sure. He realized the problem after observing the battle for a moment. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect was the one killing his body-tempering cultivators. In fact, nearly half of them had died by his hands. His 4 flying weapons sailed through the air like birds. Any body-tempering cultivator he set his mind to killing were simply incapable of withstanding his attacks. Sanguine Vale had spent much energy and resources to raise these body-tempering cultivators, and yet the man's flying weapons had pierced through them as if they were made of paper. It had only been 10 breaths since the battle began, and they had already lost half of their body-tempering cultivators. As a result, casualties on their side were skyrocketing like crazy, and the situation only grew worse as time went on. While the heavenly derivative sect in Deep Sea Mountain were losing body-tempering cultivators as well, their defense line remained tight-knit from the start until the end. This was especially true for the body-tempering cultivator standing at the center of the formation. The legate thought they had gotten the body-tempering cultivator when the defensive spirit artifact he was holding had exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, but he didn't so much as flinch when a dozen attacks struck him all over. Whoever the huge man was, his vitality was ridiculously powerful, and his body was tougher than the average defensive spirit artifact. The legate of Sanguine Vale realized then that the situation was bad, and that he had underestimated his opponents. They could not escape though. If they did, they would only be opening themselves up for the enemy to kill them all. Not all hope was lost, however. The legate hurriedly sent a message through his battlefield imprint. The next moment, 5 figures abruptly appeared in the Sanctum of Providence and rushed toward the battlefield without pause. The group of 5 was made of men, women, the young and the old. They were clearly not Spirit Creek Realm cultivators either. They were either Cloud River Realm and Real Lake Realm cultivators. Shui Yuan had entered the Spirit Creek battlefield twice to take revenge for Lu Yi. Naturally, Sanguine Vale did not lack people who carried the same courage and determination. The only reason this didn't happen more often was because the price they had to pay was massive, and the risk to their lives was very real. However, their outpost was tethering on the brink of collapse right now. The time to be pussyfooting around was over. All 5 cultivators only appeared to be Heaven-grade 8th Order Spirit Creek Realm cultivators because that was the cultivation level they were at before ascending to the Cloud River Realm. The same went for the exact amount of spiritual power they could wield. In this regard, they were inferior to Shui Yuan because the woman had ascended to Cloud River Realm as a Heaven-grade 9th Order cultivator. That was why her spiritual power was capped to Heaven-grade 9th Order when she entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. The question was, why Sanguine Vale hadn't dispatched a group of cultivators who had ascended to the Cloud River Realm at Heaven-grade 9th Order instead to save their outpost? The answer was simple. They didn't have anyone like that. It was no easy feat to unlock 360 spiritual points. Not even the disciples of Tier 1 sects dared to claim that they could definitely unlock that many spiritual points. Less than 1% of all cultivators at the Spirit Creek Realm level could ascend to Cloud River Realm as a Heaven-grade 9th Order, and Sanguine Vale was just a Tier 5 sect. This group of 5 was already the best they could afford to send. Lu Yi noticed the 5 powerful auras faster than anyone else. When he looked up and saw the 5 auras flying their way, he immediately barked out a warning, "Watch out!" Perhaps his shout had been too loud, but the senior of the 5 immediately shot him a look of cold murder. What was looking to be another crushing victory instantly turned into a stalemate the moment the 5 cultivators joined the battlefield. In fact, Grand Sky Coalition's attack rhythm was disrupted to the point where their casualty rate skyrocketed in an instant. They were 5 Heaven-grade 8th Order cultivators after all. Their combined power was enough to turn the entire situation on its head. Sanguine Vale's legate let out a sigh of relief, and Zhao Li and Song Ying grew incredibly worried. A while later, tendrils of purple lightning began slithering across the 5 cultivators' bodies. Their expressions turned pained, and the middle-aged woman among them was even trembling slightly. She was so affected that even her attacks were much weaker than before. They all knew what the consequences of killing someone in the Spirit Creek battlefield was. They were all ready to bear it. That said, knowing wasn't the same as experiencing it for themselves. They had heard of Shui Yuan's 2 rampages in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and none of them thought that they were inferior to her in terms of guts. It wasn't until they killed their first Spirit Creek Realm cultivator that they realized that they had overestimated themselves. The judgment of the heavens was a deadly punishment. The reason Shui Yuan could kill dozens of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators and still appear completely unaffected was because her divine soul was special. These 5 had the guts to do what was necessary, but to perform on the same level as Shui Yuan? That was a completely different story. They were already at their limits despite having killed only 20 or so enemies combined. Right now, they were only defending against the enemy's attacks. "Hold the line while I go kill that Lu Yi," the senior uttered through gritted teeth before charging straight toward Lu Yi. His face was warped from the sheer amount of pain that was affecting his divine soul. Lu Yi was the true reason they had entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. If they could kill the young man, Thousand Demon Ridge would reward them handsomely even if they lost the outpost in the end. It would be enough to rebuild their outpost and some more. The old man was a combat cultivator judging from the fact that he wielded a sword. He fired several sword lights at Lu Yi when he descended from the sky. Lu Yi hurriedly unsheathed the inviolable and tried to cut through the sword lights. He was successful, but there was still enough force behind the attack to send him flying. As if on cue, the old man's sword sailed toward Lu Yi's solar plexus like a snake strike. The attack was so quick that Lu Yi nearly failed to react in time. He barely blocked the sword thrust with a protection, but the old man immediately followed up with a number of blossoming attacks. One of the benefits of a powerful divine soul showed itself at this moment. Lu Yi's eyes were unable to keep up with his enemy's skills, but several parts of his body, all of them vital spots, abruptly hurt as if they were pierced by needles. He instinctively summoned several protections to shield those areas. His glyphs shattered and blood burst out of his flesh. He was in no danger of dying though. This time, the force of the attack sent him flying toward the ground. The old man blinked in surprise. His cultivation level was Heaven-grade 8 Order right now. It should have been child's play for him to slay a 9th Order cultivator. He was unable to accept this outcome, to put it mildly. While dodging the enemy's attacks, the old man dashed toward Lu Yi once more and thrust his sword at him. Light burst out of both his body and his weapon as if he had become one with the sword. His power might be capped to that of a heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator on the Spirit Creek battlefield, but he was really a real Lake Realm cultivator. Even the champions on the Scroll of Supremacy would have found it difficult to defend against the attack, to say nothing of a 9th Order cultivator like Lu Yi. In fact, Lu Yi had failed to block the attack because it actually moved faster than he could react. Although he had conjured a protection large enough to cover more than half of his body when he fell toward the ground, the unknown skill still managed to shatter the glyph and skewer him right below the solar plexus. The blade was half a finger away from his heart. The only reason he survived wasn't because the old man had misaimed, but because he had taken a deep breath at the last moment. "Brother Yi!" Zhao Li cried out in shock as he had been keeping an eye on Lu Yi. Song Ying was also running to his rescue without a word. Unfortunately, neither of them would reach Lu Yi before in time. The old man did not celebrate even though he had scored a near-fatal blow. He would not relax until his target was well and truly dead. Without pause, he injected spiritual power into his sword in an attempt to turn Lu Ye's internal organs to goo. It was the same principle as Lu Ye's burster. Even at the Spirit Creek realm level, a puncture wound usually wasn't enough to kill a foe unless it struck a vital spot. However, it was an opportunity for the attacker to dish out some extra damage. Terrible pain assaulted Lu Ye's brain as the flesh around the wound wriggled. Without hesitation, he filled the inviolable with fiery red spiritual power and swung it straight at the old man. There was so much energy that it looked as if the saber had burst into flames, and a red halo could be seen from a certain angle. Realizing that he would not be able to execute Lu Yi without dying himself, the old man frowned and gave up his original plan. He pulled his sword out of the young man's body, drawing a shower of blood in the process, and crossed his sword in front of himself. There was a metallic clang and a shower of sparks as the blades clashed. The inviolable flashed once and the double glyph, gravity well he had engraved to the weapon came alive. The old man's confident expression abruptly turned into shock. He felt the young man's blade to be impossibly heavy. It was as if he wasn't blocking a saber but a small hill. Caught off guard, the old man nearly lost his grip over his sword. Still, he was able to hang on to it not just because he was stronger but also because he was a combat cultivator. He was able to channel his spiritual power into the weapon and steady his grip. Both the old man and Lu Yi were still falling toward the ground as he endured the tremendous pressure. Their faces were just inches away from each other as they held their swords locked together. The old man remained calm as he watched Lu Yi coldly. He had to admit that the young man's decision-making and performance were almost flawless even from a real Lake Realm champion's point of view. Unfortunately, a power gap was a power gap. He could struggle all he wanted, but he was still going to die when all was said and done. Then what felt like a sun turned his world into pure white. Chapter 328 Killing a Real Lake Realm. Lu Yi generally did not get the chance to use Radiance. In fact, he had thought it was rather situational since the day he got it. It wasn't useless, but it wasn't really useful either. To put it simply, it could only be used under certain circumstances such as the one he was facing right now. Due to the effects of gravity well, the old man was forced to lock swords with Lu Yi. Their faces were also mere inches away from each other. How did it feel to stare into an exploding sun? One that was right in front of your face. Lu Yi did not know. He had closed his eyes the second he activated the glyph. He was afraid he would go blind if he didn't. The old man from Sanguine Vale was not so lucky. He noticed something amiss and tried to close his eyes as well, but in the end he was just a little too late. His vision dissolved into all kinds of flashing, ever-changing colors, and tears instantly streamed down his cheeks like a pair of waterfalls. It was like someone had stabbed him in the eyes. This was why fights against glyph weavers were so tricky. No one knew when they would use a strange glyph they could not possibly predict. Even better, practically everyone had forgotten that he had received the inheritance of a glyph weaver because his ward-breaching skills had drawn all the attention recently. Then again, it didn't matter even if the old man remembered this fact. The only way to deal with a glyph weaver's bag of tricks was to counter them on the fly. Reaction speed was of the essence here. Lu Yi immediately attacked the old man's vital spots, but a real Lake Realm cultivator was not so easy to defeat even if they were blinded. Despite being temporarily blinded, the old man was somehow able to block all of Lu Ye's attacks without fail. His perception must be insanely powerful. The last time Lu Yi used Radiance in combat was when he first arrived at the Inner Circle. At the time, he had employed it against a 9th Order cultivator of the Sky Pillar sect named Yuan Guang. He was only in the 7th order at the time. After he activated Radiance, Yi had immediately tossed out the 9-realm scroll as planned. The two of them then fought to the death in the stone forest sealed inside the ward scroll. What happened next was a foregone conclusion. Yi had been sticking close to Lu Yi this whole time, never straying more than 10 meters away from him. As a spell cultivator, her attack range was longer than most cultivators. She could have piggybacked on Lu Yi's shoulder and still killed her enemies left and right. She had wanted to help Lu Yi since he was targeted by the old man, but she was also aware that there was little she could do that would turn the tides of the battle in Lu Yi's favor. That was why she had been searching for an opening this whole time. It wasn't until Radiance activated that she finally understood what Lu Yi was planning. Without wasting a second, Yi leaped to the spot where Lu Yi and the old man were falling toward and unfurled the 9-realm scroll. Then she swung the scroll over Lu Yi and the old man like a net. The old man instinctively knew that something was off, but he was unable to identify the source of his unease because he still couldn't see. As a result, Yi managed to draw him into the 9-realm scroll without any resistance. After Yi had landed on the ground, she immediately ran toward a safe edge of the battlefield where she wouldn't be disturbed. Amber was sticking close to her to ensure that she wouldn't be attacked on the way. After she came to a stop, she unfurled the 9-realm scroll once more and stared at the two stick figures fighting inside the painting. At the same time, she channeled her spiritual power into the spiritual treasure. In the stone forest that was only a few kilometers wide in diameter, yellow sand was kicked into the air as Lu Yi circled the old man like a lithe butterfly and launched a series of swift attacks from every direction. Despite being empowered by Windwalk, he never overcommit and pulled back each time he failed to land a hit. Their weapons clashed again and again. The old man's vision hadn't recovered yet, but Lu Yi still wasn't able to land a hit. In fact, the old was pointing his sword at the ground most of the time and only lifting it occasionally to point at and neutralize Lu Yi's attack. A true heaven-grade 8th order cultivator would not possess such a powerful ability. It was because his skills were that of a real lake realm even though his spiritual power had been suppressed. There was one thing that worried the old man though. The surrounding noises had suddenly vanished a while ago. It was almost as if he and Lu Yi were the only ones left in the world. Once again Lu Yi charged toward the old man. Pushing his perception to the max, the latter turned his head slightly before raising his sword to block the attack. However, the space surrounding him abruptly clenched as if it was becoming solid. It caused his movements to slow just a tad. The old man blanched instantly. The next thing he knew, a blurry Lu Yi had left a massive wound that stretched from his shoulder to his abdomen and sent him flying back. Before he could land on his feet, Lu Yi summoned his 4 flying weapons, spun them around the old man like a top, and finally attacked him from 4 different angles. One wrong move could be the death of the old man. He pointed his sword in 4 different directions in succession and successfully parried all the attacks. The old man would have let out a sigh of relief, but Lu Yi was once again right in front of him. They fought on. Outside the 9-realm scroll, Yi was looking a bit pale. She was pouring all her spiritual power into the spirit treasure. When Lu Yi had fought against Yuan Guang, she was only strong enough to keep the 9-realm scroll running. This was after Lady Yun had sealed 90% of its power too. There was nothing she could do to affect the world within the ward scroll. That was no longer the case. She now had enough strength to use some of its power. The sudden clenching of space that slowed the old man and allowed Lu Yi to score a massive hit was her handiwork. On the surface, it looked like the old man was fighting Lu Yi one-on-one. In reality, it was a 2-on-1 where Yi tripped his feet so to speak every so often. Yi's help was absolutely pivotal in this fight. There was nothing Lu Yi could do that the old man couldn't defend against, but Yi's actions were completely imperceptible even to him. Some time later the old man looked to be panting heavily in the painting. There were only 3 wounds on his body, but each one was severe enough to call for immediate medical attention. The worst one was the puncture wound that skewered his right lung. The wound itself wasn't that serious, but the damage caused by Burster was a completely different story. It was why the old man was breathing like an old pair of bellows. He staggered to his feet as the blurry outline of a young man walked toward him. He stopped about 3 meters away from him. Even now the old man had no intention of going down without a fight. He squeezed out every ounce of spiritual power from his body before thrusting his sword at Lu Yi. At the same time, Lu Yi rushed toward him with a fiery red inviolable. The 2 men passed by each other and stopped for a moment. Then Lu Yi flicked the blood away from his saber and returned it to his sheath. The old man behind him hit the ground with a thud. In Lu Ye's opinion, most cultivators of Jianghu shared a common failing, and that was that they did not make a habit of giving their final opponent some parting words. The trait was only more common at higher cultivation levels. The reason for this was because the two factions had fought each other for countless years. The river of blood between them ran so deep that practically no one would allow their enemy to live if at all possible. Begging for one's life was just a pointless action that served no purpose but to belittle oneself. Hence, nearly all fights between Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge were to the death. A pool of blood spread beneath the old man's body. His wide, bulging eyes were all one needed to see to know just how frustrated and confused he had felt before he died. He was a powerful real Lake Realm cultivator who entered the Spirit Creek battlefield to defend his sect and take out the major threat to Thousand Demon Ridge, Lu Yi, and yet against all odds he had died in the hands of the young man instead. Of course he couldn't pass away with his eyes closed. A dot of light so red it was almost black flew out of the old man's body and into the back of Lu Ye's hand. This was the first time he had seen such a color. Up until this point, most of the contribution points he obtained were more or less the same shade of red. This was clearly because the old man was a real Lake Realm cultivator. Although he could only express the strength of a Heaven-grade 8th Order on the Spirit Creek battlefield, it did not change the fact he was really a real Lake Realm cultivator. I wonder how many minor realms this old man is above me? 10? 20? More? Lu Yi checked his contribution points and discovered that it had skyrocketed by about 700 to 800. There were many reasons why high-level cultivators who descended to the Spirit Creek battlefield were unable to act as they pleased. 1. The heavens would automatically suppress their strength to their peak form before ascending to the Cloud River realm. 2. They would be punished with the judgment of the heavens every time they took a life. The more they killed, the worse the punishment would become. That was why high-level cultivators generally avoided the Spirit Creek battlefield barring peaceful visits and exceptional circumstances. It was because the price they had to pay was ridiculous. The reason Sanguine Vale went this far was because they were desperate. Their outpost had been moments away from being occupied, and their allies were unable to show up in time. As a result, they had no choice but to deploy their high-level cultivators. However, the strongest of them all, the old man, had succumbed to Lu Yi and Yi. Sure, they had only succeeded thanks to the 9 Realms scroll, but Sanguine Vale was still going to be the laughingstock of the year when the news was spread. In the 9 Realms scroll, Lu Yi hurriedly bandaged his wounds and put the old man's sword into his storage bag. He would have liked to loot the old man's storage bag, but he couldn't spot one no matter where he looked. It was probably because the old man did not need a storage bag to store his items, just like the Sect Master and Sister Shui Yuan. The high-level cultivators had their own methods of storing items, so to speak. With that done, he grabbed the old man's bloody corpse and waited. His vision distorted and he was back at the outpost once more. Lu Yi looked around him for a moment. The battle was still raging all across the battlefield. Sanguine Vale had sustained a not insignificant amount of casualties at the beginning of the battle. If things had continued normally, the outpost would have fallen by now. But the high-level cultivators of Sanguine Vale intervened at a critical moment and just barely stabilized the situation. However, the situation took a turn for the worse for Sanguine Vale once more while Lu Yi and the old man were battling each other to the death. It was because the 4 champions did not dare to kill any more enemies for fear of crippling themselves. The only thing they could do now was to defend passively against the invaders. Neither the Heavenly Derivative Sect nor Deep Sea Mountain were idiots. They noticed this and quickly grew comfortable enough going all out once more. The 4 champions were frustrated with this turn of events, but they remained patient. They were waiting for their leader, the old man, to kill Lu Yi and rejoin them. If he succeeded, then this would be a victory for them even if the outpost was ultimately lost. Unfortunately for them, that outcome would never come true. A pair of fiery wings expanded behind Lu Yi as he took to the skies. Then he flew to the front lines and dropped the body on the ground. The old man's tattered corpse hit the ground hard and sprayed out a massive pool of blood. The world turned silent for an instant. Then, disbelieving cries erupted from both sides of the battlefield. Third Elder. One of the champions screamed with trembling eyes as he stared at the ruined corpse in front of him. He then looked up and saw Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect floating in the sky with a pair of fiery red rings behind his back. Blood stains still seeping out of fresh bandages, the man looked down on them with what looked like a world of ice behind his eyes. The Third Elder was dead. No one knew how the Third Elder had died. Countless things were happening on this chaotic battlefield, and they were all focused on the enemy in front of them. They were sure that the third elder would succeed in killing Lu Yi, but the exact opposite had happened instead. Chapter 329 Mr. Idol? Sanguine Vale was a Tier 5 sect, so they did not have a divine ocean realm cultivator. The strongest cultivator in their sect was a real lake realm, and this third elder was among the top even among the real lake realm cultivators. However, Lu Yi had dumped his tattered corpse from the sky like he was dumping trash. This was a huge blow to Sanguine Vale's morale, to put it mildly, not to mention that they were at a disadvantage to begin with. More importantly, if Lu Yi could kill the third elder, then of course he could kill the other 4 champions as well. A sense of crisis enveloped the remaining 4 champions instantly. Not daring to hesitate even a second longer, the woman cried, "Retreat!" All Sanguine Vale forces immediately started retreating toward the Sanctum of Providence. The cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain pursued them relentlessly. Spells and flying weapons kept being discharged at their prey in an organized fashion. There wasn't a single street leading toward the Sanctum that wasn't strewn with corpses. By the time Sanguine Vale had reached the Sanctum of Providence, dozens more souls had been sent to the afterlife. The defenders did their best to hold the line while their backline teleported back to the headquarters using the Divine Opportunity column. As their numbers decreased, so did their ability to resist. Then, when their defensive power had dropped to a critical point, the cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain swarmed into the Sanctum of Providence like a flood. All Sanguine Vale cultivators who hadn't escaped yet were well and truly trapped. Even the woman who gave the order to retreat just now had been killed in the attempt to protect the rear forces. During her final moments, she slayed a few cultivators with all her might before screaming due to the sudden increase of purple lightning that was killing her from the inside out. The 2 invading sects rushed forward. A moment later the battle was over. This time there were no cheers or even victory cries. This was the second Thousand Demon Ridge outpost they had conquered, but they had also sustained much greater casualties. Just like before, they started sweeping the battlefield for loot. At the public square in front of the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged and receiving treatment from a medicine cultivator. The injuries the old man had dealt to him were more severe than his bandages could contain. His wounds tingled when the medicine cultivator started healing him with his powers. Although his physique was incomparable to Jujia's, it was equal or slightly stronger than other body-tempering cultivators at his level. It was all thanks to the dragon scale he had obtained from the dragon spring. One good thing about having a powerful physique was swift recovery. This was especially obvious when receiving treatment from a medicine cultivator. Zhao Li and Song Ying had visited him together to check on his condition. They relaxed only after they learned that he was doing okay. While the Sects were busy looting Sanguine Vale's outpost, the news of its occupation had spread through Jianghu like wildfire once more. Since Clear Wind Sect's outpost was occupied, nearly every cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield and even Jianghu had been keeping a close eye on the Allied force. They wanted to know where they were going and how well the battle had gone. As a result, practically everyone had learned of the news in less than a cup of tea's time after the outpost was occupied. What shocked them was that Sanguine Vale didn't just lose their outpost, but 2 real Lake Realm champions as well. According to the news, Sanguine Vale had sent 5 champions beyond the Spirit Creek realm into the Spirit Creek battlefield in an attempt to emulate the Keeper of Seal of the Crimson Blood sect. However, 2 of them were killed in action, while the other 3 were currently suffering under the torment of the judgment of the heavens. The purple lightning did not disappear even after they returned to Jianghu. Its duration depended on how many people they had killed on the Spirit Creek battlefield. To put it simply, they were going to wish they were dead for the next month or 2. This was why the powerful cultivators of Jianghu were unwilling to enter the Spirit Creek battlefield without good reason. The punishment of the heavens was just too terrible. That wasn't all. It was said that one of the 2 of the real Lake Realm champions who perished in that battle included the 3rd Elder, an 8th Order Realm Lake Realm cultivator. Most people had the premonition that Sanguine Vale was going to lose their outpost for sure, but to lose 2 real Lake Realm champions in a row? That was something no one had expected to hear. Countless people messaged Sanguine Vale to find out what the hell had happened. A divine ocean realm cultivator had even visited them in person. Eventually, they learned that the 3rd Elder had left in the middle of battle to kill Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect only to be killed through an unknown method. He lost his life and brought great shame to Sanguine Vale. Lu Yi was only a 9th Order cultivator right now. There was no way he could have killed a Heaven-grade 8th Order on his own, even considering his legendary feat during the Battle of Golden Tip, and this was before mentioning that this particular Heaven-grade 8th Order Cultivator possessed the skill and experience of a real Lake Realm. There must be something Sanguine Vale had missed in the chaos of battle. Some other factor must have been in play to cost the Third Elder his life. Unfortunately, it was going to remain a mystery for the time being. Yi had left the battlefield after teleporting both Lu Yi and the Third Elder into the Nine Realms Scroll. As a result, no one in Sanguine Vale knew what had happened to the man. This marked the second outpost the combined army of the heavenly derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had occupied. Thunderlight Sect was next for sure. For a moment, Thunderlight Sect fell under the limelight. Everyone wanted to know how they would deal with this crisis. However, they quickly learned that the Sect had already evacuated all of their cultivators back to their headquarters in Jianghu. And how could they not? The 300-man-strong reinforcement they had sent to reinforce Sanguine Vale had been annihilated by the heavenly derivative Sect on the way. This meant that there were only 100 or so defenders left in the outpost. To remain and fight was to commit suicide. That was why Lu Yi and the two Sects found no one by the time they reached the outpost. Even the ward keystones of their grand ward had been dug out and taken back to the headquarters. They could run and they could remove as many valuables as possible. However, there was nothing they could do to remove the Divine Opportunity column or the blessings it contained. Lu Yi continued to focus on recovering while Zhao Li and Song Ying happily split the blessings on the Divine Opportunity column between themselves. Since Lu Yi had returned to the living, the army of several hundred cultivators had occupied 3 outposts in a row in just 3 or 4 days. No one had ever been able to achieve what he did. He had even outdone his past self, who conquered 2 outposts with Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court. With this, Lu Yi had fulfilled his promise to Bai Qian. As per their agreement with Deep Sea Mountain, the heavenly derivative Sect was allowed to claim 70% of all the blessings they had claimed. It was more than enough to make up for their ruined outpost and the losses they had sustained during the consecutive battles. Before this, both the heavenly derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain were often oppressed by their neighbors due to their close proximity to them. This was especially true for the heavenly derivative Sect, whose outpost was surrounded from 3 sides. Their disciples always felt insecure when they were leaving their outpost, and for good reason. It was a fact that they were ambushed quite often by their enemies. No longer. All 3,000 Demon Ridge Sects had been brutalized and massacred, and it would take them at least a decade to recover their strength. It could be longer if the heavenly derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain worked together to oppress them from time to time. After they had claimed the blessings on the Divine Opportunity column, Zhao Li and Song Ying sought out the recuperating Lu Yi and asked about their future direction. A brief discussion later, they decided to withdraw to Deep Sea Mountain's outpost first. The Allied force was welcomed like heroes, and they were, when they arrived at their destination. Even before they reached the outpost, Song Ying had already messaged his disciples to prepare a grand feast for them. When nighttime arrived, nearly 1,000 cultivators were gathered at the outpost in celebration. The celebratory feast was held at the public square in the Sanctum of Providence, and tables full of food and drink were everywhere. Everyone was eating, drinking, and socializing to their heart's content. Lu Yi came to see his injuries as a blessing in disguise. Without them, his allies would have drowned him in alcohol for sure. The next day, Zhao Li and Song Ying entered Lu Ye's accommodations while the latter was still washing himself. They allowed Yi to lead them to the table and serve them tea while they waited for Lu Yi to get ready. After Lu Yi had taken his seat, Zhao Li immediately asked a question that was laced with meaning. "What are your future plans, brother Yi?" Song Ying was also looking at him like a child would at his parents when they wanted something. His usual maturity was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi took a sip of tea before throwing the question back at Zhao Li. "Well, what are your plans, brother Zhao?" Zhao Li chuckled. "What else? Assuming that brother Yi still needs our services, we are ready to follow you to the ends of the battlefield. The outpost can always be rebuilt at a later date, don't you agree?" Clearly, Lu Yi wasn't the only one who had become addicted with conquering outposts. For many years, no one was able to come up with an effective method of defeating a grand ward. Overwhelming numbers was a must-have when conquering an outpost. Did no one ever think to gobble up their neighbors and fatten themselves before Lu Yi? Of course they did. It just wasn't doable until Lu Yi came by. That was no longer the case. Grand Sky Coalition now had a Lu Yi who could breach even grand wards as easily as eating lunch. If they didn't know better, they would have thought that the grand wards the heavens had sold them were a scam. Zhao Li had sought out Lu Yi in the first place because he saw an opportunity, and despite the harrowing tribulations in the middle he was ultimately rewarded for his hard work. Now he only wished he could do this forever. 3 outposts was good, but 30 outposts was better. In fact, why not go for 300 outposts? Song Ying hadn't said a word so far, but it was clear he shared more or less the same thoughts as Zhao Li. How many people have contacted you so far? Zhao Li and Song Ying exchanged a glance with each other before Song Ying said, "Many. They've been contacting us non-stop since last night. In fact, they're hoping to visit me today after learning that you'll be staying here temporarily." That was what he said, but they all knew that the legates and prolegates were really looking forward to meeting Lu Yi. After all, he was the man who made conquering outposts possible. Obviously, Zhao Li and Song Ying weren't the only ones who had received a ton of messages. Lu Yi himself and even Wuxia had received a lot more messages than normal. The occupation of the outpost of Clear Wind Sect, Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight Sect might be nightmarish news to Thousand Demon Ridge, but it was the complete opposite for Grand Sky Coalition. Since last night, the 2 cultivation factions had exchanged enough messages to rival the snowflakes of a harsh winter. Some impatient legates were already rushing to Deep Sea Mountains outpost as quickly as they could. They would probably arrive in less than half a day's time. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect had become the Mr. Idol of Grand Sky Coalition in a single night. There was no man or woman who didn't want a piece of him. Of course, I dare not give them a sure answer without hearing your opinion first. That is why I am here. It's okay. Let them all come. Both Zhao Li and Song Ying's faces immediately flushed with delight. Chapter 330, The Vanquisher of Sects. It was said that the wooden beam that sticks out rots first, and Lu Yi was that beam right now. From the moment he revealed his terrifying abilities in the way of wards to the world, he had more or less secured Thousand Demon Ridge's eternal ire. By hook or by crook, they were going to eliminate the threat named Lu Yi even if he chose to stop here. The proof was their attempt to assassinate him with poison not long after he had arrived at the heavenly derivative Sects outpost. That was why there would be no peace talks or enough is enough bullshit. To begin with, he had entered the inner circle with the intent of taking revenge against those who had done him wrong at Golden Tip. It would take too long to attack his foes one by one, so Operation Conquer All the Outposts suited him just fine. Lu Yi wasn't surprised by this turn of events because he already had a feeling since the day they took off from the heavenly derivative sect. In fact, he was hoping this would happen because he needed to gather a lot of contribution points. How much did he need exactly? Suffice to say that it would be an unrealistic target without occupying a ton of Thousand Demon Ridge outposts. Zhao Li immediately voiced his full support after obtaining an affirmative answer from Lu Yi. Their outpost had been occupied over 2 months ago, so they literally had nothing to lose except their lives they would happily risk for the rewards they were expecting to obtain. They used to think that losing an outpost was a bad thing through and through, but now they realized that it actually gave them the freedom to do whatever the hell they wanted. Zhao Li and Song Ying bade Lu Yi goodbye a while later. They no longer needed to hold back now that Lu Yi had given them his answer. It was noon when their first guest arrived at Deep Sea Mountains outpost. By the time the sun fell, another 5 had shown up at their doorstep. Naturally, there were many more people who were on the way. Song Ying acted as the go-between between Lu Yi and these people. They spoke in a private room for a very long time before they finally parted ways. There was a brief period of peace for 2 days. Then 2 ships rose from Deep Sea Mountains outpost and flew toward the horizon. Everyone in Thousand Demon Ridge flew into a rage and panic when they heard this. In the end, their biggest fear did come true. Not satisfied with conquering just 3 outposts, Lu Yi was going to continue his rampage until God knows when. As if that wasn't bad enough, they had no real way of dealing with this. His ability to break down any grand ward was game-changing. All Thousand Demon Ridge sects whose outpost was located near Deep Sea Mountain panicked in an instant. They knew they were going to be attacked for sure, but no one knew who was going to be targeted first. As a result, they were unable to mount an effective response against the invasion force. It wasn't until more than half a day later that they finally heard that Silent Hill Sect would be the enemy's first target. They thought this because the 2 ships were headed in that direction, and the cultivators of Evergreen Sect were mustering their forces in their territory. Evergreen Sect was the hostile neighbor of Silent Hill Sect, and both of them were pretty close to Deep Sea Mountain. The 2 sects had clashed against one another countless times in the past, but no one had been able to deal any real damage, until now. Without exaggeration, the legate of Silent Hill Sect had nearly fainted when he saw the two ships. It was at this moment that something strange happened. Instead of attacking, the two ships merely floated around 5 kilometers away from their outpost. The Evergreen Sect cultivators who had assembled at a different location were doing nothing as well. They got their answer just a short while later. The Thousand Demon Ridge outpost not far away from Silent Hill Sect named Sect of Perdition had been conquered by the enemy. Their cultivators were massacred, and even their legate had been killed in action. It was only then that Silent Hill Sect realized that the two ships floating in front of him were just a ruse. The invasion force had really left behind their ships midway to attack another sect. To ensure that Silent Hill Sect would not see through the ruse, the Evergreen Sect had even stationed a force here to keep them in check. It was bad enough that they were fooled hook, line and sinker, but they were still on the chopping block. The next day the invasion force finally showed up to say hello. The legate of Silent Hill Sect immediately ordered a full retreat after he saw this. Knowing what had happened to his allies, he wasn't even going to bother engaging the enemy. Unfortunately, it took time to evacuate several hundred people, so he still lost dozens of cultivators after Lu Yi breached the Grand Ward, and the invasion force swooped down on them like a hawk. Lu Ye's invasion force grew to 4 sects after conquering the Silent Hill Sect outpost, although the Heavenly Derivative Sect was still made up the bulk of the army because they did not have an outpost to guard. Unlike the other sects, they could afford to throw every man and woman into the invasion force. The second biggest force in Lu Ye's army belonged to Deep Sea Mountain. They were only over 200 strong because some of them had to stay behind to guard their outpost. Finally, Evergreen Sect and the 4th Grand Sky Coalition Sect chipped in 100 cultivators each. Personally, they would have chipped in more cultivators because it meant that they would get a larger share when occupying an outpost, especially since it did not look like their conquest was going to stop anytime soon. However, Lu Yi had dissuaded them from this course of action not just because they needed the manpower to guard their outpost, but also to keep the forces of Thousand Demon Ridge in check. For instance, although Silent Hill Sect's outpost was conquered, they had only lost dozens of cultivators in total. If they did not leave a big enough force behind to keep them in check, they would surely find a way to surprise them. Lu Ye's invasion force could crush the force of a single Thousand Demon Ridge sect like a bug, but 10? 20? Just like the Heavenly Derivative Sect, they had nothing to lose. All they had was the all-consuming desire for vengeance and the freedom to do whatever they wanted. If one sect could rally a force of 500, then 10 sects could rally a force of 5,000, and 20 sects could rally a force of 10,000. If these people were allowed to join with each other, the invasion force wouldn't be the only one who had to watch their backs. The entire Grand Sky Coalition would be in danger. That was why it was necessary to leave behind a sizable force. Only then could they prevent the Thousand Demon Ridge forces from meeting up with one another, and the invasion force would not need to worry about their rear. Speaking of the invasion force, the 4 sects combined was almost enough to make up an army of 1,000. Combined with Lu Ye's ward-breaching abilities, there was no outpost in the inner circle they could not conquer. Furthermore, it wasn't like the nearby Grand Sky Coalition sects were going to do nothing when they were invading their neighbors. These sects would happily contribute at least 300 to 400 cultivators to ensure that the invasion force would roll over their neighbors without fail. A third Thousand Demon Ridge outpost was occupied that very night, and a 4th during the next morning. What happened next was most amusing for Grand Sky Coalition, and the total opposite for Thousand Demon Ridge. Wherever the invasion force went, the Thousand Demon Ridge sects would evacuate their outposts without fail. The second they confirmed that they were going to be the next target, the Thousand Demon Ridge sects would immediately gather up all their valuables and evacuate back to Jianghu in the shortest amount of time possible. It wasn't like they enjoyed giving up without a fight, but being humiliated was still better than being dead. Since then, a Thousand Demon Ridge outpost or 2 would fall to the invasion force every day. Moreover, every time they conquered an outpost, their army size would grow slightly because all nearby Grand Sky Coalition sects would contribute a small amount of cultivators. Even some independent cultivators had decided to join in on the fun. Lu Yi accepted them all because the more the merrier. Sure, their share of the pie shrank with every new addition, but it wasn't like their allies contributed nothing to the invasion. Specifically, he only needed to do one thing properly, and that was to keep the local Thousand Demon Ridge sects in check while the invasion force rampaged across the inner circle. Since the beginning, Lu Yi had not allowed anyone to chip in more than 100 people to the invasion force. Even so, the invasion force continued to grow at an insane rate. Just 10 days after the invasion officially began, the invasion force had grown to 3,000 cultivators and 8 flying ships strong. The chaos that was currently rippling across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was unprecedented. Wherever the invasion force went, 1,000 Demon Ridge sects bowed out without putting up even the slightest bit of resistance. There were some stubborn fools who decided that death was preferable to dishonor, but then Lu Yi breached their grand wards in just dozens of breaths. By the time they wanted to escape, it was already far too late. The sight of thousands of cultivators pouring through a gap in the grand ward was a grand spectacle for the invaders, but a piss-poor experience for the defending side. After a couple of examples like this, not even the stupidest and most stubborn 1,000 Demon Ridge sects dared to play the praying mantis to stand in the way of the wheels that was the invasion force anymore. They all evacuated to Jianghu as soon as they learned that their outpost was next, even when the invasion force was still a few hundred kilometers away from them. Behind the invasion force were thousands and thousands of angry 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators with a belly full of hatred and nothing to lose, but when they teleported back to their outpost and tried to organize a resistance, all they got was the non-stop harassment of their neighbors. This was the problem with not having a Grand Ward. For starters, the cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition could come and go as they pleased. If they tried to pursue them, an ambush was sure to await them. If they gathered a large enough force to overwhelm an ambush, then their enemies would simply retreat to their outpost and let them batter futilely against their Grand Ward. They were always on the back foot no matter what they did. It was clear that Lu Ye's earlier decision was a resounding success. If the Grand Sky Coalition sects hadn't left behind enough forces to suppress the local sects, an army much bigger than theirs would be hunting them down right now. As more and more outposts fell to the invasion force, the nickname, the Vanquisher of Sects, suddenly spread across the inner circle like wildfire. It was of course referring to Lu Yi. No one knew how the nickname had begun, but it had probably originated from 1,000 Demon Ridge because they were wrecked left and right and needed an excuse to justify their failure. Never mind that all Lu Yi was breaching the grand ward of their outposts, and not a single sect had been annihilated in the process. Seriously, a sect was still far from being annihilated even if every Spirit Creek Realm cultivator in their 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost was killed. For some reason, the nickname was unanimously approved by everyone in the Grand Sky Coalition as well. Lu Yi found the nickname tacky and pretentious, but there was nothing he could do about it. A long time ago he had been nicknamed Mountain Tiger when he left Green Cloud Mountain and passed through the Mystic Sect. Now that nickname had somehow evolved to the Vanquisher of Sects. The situation rapidly devolved into an uncontrollable level in just half a month's time. Countless Grand Sky Coalition sects were praying for Lu Yi and his invasion army to pass through the area so that they could finally give their neighbor the friendly spanking they so deserved. Chapter 331, The All-Consuming Blaze That Began from a Single Spark. In retrospect, Grand Sky Coalition's decision to escort Lu Yi back when he was still a small 5th-order Spirit Creek Realm cultivator had been wise beyond words. If they hadn't done what they did back then, Lu Yi would have died a long time ago, and Grand Sky Coalition would not be enjoying today's glory. Everything in the world was predetermined. In this case, one might say that Lu Yi was just paying back the favor Grand Sky Coalition had done to him back then. While the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition were ruminating the past in a new light, their counterpart was deeply worried about the present. Normally, the two cultivation factions were evenly matched on the Spirit Creek battlefield. The sects were like the black and white stones on a go board, and no one stone had the strength to turn the tides completely in their favor. That was no longer the case. Miraculously, one region of the inner circle had been completely occupied by the Grand Sky Coalition. The black stones, the 1,000 Demon Ridge sects, within that region had all been neutralized. The Tier 5 and Tier 6 sects weren't the only ones who were affected either. Even some Tier 4 sects close to the core circle had lost their outposts. It pained the cultivators of 1,000 Demon Ridge to see this, to put it mildly. Of course, none of these sects lost too many cultivators. It was because most of them had evacuated the moment they saw the invasion force, if not sooner. However, there was no saving the blessings on their divine opportunity columns. That was generations of hard work gone just like that. What angered them even more was the fact that Lu Yi showed no signs of stopping. Clearly he was going to keep going until they had found a way to stop him, or he had finally conquered the entire inner circle. At this rate, that second worst-case scenario would be months away at best. And what was the worst-case scenario? It was the invasion force growing big enough to threaten even the core circle. This was the first time 1,000 Demon Ridge experienced the fear of possibly losing an entire battlefield to one person. Scratch that, no one in the history of Jianghu had ever experienced this until now. The spark that began from the heavenly derivative sect in Deep Sea Mountain was showing signs of transforming into a blaze that would consume the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge quickly gathered for an emergency meeting. It wasn't long before they arrived at a solution. The moon was round and the night was young. The invasion force was currently camping in a valley. Their number had passed the 5,000th mark a while ago, and they had conquered dozens of outposts by this point. There was no outpost in the world that could accommodate this many people, so they had begun camping and recuperating in the wilderness several days ago. Tents of all shapes and sizes were littered across the valley, and the centermost and biggest tent was lit with lamps. With Lu Yi at the helm, at least a dozen legates were gathered together around the table discussing their next battle plan. A while later the battle plan was finalized and the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Yi, the meditating Jujia, and the sleeping Amber. As the night deepened, the noise in the camp gradually quieted as well. Soon only the patrols were still walking around the camp. It was under this beautiful moonlight that several figures started approaching the tent Lu Yi was at. They did not exude a speck of presence and they were also perfectly invisible to the naked eye. Not only were they ghost cultivators, they were elite enough to infiltrate all the way to the center without being detected by the patrols as well. This alone should make their affiliation and intentions clear. The current Spirit Creek battlefield was super hostile toward Thousand Demon Ridge, and the root of all evil was currently residing in this camp. If they could kill him, then their predicament would resolve on its own. It was the most effective and direct method. These ghost cultivators had been handpicked for this mission from the most prestigious of sections. One might even call them the strongest Spirit Creek realm ghost cultivators Thousand Demon Ridge possessed. A lot of expectation was riding on their shoulders to say the least. Of course, the chances that these ghost cultivators would survive the mission was very low. Ideally, they would assassinate Lu Yi without a sound and slip out just as stealthily as they came in. It was also the only scenario they might emerge alive. Every other scenario led to certain death. It was an enemy camp of 5,000 cultivators after all. No one complained about the mission though. From Thousand Demon Ridge's point of view, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was the root of all evil. Because of him, dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge sects had lost their outposts, and entire regions spanning thousands and thousands of kilometers were dragged into his personal war as well. For as long as he lived, the motherfucker was probably going to run through every Thousand Demon Ridge sect in the inner circle at least once. So far, it looked like their infiltration had gone perfectly. There was one thing that concerned the ghost cultivators though. There were no guards outside Lu Yi's tent at all. If the situation was reversed and they were protecting someone like Lu Yi, then they could not imagine a scenario where they wouldn't secure his tent with alarms, guards, traps and a million other things. But no matter how they looked at it, the tent in front of them was completely defenseless. They couldn't help but wonder if it was a trap. It was too late to turn back though. It could be the dragon's lair itself, and they still had to go in for everyone's sake. They were powerful ghost cultivators after all. If they could enter the tent, locate Lu Yi and gang up on him together, there was zero chance the bastard would survive the assassination. As for what would happen to them afterward, well, they came here knowing it was a suicide mission. Time passed little by little. The ghost cultivators remained at their hiding spots with seemingly infinite patience. Patrols kept passing by the tent, and sometimes they even flew through the area. However, not a single person was able to spot them because of the gap between their cultivation level. They were the elites among the elites chosen to undertake this mission after all. How could they hope to succeed if they couldn't even hide from the patrols? Finally, their chance presented itself. A towering figure pushed away the tent flap and stepped out into the open. They immediately recognized him as the body-tempering cultivator who often accompanied Lu Yi Jujia. It was rumored that Jujia was extraordinarily talented. His physique was so much tougher than your conventional body-tempering cultivator that he was worth 10 of them. These ghost cultivators had never met Jujia before. Now, they realized that the rumors had actually understated things a little. His vitality was rich beyond belief, and his physique shouldn't be possible for an ordinary ninth-order cultivator. For some reason, Jujia looked as if he didn't know what to do, glancing at the sky once before rubbing his head. In fact, he didn't. He was in the middle of meditating when suddenly, Lu Yi messaged him to leave the tent. He also specifically instructed the body-tempering cultivator not to react when he saw the ghost cultivators. Jujia wanted to obey Lu Yi's instructions, but the outline of the ghost cultivators looked so obvious that it was almost provoking. Left with no choice, Wuxia could only bow his head and stare at his own feet. He was also holding the flap open almost as if he was inviting the ghost cultivators to come in. The ghost cultivators only hesitated for a moment. Then the leader, a man whose name wasn't worth mentioning, led his cohorts into the tent. The entire process was as soundless as it was invisible. Their movement didn't stir even a breeze. When the last ghost cultivator had passed under Wuxia's armpit, he finally lowered the tent flap and stepped forward. Again he was just obeying Lu Ye's instruction. The young man had told him that things were going to turn dangerous, and that he should be anywhere but the tent when it happened. Inside the tent, the ghost cultivators stopped on their tracks and looked. They immediately spotted Lu Yi sitting on a chair with one leg over the other, one arm on the armrest, one hand supporting his cheek, and staring straight into the eyes of their leader. The leader's heart skipped a beat when their eyes met. Did he see me? But that's impossible. The ghost cultivator was very confident with his concealment abilities because he had successfully assassinated a heaven-grade 9th Order champion before. Lu Yi was an impressive man, but there was no way an ordinary 9th Order cultivator could see through his concealment. However, why does Thousand Demon Ridge love breaking the rules so much? Lu Yi questioned in a light but criticizing tone. Of course, none of them responded to him. The young man could just be bluffing after all. After the Battle of Golden Tip, Brotherly told me that the Spirit Creek battlefield is governed by a set of rules. Outer Circle matters will be handled by Outer Circle people, and Inner Circle matters will be handled by Inner Circle people. I thought Thousand Demon Ridge would learn their lesson and wise up a little, but then again what am I saying? Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. This time the ghost cultivators did move. It was clear at this point that they were exposed, not to mention that Lu Yi was sweeping his gaze back and forth as if he was determining their cultivation level. The leader took off first. The others followed closely behind him. Killing intent erupted from the tent in an instant. There was a loud whoosh as a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind Lu Yi. He took to the sky just in time to dodge the ghost cultivator's fatal attack and wave the ward flag that just appeared in his hand. The scene before the ghost cultivators abruptly distorted. The next thing they knew, they found themselves trapped in a sea of mist. It was difficult to tell left from right. Confusion ward. A ghost cultivator yelled before they unleashed their spiritual power together. The fog was blown away in an instant, but what greeted them next chilled them to the core. It was because they felt a chaotic tidal wave of spiritual power flooding in their direction. A rain of spells and flying weapons were falling in their direction. The tent was instantly turned into shreds. As for the ghost cultivators, they could be Divine Ocean Realm cultivators, and they would still be confined to Spirit Creek Realm level on the Spirit Creek battlefield. Naturally, there was no surviving a bombardment like this. A few life energies extinguished instantly. The only one who survived was the leader thanks to a defensive spiritual artifact he owned. Unfortunately, he didn't even get to catch a breather before the next wave of attacks arrived. Despair flashed across his features for an instant before he too exploded into a gore of flesh and blood. Lu Yi slowly descended from the sky as the legates swarmed him. They relaxed only after they confirmed that he was truly safe and sound. What was their cultivation level? Zhao Li asked. There was no way these ghost cultivators were inner circle stock. Only core circle ghost cultivators possessed the ability to infiltrate a camp of 5,000. 5 heaven-grade 9th orders. Everyone gasped audibly when they heard this. Thousand Demon Ridge had truly spared no effort to kill Lu Yi. Heaven-grade 9th order ghost cultivators were among the best of the best even in the core circle. They were precious talents who could have ascended to Cloud River Realm at any moment. Now they had all perished in the attempt to assassinate Lu Yi. Heavens know how sad their sects were feeling right now. Do the rules mean nothing to Thousand Demon Ridge? Someone asked with a frown. It's not like this is the first time they've broken them. The last time they did it was because of Lu Yi as well, though at the time their goal was to remove the Crimson Blood Sect. It wasn't quite the same as this. The Crimson Blood Sect's outpost was growing by leaps and bounds right now, so their dream of removing the Crimson Blood Sect was probably going to remain a dream for a long time to come. This time they had broken the rule for Lu Yi and Lu Yi alone. Another legate was trading messages with someone when suddenly he spoke up. I got confirmation that the 39th and 82nd champion disappeared from the Scroll of Supremacy a moment ago. This was obviously not a coincidence. Chapter 332 Standoff. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, the Scroll of Supremacy was a ranking list generated by the heavens themselves. Only the top 100 Spirit Creek realm cultivators could enter this list, so of course they were all among the best of the best. In fact, they were guaranteed to ascend to Divine Ocean Realm if they did not perish before then. Unfortunately, these two Scroll of Supremacy ghost cultivators would not live to see that day. Li Baxian had told him that the Spirit Creek battlefield was governed by a strict set of rules, but the Thousand Demon Ridge had also made an exception for him when he was just a 5th Order Spirit Creek realm cultivator. Naturally, he was ready for them to do so a second time. From the moment the invasion force had grown to a certain scale, he had been watching out for an assassination attempt. The only way they could do so amidst a camp of thousands was to employ ghost cultivators, but unfortunately for them, ghost cultivators had not been a big threat to him for a while. Not only was his divine soul powerful, his perception was far greater than the usual Spirit Creek realm cultivator. Even if that wasn't the case, his wards could still make up for that flaw. The reason his tent was unguarded was because there was simply no need. He had already set up the necessary wards beforehand, and any assassin who dared to enter it would find themselves trapped as a butterfly in a net. Why else would he message Zhu Jia to let the assassins enter? He was that confident in his preparations. At his current strength, he was no match for even one heaven-grade 9th Order cultivator, much less 5. However, he was able to extinguish the 5 assassins like a candle flame thanks to the wards and preparations. That 2 of them were listed on the Scroll of Supremacy was just the icing on the cake. Thousand Demon Ridge was clearly getting desperate. The invasion force he commanded was just that threatening. Still, everyone in the camp was furious to learn that Thousand Demon Ridge was shameless enough to send 5 heaven-grade 9th Order ghost cultivators to assassinate Lu Yi. Never one to let an opportunity slip through his fingers, Lu Yi immediately ordered his riled-up comrades to get ready to depart. A while later, a fleet made up of dozens of ship spirit artifacts took off toward the horizon. At the same time, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge received confirmation that the 5 ghost cultivators had failed their mission. Their hearts felt as heavy as stones. There had never been a Spirit Creek realm cultivator in the cultivation world of Jianghu who left such a deep impression in the minds of so many Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. It was such an impression that they couldn't wait to tear him to pieces with their own hands. The attempt to remove the head of the snake had failed. Although they did not know how the 5 ghost cultivators had failed, Lu Yi would be prepared for future assassination attempts now. It would be pointless to make another attempt. In that case they could only fight the enemy head-on. This was the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators' backup plan, their last resort. The reason they didn't want to enact it was because they would have to surrender a ton of outposts to execute it. That said, they no longer had a choice. The last resort was their only way left to stop the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force in its tracks. Their losses would only be worse if they did not execute it. The orders were sent out, and the entire Thousand Demon Ridge began to move. All sects on the invasion force's attack path began evacuating their outposts the opposite direction of the invasion force. Thousands of kilometers away from the invasion force, more sects were abandoning their outposts. However, they were moving toward the invasion instead of a way to meet up with their retreating comrades. There was no hiding such a large-scale operation from Grand Sky Coalition scouts. It wasn't long before they figured out Thousand Demon Ridge's plan. And it was a good one. It was the only way they could halt the invasion force in its tracks. It was around this time the news that Thousand Demon Ridge had dispatched 5 heaven-grade 9th Order ghost cultivators to assassinate Lu Yi had spread. Naturally, Grand Sky Coalition was furious to hear this. This was like having several adults join a fight between 2 kids because the loser was being soundly trounced. How could the Grand Sky Coalition tolerate such blatant disregard of the rules? The last time Thousand Demon Ridge had done such a thing, Grand Sky Coalition had responded promptly. It was the same this time. By now, the war had spread to the core circle as well, so cultivators of the core circle started hopping over to the inner circle and joining the invasion force. Of course, Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't going to be outdone by their counterpart. Their core circle cultivators began mobilizing en masse as well. As a result, both armies started growing at an explosive rate. 10 days later, the 2 armies came face to face on the opposite sides of Wuxia. Wuxia was a massive 300-meter-wide river that stretched across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Its waters were murky, yellowish, and extremely rapid. It was also a natural stronghold. Normally, a cultivator could easily fly over it via telekinesis. But today no one dared to cross the river. The reason was simple. There were just too many people on either side of the river. On the Grand Sky Coalition's side, there were over 18,000 cultivators in the invasion force. Most of them had joined the army recently, and a good percentage of them were heaven-grade 8th and 9th order cultivators from the core circle as well. Thousand Demon Ridge's army was even bigger. They numbered over 20,000. A clash on such a scale had never happened on the Spirit Creek battlefield. It was because it involved too many sections. Grand Sky Coalition's army was made up of over 100 sects, but Thousand Demon Ridge's was only 40. The latter had come out in full force. All 40 sects had abandoned their outposts beforehand to gather all their forces in one place. This was the backup plan the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge had prepared. There was no outpost that could defend themselves against Grand Sky Coalition's invasion force anyway, so they might as well give it up beforehand and concentrate all their strength in one place. It was a costly response, but it was also a very effective one. At the very least, the invasion force was finally halted at Wuxia. Everyone was keeping an eye on the standoff right now. Countless messages were being traded between the Spirit Creek battlefield and Jianghu by the second. As if this wasn't crazy enough, cultivators from every corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield were rushing over to Wuxia to bolster their cultivation faction. Lu Yi had not imagined that the situation would escalate to this extent. His original intent was to gather enough manpower to conquer every Thousand Demon Ridge outpost in their path and earn those sweet contribution points, but at some point the operation had slid out of his control. A battle of this scale was bad news for everyone because both sides were destined to suffer a tremendous amount of losses no matter who came out victorious in the end. Plus, who in the world dared to claim that they would win a battle involving tens of thousands of cultivators for sure? Moreover, the Wuxia made it so that whoever attacked first was going to be at a tremendous disadvantage. It was the main reason why no one had tried to make a move yet. After all, the only way to cross the river was to fly telekinetically. If their flying spirit artifacts were shot out of the air, then they would sustain serious injuries or perish for sure. As a result, the two armies became stuck in this standoff. On the Thousand Demon Ridge's side, everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. It took a considerable amount of effort, but they had finally halted the enemy in their tracks. Since the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force had departed from Deep Sea Mountain's outpost, they had gobbled up every outpost in their path like a greedy silkworm. At least 100 to 200 outposts had fallen to them. The losses were astronomical to say the least. The cultivators couldn't attack each other without putting themselves at a tremendous disadvantage, but they certainly could curse at the other party. And they did. Everyone here had excellent hearing after all. They could hear every word despite the distance and the churning river. However, the standoff was like a dry thunderstorm. Everyone was hoping to provoke the other party to attack first, but no one was stupid enough to actually do that. As a result, what was the biggest standoff in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield felt exceptionally trivial and pointless. On a related note, Lu Yi was the main focus of Thousand Demon Ridge's verbal curses. He was, without exaggeration, the root of all evil in this incident after all. Before the Vanquisher of Sects had come to be, the Spirit Creek battlefield had been a stable and orderly place. However, it all went to hell after he made an appearance. Right now, core circle cultivators were already hopping to the inner circle en masse. What if they ran to the outer circle in the future? From Thousand Demon Ridge's point of view, the Vanquisher of Sects was the biggest walking disaster the world had ever seen. On the third day of the standoff, Lu Yi and dozens of people were gathered inside a big tent. He swept his gaze across everyone's faces before saying slowly, "I believe that everyone here has received a message from their elders, no? The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition have agreed to meet up with their Thousand Demon Ridge counterparts and negotiate an end to all this." In fact, he had received news about this just an incense stick ago. Under any other circumstances, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of either side would never sit down for a peace talk. They had hated each other's guts for countless years after all. Why talk when they could just bash the other person's face in? Plus, no one at their cultivation level was particularly tolerant, so to speak. It was all too easy for even the smallest chit-chat to devolve into a bloody fight. Finally, they generally kept their nose out of the Spirit Creek battlefield because it was, from their point of view, a children's playground. There were few things in that place that was worth even a smidgen of their attention. Not this time though. This was so big that it had completely gotten out of hand for their children. Not only did they have to get involved, they were forced to sit down and have the peace talk they so loathed. If the two armies on the opposite sides of Wuxia were to go to war, then it was going to be a real war. No matter who emerged victorious in the end, the losses they would sustain would be unacceptable for either side. Everyone in the tent nodded. As Lu Yi guessed, they had all received a message from their elders as well. "What are your plans, Brother Yi?" A heaven-grade 8th Order champion from the core circle inquired. There must be a reason Lu Yi had gathered them here at such a sensitive time. Lu Yi said calmly, "From the looks of things, I am almost certain that peace talks will be the final outcome. Perhaps our seniors could make Thousand Demon Ridge bleed a bit for this peace, but this is as far as our invasion force goes." Everyone was silent. They were reluctant to end things here, but they could not deny the logic behind Lu Ye's words. Thousand Demon Ridge could not bear the fruit of a true war, and neither could the Grand Sky Coalition. Not even the champions of the core circle could gain too big an advantage in a clash of this scale. Therefore, the only possible outcome was both sides agreeing to stop here and withdraw their forces. That said, Thousand Demon Ridge was the defending side, so their Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had the right to make some slightly excessive demands that were still within Thousand Demon Ridge's ability to accept, stuff like resource compensation and so on. It was going to take a while to finalize the details though. That is why I would like to start over. For a moment, everyone could only stare at Lu Yi in confusion. What exactly did he mean by start over? Then the quick-witted ones figured out his meaning and Zhao Li blurted, "Are you saying that you want to redo all this at a different location?" Chapter 333 Brother Yi is coming. Inside the tent, Lu Yi said clearly, "Considering the invasion force's current size, my presence no longer matters." In fact, Lu Ye's usefulness had become very limited after the invasion force exceeded 3,000 people. That was enough firepower to breach any Grand Ward via brute force. In fact, Lu Ye's greatest effect in the invasion force wasn't his ward-breaching skills, but his ability to bring people together. He was the reason the invasion force had come to be in the first place. He was also the reason why the Grand Sky Coalition sects had contributed their forces wherever they went. Lu Yi might not have the strongest cultivation in the army, but he was the one that everyone was willing to listen to and obey. Not even a champion of the core circle would have had an easier time at transforming the allied forces into a cohesive whole. Now though, their army numbered almost 20,000 people. They literally did not need him anymore. The peace talks between the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of their cultivation factions were on the way, so it was only a matter of time before the invasion force was disbanded. However, Lu Yi wasn't planning to stop here. He did not know exactly how many contribution points he had plundered on the way, but he was pretty sure that he was still a ways away from his goal. That was why he needed to occupy more Thousand Demon Ridge outposts no matter what. The Thousand Demon Ridge had named him the Vanquisher of Sects for his deeds, but in reality a spark would have described him better. He could start an inferno anywhere as long as he was still in the Spirit Creek battlefield. "What should we do after you're gone?" a legate asked. "Just stay here and apply pressure on the Thousand Demon Ridge, and our seniors will be able to demand more compensation that benefits us all." The crowd mulled over his answer thoughtfully. A while later, the Heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator nodded in agreement. "I must admit that your plan is pretty good, Brother Yi. Do you want us to get you some help? We can send a squad to protect you just in case the Thousand Demon Ridge decides to send more core circle cultivators to attack you." "It's okay. You've worked hard to earn your contribution points, you should keep them. Zhu Jia will be enough to protect me." Lu Yi was planning to conquer more outposts, and to do that he must teleport to a different corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield using the Divine Opportunity column. Naturally, a long-distance teleportation like this was going to cost a ton of contribution points. It was fine if it was just him and Zhu Jia, but the cost would outweigh the reward if too many people teleported with them. The invasion force had come together because of Lu Yi, so of course they had no qualms with him taking his leave after a job well done. Although it meant that they would not be able to join Lu Yi on the second phase of his operation. Every single one of them had earned more profits than they could have earned in months. This was especially true for the sects who followed Lu Yi from the very beginning. Not including Lu Yi, their share of the profits was easily the greatest out of all of them. Finally, there was no chance the two armies would be able to go to war with each other. Rather than languishing here until the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were done with their peace talks, they might as well do as Lu Yi suggested and find ways to insert panic and pressure within the Thousand Demon Ridge. An incense stick later, a ship spirit artifact took to the sky and sailed to the nearest Grand Sky Coalition outpost. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Wei Shui, Luo Fu of the Silverlight Island sought out Qi Shi and reported in excitement, "Brother Yi is coming." Qi Shi immediately perked up. "Really?" "But of course. I just received a message from him." Needless to say, Lu Yi and the invasion force were on everyone's lips right now. There wasn't a single person in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who wasn't keeping an eye on them, not to mention Luo Fu and Qi Shi. Back then, when Lu Yi had first entered the inner circle, the young man had had to manipulate the Great Serpent to crack the Sky Pillar Sect open like an egg. At the time, he did not yet have the ability to breach a Grand Ward, so he had left as soon as the deed was done. It hadn't even been half a year since the day he left, and today he had become a living legend who single-handedly mustered a cultivator army of 20,000 and dominated a good section of the inner circle. Wherever the invasion force went, the Thousand Demon Ridge wailed in misery and defeat. To say that Luo Fu and Qi Shi were envious would be an understatement. If Lu Yi already possessed such skill when he first arrived at the Silverlight Island, they would have been the ones to reap the benefits of Lu Ye's conquest, not that so-called heavenly derivative sect or the Deep Sea Mountain. In fact, they were the first sects to make contact with Lu Yi and form an alliance pact in the inner circle. However, they couldn't even meet up with the invasion force because they were simply too far apart. The more Luo Fu thought about this, the more sad he felt. Every time his mood reached a certain low, he would gather his men and bully the Cloud Smoke Sect to fix it. The Sky Pillar Sect had transformed into a tortoise since they lost their outpost. They were unable to rebuild their outpost in peace even to this day due to the Silverlight Island's constant harassment. They weren't the ones who shouldered the brunt of the Silverlight Island's harassment though. No, that unfortunate honor went to their close ally, the Cloud Smoke Sect. That said, Luo Fu had had to call up their ally, the Spell Essence Sect, each time he set out to harass the Cloud Smoke Sect because they shared almost the same strength. As of late, Luo Fu had been looking forward to Lu Yi and the invasion army moving close enough to his outpost so he could partake on the fun, but when he learned that the Thousand Demon Ridge had gathered an army of almost 20,000 on one side of the Wei Shui and blocked the invasion force's path, he knew that his dream might never come true. To say he was in a depressive mood as of late would be an understatement. Then, against all odds and expectations, Lu Yi personally messaged him to tell him that he was going to teleport over to his outpost very soon. There was only one reason Lu Yi would abandon his army and teleport tens of thousands of kilometers away to their outpost, and neither Luo Fu nor Qi Shi were ignorant to it. "The time has come for the Silverlight Island to rise, junior brother," Luo Fu declared in excitement. As usual, Qi Shi was the calmer between the two of them. He walked in circles for a bit before saying, "We should contact the Spell Essence Sect." Luo Fu slapped his own head in realization. "Yes, you're right. I'll do that immediately." He was in the middle of a conversation with the legate of the Spell Essence Sect when a disciple came over to inform him, "Senior brothers, Brother Lu has arrived at our outpost." "Which Brother Lu are you referring to exactly?" Luo Fu asked with a frown. "It is Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect." Luo Fu and Qi Shi exchanged a surprised glance with each other. Lu Yi had told them that he would arrive soon, but neither of them had expected to show up this quickly. They quickly made their way to the Sanctum of Providence. As the disciple had reported, Lu Yi was already waiting for them. He was also accompanied by a massive body-tempering cultivator. It had been a while since they met, so of course they spent some time just catching up to one another. This was especially true since they had already figured out why Lu Yi had come here. However, news of his arrival was quickly restricted under Lu Ye's request, and the few cultivators who knew about this were given a gag order and led to a private room by Luo Fu. 4 hours later, the legate of the Spell Essence Sect arrived at the outpost. He had been flying at full speed since he received the message, not daring to take even a second's rest on the way. It was why he was looking a little pale when he finally arrived. When he finally met Lu Yi though, his face immediately regained its color and then some. He realized that the chance for Spell Essence Sect to rise had finally arrived just like Luo Fu. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Crimson Blood Sect, Tang Yifeng, had just departed the headquarters. A Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could never hope to match a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator's flight speed. The sect master had managed to traverse 2 whole provinces and reach Wuzhou in just one night after learning that Lu Yi was poisoned by a Thousand Demon Ridge spy in the Heavenly Derivative Sect. In fact, he could have arrived sooner if he wasn't carrying Shui Yuan. A while later, a beam of light flew near him while shouting, "Elder Tang." The sect master stopped in his tracks when he turned and saw who it was. It was none other than Pang Zhen of the Righteous Sect. The sect master complained, "I don't understand why you want me to come on this trip. You alone are enough to represent Bingzhou, no?" Pang Zhen chuckled. "Well, the incident was caused by a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. What is there to be discussed if you, the sect master himself, refuses to show up? You're saying that the Thousand Demon Ridge specifically requested me to be there?" "That's right. In that case, I'm going to give them a good talking to when I get there. It's not like they're young anymore. Why don't they understand something as simple as catering to the elderly?" "Do whatever you want, Elder Tang. You have the full support of both the Bingzhou and the Grand Sky Coalition." The sect master's eyes glinted with understanding. He nodded. "Let us speak as we fly. You first, Elder Tang." Pang Zhen gestured. As the two men took off toward the horizon once more, Pang Zhen suddenly said in a wistful voice, "Youngsters these days are incredible, aren't they? They're so much bolder and better than me back in my day. The Crimson Blood sect's future is bright, Elder Tang." The sect master's grin was brighter than the sun, but he said, "You mean brash and have no sense of the gravity of things. This old man promises to give him a stern scolding when I see him again. Please do not criticize him too harshly. Younglings should be bold, fearless and forward-looking, not to mention one who brought honor to the entire Grand Sky Coalition. It's been a while since we have such a talented youngling. Did you know that Elder Su of the Green Jade Sect complained to me that he had missed such a good seed just a few days ago? He's just a petty bastard who can't stand others getting the better of him. I don't understand though. What does my disciple have to do with him or his sect?" "Oh, you didn't know? Way back at the Evil Moon Valley, the Green Jade Sect actually had a chance to recruit Lu Yi. However, the disciple supervising the recruitment drive had rejected him after discovering that his talent was one leaf." "Really? Ah." The sect master laughed boisterously when he heard this. He can only blame his disciple for judging a book by his cover. Indeed. Who would have thought that Lu Yi could achieve what he did with just one leaf? By the way, did you ever check his talent again afterward? Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Lu Yi to cultivate as swiftly as he has. The Green Jade Sect could have missed something since they hadn't exactly measured the refugees with the best standards or equipment. The sect master waved him off. "Since when was talent the defining factor of anything? My talent wasn't particularly good either. I was only 34 leaves when they checked me, but where am I now? There are also countless people who are much more talented than you and I back then, and where are they now? Talent has never been the only deciding factor of one's achievements, and it never will be. Only those who fight tooth and nail to grow in every way will make it, while the rest are left in the dust. Sometimes literally." "You are completely right, Elder Tang. By the way, did you know that Lu Yi is extremely concerned with his nickname even to this day? If I remember correctly, it was your Lu Shan who started it in the first place. You should tell him to ascend to the real lake realm as soon as possible, or Lu Yi will give him a run for his money when he ascends to the Cloud River battlefield." "Haha, I do know about that, yes. If the day comes, Lu Shan only has himself to blame." Chapter 334 The Meeting. There were 9 provinces in Jiuzhou. They were Dingzhou, Qingzhou, Leizhou, Yunzhou, Wuzhou, Yuzhou, and Sangzhou. Qingzhou and Wuzhou belonged fully to the Grand Sky Coalition, while Yunzhou and Leizhou to Thousand Demon Ridge. The other 5 provinces did not fall under one particular cultivation faction. They weren't neutral, but they were constantly changing sides depending who was stronger at a given time. To give a metaphor, sometimes the eastern wind was stronger than the western wind, and sometimes it was the other way around. Both cultivation factions fought tooth and nail to control them. Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who wanted to talk peace, so the right to choose the meeting location went to the Grand Sky Coalition as a matter of course. There was a massive mountain range at an intersection point between Qingzhou and Yunzhou. It was like a massive dragon that split the earth and separated the 2 provinces. Its name was Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was where the meeting would take place. When Tang Yifeng and Pang Zhen arrived at the meeting location together, a dozen or so figures were already waiting for them. Not only were they all Divine Ocean Realm cultivators, they were the cream of the crop. Most people thought that this meeting would be as terse as the one at Weishui right now, but in reality it was the opposite. Not only was there no conflict, they were chatting and mingling with each other like old friends. An ignorant person would have thought that they belonged to the same cultivation faction. Did they not hate each other's guts for one reason or another? Of course not. There wasn't a single person here who hadn't killed a mountain of cultivators to reach where they were. They had long since forgotten the amount of lives they had taken. The reason they did not act standoffish was because the point of this meeting was to negotiate a compromise regarding the conflict at the Spirit Creek battlefield. Because of this, there was zero chance this meeting could devolve into physical conflict. Since there would be no fighting, why would they act standoffish with each other? It would only be a waste of energy. The socializing stopped when the two men from Bingzhou arrived. "Apologies for being late," Pang Jin said while cupping his fist in greeting. That was what he said, but they weren't actually late. It was the others who had come too early. It just showed how desperate Thousand Demon Ridge was to have this peace talk. The leader of the Thousand Demon Ridge group was an old man with waxy yellow complexion. He said, "Since we are all here, let's get started, shall we?" There was no objection. Pang Jin immediately flicked a jade slip toward the old man. To put it simply, the jade slip contained the Grand Sky Coalition's list of demands. He had messaged his Divine Ocean Realm peers and finalized it on the way here. Grand Sky Coalition wanted the peace talks just as much as Thousand Demon Ridge. The impasse they were currently in suited them just fine because they didn't want their children in the Spirit Creek battlefield to go to war either. However, Thousand Demon Ridge must pay the price since they were the ones who wished for peace. The old man caught the jade slip and inspected its contents. He then passed it to the person beside him wordlessly. Everyone's expression varied after they had all read the list of demands. The old man said, "Pang Jin, don't you think your faction is asking too much?" He already knew that the Grand Sky Coalition was going to bleed them like a pig, but he still underestimated the faction's greed and determination. They weren't just compensation in the form of resources, but also land. To be exact, they were demanding that they give up half a province. The amount of resources the Grand Sky Coalition was demanding was already shocking, but half a province? There was just no way in hell they could accept these demands. If they didn't know better, they would have thought that the Grand Sky Coalition wanted to instigate a war. Pang Jin let out a chuckle and said, "That's fine. That's the reason we're here, aren't we?" "Sure, but the little fellas in the Spirit Creek battlefield can only wait so long. They are all young and rash. A lot of people will die if someone loses their cool." The old man's divine sense stirred for an instant before he returned the jade slip to Pang Jin. "Here is our counteroffer. We can go home right now if you think it's acceptable." Pang Jin caught the jade slip and checked the amended list of demands. He immediately shook his head and said, "I can't see any sincerity in this." He tried to pass the jade slip to Tang Yifeng, but the sect master waved his hand and said, "I'm too old for this. Please feel free to discuss this among yourselves." Lu Yi was the one who caused all this, so the Crimson Blood sect was sure to profit no matter what the final compensation might be in the end. Naturally, the sect master could not be bothered to get involved. So, Pang Jin passed the jade slip to another Divine Ocean Realm cultivator. It would continue to be passed around the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators until it finally circled back to his hands. After inspecting the latest list of demands, he threw in a couple more lines and finally flicked it back to the old man. And so the jade slip went round and round among the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators seemingly without end. The list was amended again and again, but they were ultimately unable to arrive at a consensus. The old man leading the Thousand Demon Ridge group had claimed that the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators could only wait so long, but in reality he spared no effort to go through each and every line before making the appropriate adjustments. It was the same for the others. More than half the day passed just like that. When the jade slip returned to his hands once more, he discovered sheepishly that the latest content was almost the exact same as the initial list. "Can you please show some sincerity already, Pang Jin? That depends on you, not me." One side wanted the moon, and the other wanted to give nothing if possible. It would be stranger if they managed to arrive at a consensus. Tang Yifeng closed his eyes in recuperation. He had a feeling that this farce was going to continue for another week or two at least. The situation at the Spirit Creek battlefield seemed urgent, but in reality it wasn't that bad. Thanks to the natural stronghold that was Weishui, neither side dared to launch an attack. Plus, the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators were also waiting to hear the outcome of the peace talks. While the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were haggling like a housewife, Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect had already begun attacking Cloud Smoke Sect's outpost. To say that the cultivators of Cloud Smoke Sect felt exasperated would be an understatement. This wasn't the first time it had happened, and it wouldn't be the last. Ever since Sky Pillar Sect had been crippled by the enemy, they had been bullied non-stop by their two neighbors. In fact, it was getting to the point where they were getting used to being attacked. Besides those who were responsible for overseeing the Grand Ward, everyone else continued on with their life as usual. There was no chance the two sects would be able to breach the Grand Ward anyway. Worst case scenario, they lost some spirit stones to maintain the Grand Ward. That was until the legate controlling the Grand Ward saw a familiar face stepping out of the crowd. He was accompanied by 30 or so people. At first he couldn't quite understand what was going on. Then the group of 30+ started bringing out their ward flags and moving into position. The legate's face turned as pale as death. The Vanquisher of Sects. He blurted out in a trembling voice. His mind turned blank. For a moment he thought he was mistaken. After all, the Vanquisher of Sects should be standing off against their 20,000-strong army on the opposite side of Wuxia, right? That was thousands of kilometers away. It should be impossible for him to show up here so quickly and without warning unless he teleported over using the Divine Opportunity Column. The Spirit Creek battlefield was huge, but the Divine Opportunity Columns were everywhere. Sure, it cost a ton of contribution points to perform a long-distance teleportation, but would the Vanquisher of Sects be wanting for contribution points? Of course not. God knows how many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators had died by his hands. He would not be crowned with such a demonic title otherwise. Retreat. Retreat back to Jianghu now. It took the legate of the Cloud Smoke Sect only a moment to figure out the truth. Without further ado, he ordered his cultivators to withdraw back to Jianghu. Unfortunately, the cultivators of Cloud Smoke Sect were not gathered in one place. They were so desensitized with the frequent attacks of Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect that they had carried on with their life like it was just another day. As a result, everyone was scattered across the outpost. By the time the order reached everyone, they had already missed their best window of retreat. The Grand Ward was breached, and the cultivators of Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect flooded in like hungry animals. With Lu Yi and Zhu Jia leading at the forefront, it took them only a moment to unleash a river of blood. After the outpost was conquered, Lu Yi immediately entered the Sanctum of Providence and claimed his portion of the blessings on the Divine Opportunity Columns. Before Luo Fu and the others could even finish sweeping the battlefield, he and Zhu Jia had already taken to the sky and vanished into the horizon. Luo Fu shouted, "Faster, faster, faster." The reason Lu Yi did not wait for Luo Fu was simple. He was on a time limit. The Divine Ocean cultivators of both factions were already in the middle of peace talks. They could take forever or they could come to a consensus right now and give the order to cease fire. One way or another, Lu Yi wasn't going to wait and see if his fears would come true. He was going to occupy as many thousand Demon Ridge outposts as possible not only to gather the contribution points he needed, but also increase his side's leverage. In fact, when Silverlight Island and Spell Essence Sect were still attacking Cloud Smoke Sect's outpost, two nearby Grand Sky Coalition sects had already assembled their forces and rushed to another 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost. Lu Yi arrived just in time to coordinate with them and bring down that poor outpost's Grand Ward. Back at a spirit peak at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the atmosphere between the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators was no longer as amiable as before. They hadn't dropped all pretenses and torn into each other yet, but people were starting to take shots at one another directly or indirectly. It was at this moment the 1,000 Demon Ridge old man received a message. After checking it for a second, he expressionlessly passed the jade slip back to Pang Zhen and said, "This is our bottom line. If the Grand Sky Coalition thinks it is acceptable, then we can sign a sacred pact right away." Pang Zhen was surprised when he inspected the jade slip's contents. It was because the amended list of demands actually looked sincere this time. In fact, it was better than what he thought the finalized list would be. A negotiation was like doing business. One side would raise the stakes and another would do the opposite until they finally arrived at a compromise they could both accept. The problem was that they weren't even close to reaching that point. 4,000 Demon Ridge to compromise so much and without warning could only mean that something was wrong. Pang Zhen was no inexperienced greenhorn. He knew that something must have happened to cause 1,000 Demon Ridge to make such a drastic decision all of a sudden, but for now he did not know what it was. His eyes glinted as he passed the jade slip to Tang Yifeng. "Will you please take a look, Elder Tang?" The sect master stopped napping and opened his eyes. He had clearly stated that he wasn't going to participate in the negotiation, and yet Pang Jin was asking him to check the contents of the jade slip a second time. Something unexpected must have happened. The sect master accepted the jade slip and took a look. Just like Pang Jin, he was surprised by the extent Thousand Demon Ridge was compromising. The sect master looked up and stared at the old man. Pang Jin did the same thing. The old man's eyes twitched. Knowing that it was only a matter of time before the Grand Sky Coalition found out, he revealed the truth. Cloud Smoke Sect's outpost had been occupied, and the Miluo sect is under. Their outpost had just been occupied. He then looked at Tang Yifeng and said, "Your new youngling is most impressive." Chapter 335. Oh, they fighting? The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition immediately took out the 10-point map of the Spirit Creek battlefield and took a look. When they discovered that the Cloud Smoke Sect and the Miluo Sect were at least tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Weishui, they could not say anything for a time. They knew that the little fellow from the Crimson Blood Sect must have paid a sizable sum of contribution points to teleport using the Divine Opportunity column. There was no other way to cover such a long distance in the short time he did. To other Spirit Creek Realm cultivators, the option usually wasn't worth the price. After all, contribution points were a valuable currency, and every teleportation cost at least 1,000 contribution points at minimum. This was not a problem for Lu Yi though. Sure, the teleportation was extremely pricey, but he could just earn them back by occupying another outpost. He had already occupied the Cloud Smoke Sect and the Miluo Sect. Who was next? At this point, even the slowest person knew that Lu Yi was planning to redo his nonsense again and again. His first invasion force might have been halted, but that was fine. He could just create another one. This was why the Thousand Demon Ridge had suddenly made such a huge compromise. The old man knew that Lu Yi was capable of setting the entire inner circle on fire if he was allowed to continue. What? What is he thinking? I'll give him a stern scolding right now. Tang Yifeng exclaimed in fake anger before messaging Lu Yi right before the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia were flying toward their next battlefield on their flying spirit artifacts. When he looked down, he saw his sect master's short but succinct message. "I got your back." On the Spirit Peak, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition had gotten busy as well. They messaged their contacts and got more or less the same information as the Thousand Demon Ridge. It was said that Lu Yi had left not long after he occupied the Miluo Sect's outpost, and he was already on his way to his third target. The old man let out a sigh. "Pang Jin, there's no point in delaying the negotiation further. We've stopped him once and we can stop him again. All it'll cost us is a couple of outposts." Pang Jin nodded in agreement. "Oh, we know what you're capable of." The old man said exasperatedly, "Show me your terms." The Thousand Demon Ridge might be in a hurry to end this negotiation, but that definitely wasn't the case for the Grand Sky Coalition. Pang Jin stared the old man in the eye and said, "We want half a province's worth of outposts on top of what you've already seen earlier. Of course, you may negotiate among yourselves which province you wish to give up. And take your time. We are in no hurry whatsoever." There was no doubt that the compromise offered by the Thousand Demon Ridge had exceeded Pang Jin's expectations. If he hadn't heard about Lu Ye's latest exploits, he would have agreed to it already. However, the situation had changed since Lu Yi had begun a second conquest in a completely different location. One could even say that the standoff at Weishui no longer mattered. Pang Jin would not deserve his post if he failed to notice that they were in a position of great advantage once more. As he had told the old man, the Grand Sky Coalition was in no hurry to wrap up the negotiations. It was quite the opposite. The longer the Thousand Demon Ridge took to compromise, the bigger their losses would become. Each time Lu Yi conquered an outpost, they would lose a massive amount of contribution points and resources. Sure, the old man wasn't lying when he said that they could stop Lu Yi. The thing was, Lu Yi could just start a third, fourth, fifth and even 100th conquest. So long as the young man still lived, he wouldn't stop until he literally had nowhere else to go in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Knowing this, Pang Jin's biggest responsibility right now was to force the biggest concession out of the Thousand Demon Ridge using their position of advantage. In fact, the bigger the commotion Lu Yi caused, the greater the pressure on the backs of the Thousand Demon Ridge. "You will regret it if you push us too far, Pang Jin." The old man's tone wasn't nearly as warm as it was before. To be fair, no one could have maintained their cool in his place. The Grand Sky Coalition was going to squeeze them for all they were worth. It was only going to get worse if the Thousand Demon Ridge allowed them to do as they pleased. That's why I told you to take your time. Feel free to negotiate until you've arrived at a solution that all of you can accept, said Pang Jin kindly, as if he was doing the Thousand Demon Ridge a favor. The old man shot him a long look before turning back to his peers. He began interacting with them via his divine sense while sending message after message. It wasn't long before the news that a third Thousand Demon Ridge outpost had been conquered broke out. Liu Ye's second invasion force was now 6 sects strong. The group of 1,000 or so was currently moving toward the next Thousand Demon Ridge outpost in high spirits. All Grand Sky Coalition forces in the area were excited to say the least. They all sent their forces to join the second invasion force. The Thousand Demon Ridge was making some emergency mobilizations as well. Just like before, all Thousand Demon Ridge sects along the path of the invasion force gave up their outposts and assembled at a point some distance away from the front lines. 2 days later, 2 armies of 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators each confronted each other with just 1.5 kilometers of ground between them. Unlike the first conquest though, these armies weren't separated by a natural stronghold, so the situation was a lot more sensitive. One misstep or two might just be enough to trigger a full-scale war. It was only then the champions of the Thousand Demon Ridge let out a small sigh of relief. The Thousand Demon Ridge hadn't suffered too many losses this time since they knew what was coming. They were able to mobilize in time and stop Liu Ye in his tracks before he could occupy more than a dozen or so outposts. Even so, there was no denying that the Thousand Demon Ridge had lost another region of outposts on the board that was the Spirit Creek battlefield. Back on the Spirit Peak of Crouching Dragon Mountain, the old man stared at Pang Zhen with a dark expression on his face. Can we negotiate now? For the past 2 days, both sides had been waiting to hear the latest news from the Spirit Creek battlefield. It wasn't until the second invasion force was halted in their tracks that the old man finally spoke up. Pang Zhen exclaimed in mock surprise. You've come to a decision already? That's quick. Tell me. The old man said, our terms are unchanged. Then there is no negotiation. Don't say I didn't warn you, but that kid is going to start a third conquest if you keep dilly-dallying like this. Every Divine Ocean Realm cultivator on the Thousand Demon Ridge's side felt their eyes twitch. That was exactly what they were worried about. An unprecedented situation was happening on the Spirit Creek battlefield right now. Countless Thousand Demon Ridge sects were recalling their cultivators and forming armies to defend their outposts. Even those who weren't affected were worried that the goddamn Vanquisher of Sects would suddenly step out of their neighbors' forces and give them the fright of their lives. There is no chance we are surrendering half a province no matter what. Man, I'm hungry. Pang Zhen gave his tummy a rub before looking at his peers. Did anyone bring some food? Seeing that Pang Zhen wasn't going to budge, the old man looked at Tang Yifeng and said, Brother Tang, Liu Yi is your disciple. Can you? The sect master waved him off before he could even finish. The Crimson Blood sect is just a tier 9 sect. We do not have the right to give any opinion in a matter of such importance, much less be involved in the decision-making. Our sect will follow whatever the Grand Sky Coalition decides. Just tier 9, he said. Just tier 9. It was one of the most sarcastic things they had ever heard in their lives. But it was the truth. Literally no one had expected a mere tier 9 sect to produce a monster unlike anything the world had ever seen. Not only was Liu Yi giving the Thousand Demon Ridge one of the hardest trashings they had ever experienced in their lives, the worst part was that they didn't really have a good way of dealing with him. They had tried sending real Lake Realm champions to kill him, but the young man managed to kill one of them and cause the death of another. They had tried sending Heaven-grade 9th Order Ghost Cultivators to assassinate him, but not a single one of them had returned alive, much less succeeded in the mission. If the young man was currently in Jianghu, then the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators could have annihilated him with a single fart. However, he was in the Spirit Creek battlefield right now, and he wasn't going to leave anytime soon. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge had never hated the balancing and suppression of the heavens more than they did at this moment. Oh my heavens, they're fighting. Suddenly, a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator blurted out in a trembling voice. What? Both sides lost their cool when they heard this. Even Pang Zhen had forgotten his hunger as he messaged his contacts for the latest updates. What was going on over there? The negotiations weren't over yet. The younglings were supposed to stay put until they were done. More importantly, where had the battle broken out? If it was the second invasion force and the defenders, then that was still acceptable. The numbers in that location weren't so big that any clash would result in massive casualties. But it was the Weishui. Then the situation had officially slipped out of everyone's control. A moment later they got confirmation that, thank the heavens, the battle had not broken out at Weishui. Thanks to the natural stronghold, no one there dared to make the first move. This meant that the battle had broken out on Lu Ye's side. Around 6,000 to 7,000 cultivators had clashed against one another, and the Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who lost horribly. The reason this happened was because the second invasion force was joined by a powerful reinforcement from none other than the Crimson Blood Sect itself. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition exchanged glances with each other for a moment. At their age and cultivation level, there should be very few things that could excite them so anymore, much less a bunch of Spirit Creek Realm younglings. They could not help but lament that younglings these days were way too active. If every one of them was like that boy from the Crimson Blood Sect, then the excitement alone was going to shave at least 100 years off their natural lifespan. They weren't even an active participant in the conflict, and the emotional roller coaster they were currently experiencing was easily the worst they had experienced in decades. On the other side, the Thousand Demon Ridge Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were staring at their counterparts with dark expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Tang Yifeng. The old man stared right back and rebuked, "The hell you're looking at me for? It's not like I'm the one who gave the order. That hopeless boy. Don't worry. I'll give him another stern rebuke right now." Back in the Spirit Creek battlefield, a couple thousand Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were currently chasing down their routing enemy. The giant eagle in the sky was particularly eye-catching. It was none other than Beaky, the giant eagle that watched over the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. At first, Lu Yi was going to leave for another location. The Thousand Demon Ridge had gathered several thousand cultivators, and it didn't look like they would be able to break through them without suffering significant casualties. It was then he received a message from Wuxia. Wuxia had wanted to help Lu Yi since Lu Yi had created his first invasion force. She was a proud member of the Crimson Blood Sect and a medicine cultivator, and Lu Yi never failed to get hurt in big battles like this. She would have liked to treat his wounds at the very least. Unfortunately, he was just too far away at the time. Then she heard the surprising news that Lu Yi had teleported from Weishui to Silverlight Island. The Silverlight Island was much closer to the Crimson Blood Sect, so Wuxia immediately hopped on Beaky and rushed to his aid. She was almost at the battlefield by the time she sent him the message. Lu Yi changed his mind the second he learned that Wuxia had brought Beaky with her. When the time was right, he ordered the invasion force to charge the enemy. The 3,000-strong army had only come to be a few days ago, but their morale was sky-high thanks to all the benefits they had reaped under Lu Ye's leadership. That was why they did not hesitate to obey Lu Ye's order. Chapter 336 Behind the Scenes. On the other side of the battlefield, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't expect the Grand Sky Coalition to launch an attack at all. They thought that this would be the same as Weishui, where both sides were stuck in a stalemate until the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were done with the negotiation. After all, a battle involving thousands of cultivators was no joke. Someone would die, and only a delusional person would dare to claim that they would end up victorious. That was why the Grand Sky Coalition's action made no sense whatsoever. Still, they had to respond to the attack. They had just fallen into formation when a giant shadow suddenly swooped down from above. It flew over the charging Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, spread its wings in midair, and launched a hail of wind blades straight at the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. A hole immediately appeared in their defense line. Gray was on the same level as the great serpent Lu Yi had manipulated a while ago. It was a Tyrant-level spirit beast, and it wasn't an existence even the cultivators on the roll of supremacy could fight against. Back then, drawn by the blood chi within the dragon's scale, the great serpent had nearly conquered the Sky Pillar Sect's outpost single-handedly. The Sky Pillar Sect had lost over 100 cultivators despite resisting with all their might. As a spirit beast that existed on the same level as the great serpent, Gray was just as powerful. In fact, in a battle against cultivators, Gray's mobility should make it deadlier than the great serpent. Every time Gray swooped down from the sky, wind blades would rain from the sky and cut the cultivators into pieces. Blood spilled all over the ground, and massive gaps appeared in what should have been a fairly tight defensive line. While the cultivators were panicking, the invasion force led by Lu Yi and Zhu Jia cut right through them like a hot knife through butter. It took them barely any effort to split the enemy into smaller, easily manageable chunks. The Thousand Demon Ridge put up a valiant resistance, but there was just no way they could hold the line after losing cohesion. Most of the time, they had just unleashed their spirit artifact right before they were hit by several attacks. They were dead before they could scream. The battle only lasted an incense stick before the Thousand Demon Ridge's battle line collapsed completely. It was easy to decide what to do after that. It was decided that the invasion force would be split into two halves. One group would follow Lu Yi and continue to conquer the outposts. They numbered only 1,000 or so, but their numbers would naturally grow with time, and the rest would chase down the routing enemy. They numbered over 2,000. The Thousand Demon Ridge lost over 1,000 people in this battle, but the Grand Sky Coalition lost only 200 to 300. The entire world was shocked when the news was spread. The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of both sides warned the legates at Weishui again and again to stay put unless absolutely necessary. At least half of the reason the second invasion force was able to score such a massive victory was thanks to Grey. The power and intimidation factor of a Tyrant-level spirit beast were just too great. Without it, the outcome of this battle would have been far murkier. It would have been a Pyrrhic victory at best. A day later, the split armies met up and swept through all the abandoned Thousand Demon Ridge outposts around them. Then they marched on. On a spirit artifact ship, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged and bare-chested, revealing an innumerable amount of fresh wounds and old scars. Hua Xi was sitting next to him and healing the fresh wounds with her spiritual power. She let out a little sigh on the inside. On the first day they met, the young man was already covered in wounds. Today his appearance hadn't improved one bit. "Why must you risk your life so?" Hua Xi said quietly. "At this rate, I might actually have to burn paper offerings for you one day." She even shot Yi a reproachful glance. "Why didn't you rein him in?" Yi stuck out her tongue playfully. Like anyone could stop Lu Yi from charging into the fray and going crazy. The best she could do was to stick to his side and block as many hidden knives for him as she could. "How is the outpost doing?" he asked. "Pretty good. Many of them, including Qin Yu, wanted to come to the inner circle to help you after hearing your exploits. I didn't allow them." "Qin Yu's 8th Order already, right?" "Since 2 months ago, yes. He hadn't left because there were many things to do at the outpost." "Are you sure it's okay for you to come here? Who is leading and managing the outpost right now?" "I transferred the Prolgate position to Guiyang before I left. Sister Shui Yuan also approved of this." "Guiyang, that's not a bad choice. He's steadier compared to the others, and I trust in Sister Shui Yuan's insight as well." It was around this time he suddenly felt something from his battlefield imprint. It was a message from the Sect Master. "The pot's about to burst. Do you have any personal requests? I could try and get them for you." It told Lu Yi that the Thousand Demon Ridge was near their breaking point. He thought for a moment before sending a message. At the same time, on a spirit peak at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the tension between the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of both sides was reaching the boiling point. The Thousand-Old Ridge old man said sternly, "The fish may die, but not without splitting the net. You do not want to go to war with us, do you, Pangjin? Sure, we Thousand Demon Ridge do not have an effective way of stopping Lu Yi, but if he keeps this up, we will have no choice but to launch an all-out war involving the entire Spirit Creek battlefield." All Grand Sky Coalition Divine Ocean Realm cultivators turned serious when they heard this. An all-out war involving the entire Spirit Creek battlefield would naturally involve every sect in Jianghu. No one here thought that the Thousand Demon Ridge lacked the guts and determination to do the unthinkable either. They had already sustained astronomical losses at this point, and they were swiftly approaching their bottom line. If Lu Yi still refused to stop, then they would rather flip the table and launch an all-out war. "Why should I suffer alone when I can make everyone else suffer with me?" That was the sentiment that was slowly but surely growing stronger within the Thousand Demon Ridge. Literal rivers of blood would be drawn all across the Spirit Creek battlefield. No sect would be able to live in peace anymore. "Like I told you, we want half a province of..." Silence. "You know we would rather go to war than accept such a condition. Everything else is negotiable." By that, he meant that they could demand for more resources or the like. The old man then looked at the sect master and added, Does your youngling have any terms he would like to offer? It will be given priority. In the end, Lu Yi was the source of everything. Although Pang Zhen was the official representative of the Grand Sky Coalition they were negotiating with, they must take Lu Ye's feelings into consideration as well. Yi does have a couple of requests to make, the sect master said and drew everyone's attention. The old man bowed his head as if reminiscing a terrible past. 3 months ago, Yi was nearly poisoned to death while visiting the heavenly derivative Sects outpost. Is he doing this on purpose? The divine ocean realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge thought furiously when they heard this. Back then, the members of the Crimson Blood sect had thrown such a fit that everyone and their mother thought that Lu Yi was dead. They had even celebrated his demise. In reality, the guy wasn't just perfectly fine, he emerged 2 months later as an extraordinary ward cultivator and created the first ever invasion force in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Today, at least 100,000 Demon Ridge sects had suffered greatly at his hands. The Thousand Demon Ridge had been beyond stunned when they heard that Lu Yi had returned to life. In fact, they still had no idea how he had survived to this day. It was because the poison targeted not just the physical body, but also the divine soul. It should be impossible for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator to survive such a poison. Just when the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators looked like they were about to flip, the sect master abruptly changed his tune. Thankfully, he was ultimately rescued despite teetering on the brink at least several times. No one on the Thousand Demon Ridge's side knew how Lu Yi had survived because only a handful of people knew about the truth. It no longer mattered though. However, he never forgot his dear poisoner for even a second. If Shui Yuan hadn't arrived in time, if Lu Yi didn't happen to have the priceless treasure that was the soul-cleansing water, he would have lived, but Zhu Jiao and Zhao Li would have died for sure. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Lu Yi was still too low on the ladder to have the means to find out the truth himself, but he was certain that the Thousand Demon Ridge could give him an answer. The old man thought for a second before revealing a name. Swear a heavenly oath to prove that you're telling the truth. The old man frowned. Brother Tang, we have known each other for years. The sect master interrupted him rudely. It is precisely because I have known you for years that I know just how sly you are. You could be telling me the truth or you could be throwing out a random tier 6 sect's name. In any case, we can confirm this if you swear a heavenly oath, no? For a moment the old man said nothing at all. Oh, you just lost another outpost, the sect master suddenly announced with obvious schadenfreude. It was the Tower of Mourning. The old man gave a different name. As far as I know, it was the Tower of Mourning who perpetrated it. The sect master immediately launched into a tirade. I knew it. I fucking knew it was those underhanded dogs. I should have annihilated them way back then. He did not ask the old man to swear a heavenly oath this time because he could feel that the old man was telling him the truth. He immediately messaged Lu Yi about it. Lu Yi was standing in the middle of a rubble when he received the sect master's message. He grew thoughtful when he saw its contents. It was a name he had heard before. Back at the Golden Tip, Shui Yuan's alter ego, Sister Wei Yang had mentioned the name of 3 sections. The first was the Cult Blackfire, the second was the Tower of Mourning, and the third was the Vale of Venom. Before the Battle of Golden Tip, all 3 sects were either Tier 1 or Tier 2 sections. Later, the Crimson Blood sect paid them back by destroying their headquarters and massacring all of their Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. To this day they still hadn't recovered from their loss. Now they were only Tier 4 or Tier 5 at best. Lu Yi was very familiar with the Cult Blackfire. His last opponent in the Battle of Golden Tip was a sacred child who willingly destroyed her spiritual points just to fight him. In the end, she still died at his hands. Lu Yi had already occupied the outpost of the Cult Blackfire. To say that the crazy spell cultivators had left a deep impression on him would be an understatement, which was why he had steered his first invasion force in their direction. It wasn't exactly intentional, but it was looking like they were going that way anyway, so why not? Lu Yi had never made contact with the Vale of Venom. The 10-point map revealed them to be a long distance away from his current position as well. On the other hand, the Tower of Mourning wasn't that far away. Considering their normal pace, the invasion force should be able to make it there in less than 3 days. He immediately tapped on the battlefield imprint at the back of his hand. Chapter 337, The Tower of Mourning. On a spirit peak at the Crouching Dragon Mountain, The sect master once again thumped his chest and raged, "This boy is gonna be the end of me, I swear." Pang Jin hurriedly asked, "Calm down, Elder Tang. What happened?" The sect master replied, "The boy demanded me to give him 3 days to conquer the Tower of Morning's outpost, or he would not be able to let this go. What kind of nonsense is that? He has no respect for his seniors at all. It's all my fault. The Crimson Blood sect hasn't accepted a disciple for so long that I'd forgotten how to teach, much less discipline them." The old man looked aggrieved and regretful, but there wasn't a soul here who didn't know what he was implying. Pang Jin couldn't follow through with the act either. He was the deputy coalition leader of the Grand Sky Coalition. Who would take his word seriously if he acted that way? The old man from the Thousand Demon Ridge looked stormy to say the least. A long time later, he finally uttered through gritted teeth, "He may occupy the Tower of Morning but absolutely nothing else. If he so much as touches one of the outposts on his way there, then we will go to war with the Grand Sky Coalition. I swear this with the heavens as my witness." Pang Jin turned serious and the sect master nodded. "I will explain the situation to him and tell him to look at the bigger picture." Lu Yi received another message from his sect master. As he thought, his time was finally up. Since he emerged from the heavenly derivative sect, he had created 2 Grand Sky Coalition armies and conquered over 100,000 Demon Ridge outposts in over a month. His allies had benefited massively from the conquest, while his enemies had suffered astronomical losses. Both sides' Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were in the middle of peace talks right now, and it was clear that they had arrived at some sort of agreement at least. If he ignored the warnings and persisted in his ways, then the situation would truly spiral out of control. It was true that he could simply teleport to another location and restart his conquest again and again. In fact, he could theoretically do this until the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was conquered. However, it would also force the Thousand Demon Ridge to go to war against the Grand Sky Coalition. Therefore, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing to stop here. They could even demand a little more compensation from the Thousand Demon Ridge for the ceasefire. Having made up his mind, Lu Yi asked Luo Fu to summon the legates for a meeting. It was clear that the legates had already received the instructions of their elders though. They understood what was going to happen and why they were stopping without needing much explanation from Lu Yi. It was a shame, but it was inevitable. This was how the battles between the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge usually ended. This wasn't the first time one faction had gained a massive advantage over the other, but they rarely pushed the other side so far that they couldn't see any hope whatsoever because they knew that an opponent with nothing to lose was the scariest opponent of them all. This was especially true considering the Great War over 30 years ago. Feng Wujiang had tried to wipe out the Thousand Demon Ridge once and for all, but he ultimately wasn't able to achieve impossible. The Crimson Blood sect fell from grace after that, and the Grand Sky Coalition itself had sustained huge losses. After the meeting, the group scattered and rallied their cultivators. They were mobilizing to head back to their sections. The invasion force began retracing their steps and went home. When all was said and done, Lu Yi, Huaxi, Zhu Jia and Yi were the only ones left at the ruins of the outpost. "Brother Li." Lu Yi suddenly looked in a certain direction and called out. Huaxi and the others were surprised by his action. They were even more surprised when someone actually stepped out a few seconds later. He had a handsome face, straight pupils and enchanting eyes. He was wearing a set of white robes that was patterned with red clouds, and it matched his glistening white hair perfectly. A calabash gourd was hanging off his waist. He was none other than Li Baxian. "How did you know I was here?" Li Baxian looked surprised. He thought he had hidden himself pretty well, but Lu Yi still saw through him somehow. "You joined the invasion force as an independent cultivator about half a month ago. Then you flew all the way from Weishui to join me. I would be remiss to miss you after all the pains you've gone through to protect me, Brother Li." As Lu Yi said, Li Baxian had secretly joined him when he was still leading the first invasion force. He just hadn't revealed himself. To be specific, he had shown off after the Heaven-grade 9th Order Ghost Cultivator's assassination attempt. Clearly, he had shown up because he was worried for Lu Ye's safety. As for why he hadn't revealed himself to Lu Yi, it was because he thought it would be easier for him to act that way. It wasn't that he didn't want to meet his junior brother. After Lu Yi had teleported to the Silverlight Island using the Divine Opportunity Column, Li Baxian had rushed over on his Flying Spirit artifact. He had even assassinated a not insignificant number of Core Circle cultivators on the way. "I'm very glad, junior brother." Li Baxin was of course delighted to learn that Lu Ye's perception was as sharp as it was. He finally understood why Lu Yi had dared to send the invasion force away as well. The young man knew he was watching nearby from the start. Li Baxin was the second runner-up on the Scroll of Supremacy. There should be no one who could harm their group unless the enemy drastically outnumbered them, not to mention that the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted Lu Yi to stop as soon as possible. Right now, the last thing they wanted to do was to send assassins, fail, and give him the excuse to continue his conquest. So, to the Tower of Mourning? Li Baxin asked. He had obviously received the intel as well. Lu Yi nodded. All right then. Let's go. Li Baxin raised a hand and summoned a huge sword spirit artifact. After he jumped onto it, the sword grew a lot bigger in just a couple of seconds. It shot to the sky after everyone had gotten on the spirit artifact sword. If Biki was still here, then of course they would have ridden it to the Tower of Mourning's outpost instead. However, Biki had never forgotten the order Feng Wujiang had given it back then. It did not mind carrying the disciples of the Crimson Blood sect here and there, but it would not linger in the wilderness for even a second longer. That was why Biki had flown back to the outpost immediately after the battle was over. Lu Yi sighed in admiration as his surroundings flew backward at high speed. He had known that sword cultivators were famed for their speed, but it was only now that he was able to experience it firsthand. Of course, there was the fact that Li Baxin himself was an extremely powerful cultivator. Li Baxin sipped on liquor and hummed to himself as they traveled. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. He might not be a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect anymore, but it was his roots. Of course he was pleased and honored that his sect had produced a monster like Lu Yi. Sometimes they would pass by another flyer or two, but they all avoided Li Baxin like the plague. One look at the aura he left behind was all they needed to know that he was not one they wanted to trifle with. The trip to the Tower of Mourning's outpost should have taken 3 days, but thanks to Li Baxin, they arrived in less than a day. At the outpost, several hundred grim-faced Tower of Mourning cultivators were assembled at the public square. The Grand Ward was active as well. Their elders had informed them of the Thousand Demon Ridge's strategic decision. They wanted them to abandon their outpost to appease Lu Yi. It was a decision they couldn't accept as a matter of course. Every object in the outpost was the culmination of their Spirit Creek realm cultivators' blood, sweat and tears. It represented generations upon generations of hard work. That was why they didn't evacuate immediately even though their elders had commanded them to do so repeatedly. However, Lu Yi had surprised them all by showing up in less than a day instead of the expected 3 days. The news shocked and angered the Tower of Mourning cultivators. It wasn't long before they reached the edge of the Grand Ward and exchanged glares with Lu Yi. The invasion force was nowhere to be seen. It looked like Lu Yi had only brought a couple of people with them. The Tower of Mourning cultivators felt great temptation when they realized this. Was this their chance to kill Lu Yi and become the heroes of the Thousand Demon Ridge? That temptation subsided considerably when they recognized the white-haired young man standing beside Lu Yi. Was there anyone who did not know the second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy, Li Baxin? His iconic white hair and the calabash gourd were all they needed to see to identify him. Outside the ward, Lu Yi slowly swept his gaze across the crowd before locking eyes with a man in black clothing. Are you going to open the ward yourself, or are you going to make me breach it? The man in black clothing was undoubtedly the legate or the prolgate of the Tower of Mourning. How could he tell? It was because the control gem was hanging off his waist. The guy did not give a response. He simply stared expressionlessly at Lu Yi. So Lu Yi brought out his ward flags and launched them at various nodes. He then channeled his spiritual power into them. In just a dozen or so breaths, a small gap had appeared in the Grand Ward. This was how he had breached the Grand Ward of Sunlit Mountain, though at the time he had a bunch of ward cultivators to support him. With his current attainment, tearing a small gap like this was almost as easy as breathing. Lu Ye's group then stepped through the hole under the stunned gazes of the Tower of Mourning cultivators. The tension grew razor-sharp in an instant. The sound of spirit artifacts being unsheathed came from nearly every direction as the Tower of Mourning cultivators channeled their spiritual power in silence, ready to act at first notice. Li Baxin grabbed his calabash gourd and took a deep gulp. He beamed at the people around him after letting out a satisfied burp. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Every time his gaze swept across a vital spot, the affected cultivator looked like they had fallen into an ice pit. Death sat on their shoulders and licked at their divine souls like an invisible, ravenous beast. It chilled them to their core, to put it mildly. The invisible pressure was akin to torture. It built up more and more until the weak-willed cultivators started turning red in the face and shaking like a leaf. It was clear that they were on the verge of exploding. The man in black clothing said suddenly, "Li Baxin, the Tower of Mourning will hunt you to the ends of the world." He had just said this when a translucent sword only 1/3 of a meter long suddenly touched his forehead. No one had even seen how Li Baxin moved. 1 second there was nothing, and the next Li Baxin was pressing a translucent sword against the heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator's forehead just deep enough to draw blood. Crimson blood trickled down his forehead before splitting at the bridge of his nose. It was like an ugly, bloody makeup. "Did you just threaten me?" Li Baxin tilted his head curiously. "I dare you to say another word." The man in black clothing looked furious, but he kept silent. Everyone knew that sword cultivators were notoriously poor at taking threats. Li Baxin would kill him if he said another word. He wasn't afraid to die, but his death would definitely lead to physical conflict, and only the heavens knew how many cultivators they would lose if that happened. A top-tier sword cultivator was no one to be trifled with. Chapter 338, No Regrets. One could even say that Li Baxin was purposely goading them into attacking. If they lost their cool, then it would cause no end of trouble. It was one thing if they knew they could kill Lu Yi for sure. In that case they would become the heroes of the Thousand Demon Ridge. However, they were unlikely to succeed while Li Baxin was around. The man in black clothing wasn't feeling confident in the least. That was why he didn't dare to make a move. At the same time, he regretted his earlier decision. If he knew that things would turn out like this, he would have evacuated back to Jianghu with his cultivators already. The short sword rang lightly before slashing downward. The control gem hanging off the guy's waist shattered into pieces. The Grand Ward stopped functioning. The barrier of energy was still there, but it had lost all of its power and function. "Open the way, Zhu. Lu Yi instructed. Zhu immediately walked forward. Some Tower of Mourning cultivators tried to block his way, but he just pushed right through them. It resulted in the occasional grunts of pain and even the snapping of bones. Zhu's physique was so that there were only a handful of body-tempering cultivators in the core circle who might be able to give him a run for his money. In the inner circle? Such a person simply did not exist. Naturally, the Tower of Mourning cultivators were only torturing themselves by standing in his way. Lu Yi stuck close to Zhu as they made their way toward the Sanctum of Providence. He kept a hand on his saber the entire time. The hundreds of Tower of Mourning cultivators gritted their teeth in humiliation and fury, but no one dared to act without their legate's order. Everyone here knew what the consequences of attacking Lu Yi now were. Their Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had arrived at a consensus, and the Tower of Mourning was Lu Yi's last stop. Therefore, their first priority should be seeing off this walking pestilence as soon as possible. It was humiliating, but their dignity could be regained, and their lost blessings would be compensated by the Thousand Demon Ridge. This was also why Li Baxin had not gone on a killing spree already. Anyone who attacked first would be, in essence, damaging the peace talks between the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. No Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could possibly endure the avalanche of consequences that stemmed from it. Zhu continued his unstoppable, bone-breaking march until they reached the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi then put his hand on the Divine Opportunity column and robbed all of its blessings in his capacity as the legate of the Crimson Blood Sect. On the public square, every Tower of Mourning cultivator was closing their eyes in pain. It sounded like their spine was being snapped vertebra by vertebra as they listened to the creaking noises coming from the Sanctum of Providence. The world's spiritual chi in the Outpost began thinning at a ridiculous pace after the blessings were removed from the Divine Opportunity column. The Outpost's area of influence rapidly shrank, and even the Grand Ward that was barely functioning abruptly shattered into pieces. A short while later, Lu Yi emerged from the sanctum and gave Li Baxin a nod. The sword cultivator had been standing guard at the entrance. Li Baxin then summoned his massive flying sword once more. After everyone had jumped on board, Li Baxin let out a guffaw and shot into the sky. From the Tower of Mourning cultivator's point of view, they looked like a shooting star that was shooting upward instead of down. The sword cultivator had never felt this good in his life. With his abilities, there was practically no one except those on the top rung of the scroll of supremacy he couldn't kill. However, It was a completely different experience to waltz into an enemy outpost as a small group and plunder every last contribution point right before the enemy's eyes. To say that he enjoyed the frustration and helplessness present on each and every face would be an understatement. At almost the same time, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators on the Spirit Peak at Crouching Dragon Mountain were receiving the latest updates from their contacts. Their hearts had leaped to their throats when they received the most horrifying news about 15 minutes ago. Instead of the expected 3 days, the Vanquisher of Sects had appeared at the Tower of Mourning's outpost in under a day. The problem was that the cultivators of Tower of Mourning hadn't evacuated, so it was like a spark meeting powder keg that was already primed to explode. To say it was the scariest 15 minutes of their long life would be an exaggeration, but it certainly was among the top 10. No one could say for certain what might happen next. Thankfully, the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators of the Tower of Mourning ultimately did not allow their emotions to get to their head. They would definitely have to compensate them properly for their loss and discretion, though that was for the Thousand Demon Ridge to think about. The Thousand Demon Ridge old man looked at the Sect Master and said, "With this, I believe that the matter is satisfactorily resolved for all parties?" "Good. This must not happen again though." The Sect Master nodded in agreement. "I'll ground that brat the second I reach home." The Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge merely shot him a cold look. The Sect Master called it grounding, but he was really sheltering the young man. To say that this matter had grown way out of control would be an understatement. The matters of the Spirit Creek battlefield rarely affected Jianghu because Spirit Creek Realm was the lowest cultivation level. This time though, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators themselves had to come out and negotiate a solution. A case like this was literally unprecedented. In fact, the Vanquisher of Sects had done a surprising amount of things that should be impossible for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator until this point. It would not even be an exaggeration to say that he had single-handedly turned the Spirit Creek battlefield upside down. If he continued to show his face in the Spirit Creek battlefield, he would definitely be attacked in every way possible. The old man then looked at Pang Zhen and said, "The compensation will be prepared in a month's time." Pang Zhen nodded. The old man hadn't sworn a heavenly oath, but he wasn't worried that the Thousand Demon Ridge would renege on the promise. There were only downsides if they did. A moment later, the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge finally left the scene. Pang Zhen exhaled deeply as the tension that had been building in his heart all this time finally subsided. They had been forced to negotiate with their enemies on this mountain and pay attention to all the events in the Spirit Creek battlefield for days. They had experienced not one but numerous emotional roller coasters in the past week. It was a rare experience to say the least. "Let's go." Pang Zhen beckoned as everyone took to the sky and split up a few seconds later. They all came from different provinces after all. Naturally, their path home was not the same. On the way, Pang Zhen said, "Elder Tang, your boy is going to go to the core circle after he switches his cultivation technique to a Heaven Grade 1, right?" "Yeah. What are you trying to say?" "If he wants to, the righteous sect welcomes him to cultivate at our outpost." The Sect Master nodded. "I will let him know. Whether he will actually visit is up to him." It sounded like Pang Zhen was trying to improve his disciples' prestige or befriend the Crimson Blood sect, but the Sect Master knew he wasn't. He was protecting Lu Yi. Lu Yi had basically started a mini-war in the Spirit Creek battlefield. There was no Thousand Demon Ridge sect in the world who didn't want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. As a Ninth-Order cultivator, the young man was among the best of the best in the inner circle. However, that would change once he entered the core circle. The cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge were sure to shower him with all kinds of attention. It would be a manhunt the likes of which the Spirit Creek battlefield had never seen. Moreover, the core circle was a different landscape compared to the inner circle. Champions were a dime a dozen in that place and they responded faster to threats. Even with Lu Ye's ward-breaching skills, it was doubtful he would be able to act as he pleased in the core circle. The Righteous Sect was a Tier 1 sect. He would be safer there than most places. In any case, Pang Zhen thought it natural to lend a fellow Bingzhouer a hand. The Sect Master did not make the decision on behalf of Lu Yi though. He just said that he would tell Lu Yi about it. About 7 or 8 days later, a sword light descended in the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost from above. They should have arrived sooner, but even Li Baxin was hard-pressed to carry so many people on his flying spirit artifact for so long. In fact, they had taken turns to fly the group so that no one person would be completely exhausted. Naturally, the trip home took a couple days longer. At least they weren't attacked by anyone along the way. Heck, they hadn't even seen a 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator in the past couple days. The 1,000 Demon Ridge was just that defeated. They had lost over 100 outposts and their greatest protector, the Grand Ward, was completely useless to the Vanquisher of Sects. Even now, the 1,000 Demon Ridge was still being ruled by the shadow of Lu Yi. Although it was confirmed that the Vanquisher of Sects had ceased his conquest, no one dared to let up their guard for even a moment. Every man and woman was staying in their outpost in case of an emergency. The outpost had been informed of their arrival a while ago, so they saw at least a couple hundred cultivators waiting for them when they arrived at the public square. With Qin Yu at the helm, the disciples saluted the group and greeted, "Welcome home, Brother Lu." As Wuxia had mentioned earlier, the cultivators of the Crimson Blood Sect had desperately wanted to support Lu Yi when the young man was dominating the inner circle. They only didn't because Wei Shui was too far away, and their cultivation level was still lacking. When they learned that Lu Yi had created a second invasion force, they immediately sent their representative, Wuxia, to assist him. Lu Yi had come home in triumph, so of course it was their duty to give him a warm welcome. What disciple wouldn't be proud of their legate's numerous and practically miraculous exploits? Different standings created different perspectives. To the 1,000 Demon Ridge, the Vanquisher of Sects was a walking calamity that deserved 1,000,000 deaths and more, but to the Grand Sky Coalition and the Crimson Blood Sect, he was their lucky star and their hero. Besides that, the Crimson Blood Sect cultivators were quite curious about Lu Ye's brawny companion, Jia. They had heard for the longest time that Lu Yi was accompanied by an extremely powerful body-tempering cultivator, but as the saying went, seeing was believing. It wasn't until they saw him with their own eyes that they realized just how vigorous he really was. Even He Xin, a fellow body-tempering cultivator, could not help but give Jia's stone-like chest a 1-2 punch to confirm that he wasn't an illusion. Jia felt nothing at all, but she felt like she had just punched the ground. It wasn't just a gap in cultivation but also a gap in physique. From the sidelines, Li Baxin watched it all with a gladdened expression. He felt younger just being next to his junior brothers and sisters. Once upon a time he had dreamed of seeing exactly this scene, an outpost that was filled with people and energy. Instead, the Crimson Blood Sect itself had nearly been removed as a sect. Today his dream had finally come true. A long time later, after the crowd had finally dispersed, Li Baxin said suddenly, "I'm leaving, junior brother." Once, he was frustrated with the fact that he had to devote most of his time and energy in the devoted ones despite being a former Crimson Blood Sect disciple. That was not the case anymore. For as long as Lu Yi remained in the Crimson Blood Sect, it would never decline. In fact, he could see the opposite happening under his junior brother's leadership. Lu Yi had accomplished what he had tried and failed to do. He no longer had any regrets. Chapter 339 Rewards. If you're not in a hurry, can I ask you a couple of things before you leave? It's not every day you visit the sect. Li Baxin smiled and tapped a finger on his battlefield imprint. You can just message me, no? Sister Shui has cooked a feast. It's been a long time since I last saw the old man. I should pay him a visit at the very least. He then started walking toward the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi shot Wuxia a meaningful look. The girl immediately followed behind Li Baxin with Yi and Jia. A while later they had all teleported back to the headquarters using the Divine Opportunity column. Lu Yi did not follow them. Instead he pressed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column. For the past month or two, he was either fighting or plundering the blessings of the outposts of the 1,000 Demon Ridge. It was finally time to reap the rewards. Plundered blessings could be converted into an equal amount of sect contribution points through his sect's Divine Opportunity column only. He had already done this once after returning from the chess sea, so the routine was not unfamiliar to him. First, he used his privilege as the legate to check the current balance of sect contribution points in the Divine Opportunity column. There were only 2,000 plus contribution points. As of now, their Divine Opportunity column only had one type of blessing, and it was the type that increased the concentration of the Outpost's World Spiritual Qi. There were 19 such blessings in total, and each blessing improved the Outpost's World Spirit Qi by 10%. The Divine Opportunity column itself already improved the World Spiritual Qi by 10%, so in total the Outpost's World Spiritual Qi was 200% richer than the Wilderness. If the spiritual Qi concentration of the Wilderness was valued at 1, then the Crimson Blood Sect Outpost was 2. He used to think that their Outpost world spiritual chi was pretty rich, but he changed his opinion after visiting various major Sects outposts. With a thought, the plundered blessings in his battlefield imprint shattered into tiny motes of light and sank into the divine opportunity column. For a moment, it looked like the column was surrounded by a sea of fireflies. They looked extremely pretty. The number indicating the amount of Sect contribution point in the divine opportunity column started climbing at a ridiculous rate. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Lu Yi did not know if there existed another divine opportunity column with such a ridiculous amount of Sect contribution points in the Spirit Creek battlefield, perhaps in the core circle, but he was certain that theirs was the only one in the outer or inner circles. How much was 3 million contribution points? One ordinary 9th order realm cultivator was worth 9 points at his current cultivation level, so he would have to kill 33,333 people to reach that number. To say it was a ridiculous number would be the understatement of the century. Lu Yi had stacked up quite the body count at this point, but he was still many zeros away from reaching that number. Of course, slaying enemy cultivators was hardly the only way to accrue contribution points. Handling insectoid attacks, selling stuff in the Vault of Providence and more were ways to earn contribution points as well. It was just that slaying enemy cultivators was the most common way to the masses. When the number finally came to a stop, it showed 3,100,000 plus Sect contribution points. It seemed like an impossible number, but Lu Yi and the first invasion force had conquered at least 100,000 Demon Ridge outposts before they were stopped at Weishui. He did not touch the first 3 sects because of favors due to the heavenly derivative sect, but the rest were fair game. He was the one who created the invasion force, so his share was much bigger than everyone else's. At best, he got 10% of the contribution points. At worst, he still got 5%. The sects in the inner circle had been developing their outposts for many years. Even 5% of the blessings in the divine opportunity columns was a lot. The second invasion force's success was comparatively smaller, but they had still conquered 20 to 30 outposts in total. This was especially true for the last outpost he conquered, the Tower of Mourning. In this case, he was able to monopolize every blessing in the divine opportunity column. As the saying went, many little drops make an ocean. The reason he toiled so hard and so long, going so far as to teleport to another location to restart his conquest after learning that the divine ocean realm cultivators had begun their negotiation, was for this moment. It was enough for what he had in mind. In fact, there would be plenty of contribution points left for himself. Lu Yi did not rush to increase his Sect's world spiritual chi. First things first, he paid himself a salary. In the past, he thought that a salary was fixed at 10% of the total Sect contribution points. Later, he learned that personal contribution was factored into the equation as well. Assuming that his contribution to the Sect was lacking, he would not be able to pay himself anything substantial even if he was the legate. That was why he was able to pay himself and Hua Ci their salary without a hitch after returning from the Chess Sea. They had earned every point with their blood, sweat and tears. The Divine Opportunity column currently had over 3,100,000 contribution points, so the most he could pay himself was 31,000 contribution points. A thought later, the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand immediately burned like someone had stuck a red-hot branding iron to it. Thankfully, the feeling went away as quickly as it came. After confirming that the balance was transferred successfully, he finally began improving the outpost's world spiritual chi. The purchase price of the blessing was incremental. To be specific, each blessing cost 500 contribution points more than the last. At the beginning, one blessing only cost 500 contribution points, but now the latest price was 10,000. Every new blessing increased the concentration of world spiritual chi in the outpost by 10% and 10% only. It was why it cost a ridiculous amount of contribution points to improve it during the latter half of the outpost development. One could even say that the development of the outpost itself was a maw that could consume it all no matter how many points you sank into it. Lu Yi paid the new price no heed, however. As he made the purchases, the remaining 2,790,000 Sect contribution points started decreasing at a visible rate. The Divine Opportunity column itself kept twisting and changing and making all sorts of clicking noises. At the outpost, the Crimson Blood Sect disciples were celebrating Lu Ye's triumphant return when suddenly the world changed. The world spiritual chi in the outpost had suddenly become extremely abnormal, and before the cultivators could investigate the anomaly, large patches of dark clouds started forming above the outpost. The clouds were so thick that even the sun had been completely blotted. It was like a massive end-of-the-world creature that was bearing down on them. It was impossible not to panic at this. What scared the Crimson Blood Sect disciples even more was the fact that the already dense clouds were still growing thicker by the second. The prolgate, Guiyang hurried out of his residence and looked up. Seeing that things were not looking good, he hurriedly messaged Lu Yi and removed the Grand Ward using the control gem at the same time. No matter what these dark clouds were, he did not want the Grand Ward to be up when it bore down on them. It would probably shatter upon contact. A moment later, he rushed into the Sanctum of Providence and said in a hurry, "It's bad, Brother Lu. You need to come out and check this out as soon as possible." Lu Yi was losing his patience because the blessings could not be purchased in one go. He turned around and asked, "What?" "There's something strange going on in the sky right now." Lu Yi frowned and dashed out of the Sanctum of Providence. After observing the sky for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." He then went back into the Sanctum of Providence and resumed the tedious process of purchasing the remaining blessings. Right now, Guiyang was feeling rather dumbfounded by how careless his fifth senior brother was acting. It looked like the end of the world up there, so how could it possibly be nothing? Still, if Brother Lu said it's nothing, then it's probably nothing, right? After consoling the nearest disciples and walking back into the Sanctum of Providence, he immediately heard a rapid series of clicking noises coming from the Divine Opportunity column. He slowly walked up to Lu Yi while voicing his doubts. "What are you doing, Brother Lu?" He used to be an independent cultivator, and he had only replaced Hua Si as the prolgate a while ago. Naturally, he had never learned to purchase a blessing. "Now that I think about it, you haven't done this before, have you?" "That's perfect. Take my place and familiarize yourself with the process," Lu Yi said while beckoning Lu Yi to his position. Guiyang did as Lu Yi had instructed him to. His eyeballs nearly fell out of his eye sockets when he saw the number indicating the sect contribution points. Unable to believe his eyes, he rubbed his eyes but could not see any change in the number. Finally, he looked at Lu Yi as if to confirm that it was real. "Buy it." Right. Guiyang hurriedly went to work. Clack click clack. The Divine Opportunity column began making clicking noises once more. While this was going on, Lu Yi pressed his hand on the Divine Opportunity column again and connected to the Vault of Providence with a thought. He quickly found what he was looking for. It was an item that could only be purchased in the Vault of Providence, and it was so rare that even the Divine Trade Association was out of stock. Its price was a ludicrous 150,000 contribution points. The item was a spirit pill of sorts. When he first saw it at the Vault of Providence, he had been absolutely flabbergasted by its ludicrous price. He had thought it would take him a very long time to accrue the contribution points necessary to purchase it, but as it turned out, he managed to do it before he even entered the core circle. My heartfelt thanks to all the 1,000 Demon Ridge sects who so kindly donated their contribution points to the Grand Sky Coalition. There were only 8 of these spirit pills in the Vault of Providence. Back when his second senior sister was still in the Spirit Creek battlefield, there were still over 30 of the spirit pills. However, it decreased to just 8 over time. No one knew where the spirit pills came from. There was no one in the entire Jianghu who was capable of refining them. There existed a good number of rare items that could not be obtained or refined with current knowledge in the Vault of Providence. Some people deduced that it was the remnants of the previous cultivation world, which was why the number of these items never increased with time, only the opposite. Just one of these spirit pills cost 150,000 contribution points, but Lu Yi purchased 2 without so much as batting an eyelid. As a result, he went from being wealthy enough to rival a country to broke. Still, he had over 10,000 leftover contribution points. He withdrew his mind and looked down at his hands. He was now holding 2 ancient-looking wooden boxes. After inspecting their contents and confirming that the spirit pills weren't damaged in any way, he finally put them safely inside his storage bag. "I can't buy any more, Brother Lu," Guiyang's voice came from the side. Lu Yi pressed his hand on the Divine Opportunity column once more. What was 2,790,000 contribution points at the beginning had dwindled to just 400,000. There were also 99 blessings on the Divine Opportunity column now. Lu Yi tried to purchase more, but as Guiyang had told him just now, he couldn't. "So, 99 blessings really is the limit," Lu Yi said, raising his eyebrows. He had heard from Li Baxian that a divine opportunity column in the outer circle could not carry more than 99 blessings, but for obvious reasons no outer circle sects had ever been able to purchase this many blessings. That was why no one knew if it was the truth or just hearsay until now. Chapter 340 10 times the increase. The opportunity column continued to click and clack non-stop. By now, the dark clouds in the sky had become so thick that it almost felt like nighttime. Everyone was looking up into the sky. Although they were still worried, Guiyang had told some of them that the phenomenon was nothing, and the word had spread. That was why no one was particularly panicked. The moment the clicking noises from the divine opportunity column stopped, the dark clouds abruptly descended toward the ground. From a distance, it looked like a massive piece of cotton was falling toward the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. The wind blew. It was so powerful that the disciples had to squint. The dark clouds abruptly disappeared, and light returned to the outpost once more. That wasn't the only thing that had changed though. The surrounding world's spiritual chi had also undergone an impossible change. Cultivators were naturally sensitive toward changes like this. Exclamations of shock immediately broke out from every corner of the outpost. No one could quite believe what they were sensing. The surrounding spiritual chi had become much richer. Now that the divine opportunity column was imbued with 99 blessings instead of 19, the concentration of the outpost's world spiritual chi was 10 times richer than the wilderness. It was almost like the air had suddenly turned liquid. The disciples began cheering. In the past, they were independent cultivators that belonged to nowhere. They had had to attach themselves to the bazaar located outside the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost until Lu Yi recruited them and afforded them the treatment and benefits a proper cultivator enjoyed. Not long ago the quality of the outpost's world spiritual chi had increased, and the disciples were overjoyed as it directly improved their cultivation efficiency. However, today's improvement was even greater than that. The concentration of the world spiritual chi went from 2 times greater than the wilderness to 10 times. Everyone knew that the good times had arrived. Their talent might be below average, but with such an environment their cultivation speed would be as good as most of the sects in the outer circle or even the inner circle, if not better. While the disciples at the outpost were celebrating uproariously, Lu Yi had teleported back to the headquarters. The headquarters was almost desolate compared to the outpost because they didn't have many true acolytes yet. Besides Hua Xi's group, they had only Guiyang, He Xin and a handful of people in their ranks. Moreover, they spent most of their time cultivating in the outpost and returned to the headquarters only once in a while. First, Lu Yi paid his respects to the sect master and listened to his teachings. The commotion you caused in the inner circle this time is no joke. It was agreed during the peace talks that the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge will pay us a hefty compensation to make you stop. You should lie low until then. Yes, sect master, Lu Yi responded before asking, does this mean I can't breach another outpost's grand ward without good reason from now on, sect master? Of course you can. Whatever made you think that? But the peace talks. We agreed that you will stop this time, but we never agreed that you will stop once and for all. That said, you should wait until we've received the compensation, and know that the Thousand Demon Ridge would rather fight us to the death than let this happen a second time. That is how hard you've hurt them. In the future, try not to go overboard with your schemes. It's one thing to test one's bottom line, and another to completely cross the line, so to speak. The Grand Sky Coalition will suffer if the Thousand Demon Ridge resolves themselves to take us down with them. Lu Yi thought for a moment before nodding. I understand. The sect master's meaning was clear. He was saying that Lu Yi was free to attack any outpost, but it was best if he avoided creating an army of thousands or tens of thousands. It was arguable that Lu Yi was simply acting in his capacity as a cultivator in the first case, but not the second. The Thousand Demon Ridge was also far more inclined to resort to drastic action in the second case. This disciple shall be taking his leave. Yi. Lu Yi turned around. The sect master beamed at him. It is the Crimson Blood Sect and my fortune to have met you in the Evil Moon Valley. Lu Yi bowed deeply, and I you, sect master. Go well. Now that he thought about it, there were 2 main reasons he was able to join the Crimson Blood Sect. One of them was luck and another was Pang Dahai. Without Pang Dahai's careful explanation and hints, he might not have made the decision to join the Crimson Blood Sect that day. Back then he had wondered why Pang Dehai hadn't just told it to him straight, and that he was making things unnecessarily complicated with his obtuse hints or even just making fun of him. Now though he realized it was an act of kindness. He was a disciple of the Righteous Sect and the nephew of the vice-coalition leader of the Grand Sky Coalition, Pang Jin. He clearly did not want the Crimson Blood Sect to be removed. That was why he had secretly manipulated him into joining the Crimson Blood Sect. It was to ensure its continued existence. He'd like to thank the man if he got the chance. Every time Lu Yi came home, Shui Yuan would prepare a feast for him. Today was no exception. There was barely any talking at the dining table because everyone was busy gorging themselves on her food, and this was doubly true for Jujia. The body-tempering cultivator had never eaten such a delicious medicinal feast in his life, and he hadn't stopped chowing down since he had taken his first bite. He ate until he felt like his own tongue had vanished into his stomach. He was a quiet, wooden man. Despite having followed Lu Yi for some time, he had remained aloof and uncaring of other people's opinion. Not Shui Yuan though. His respect toward Shui Yuan was almost palpable. Lu Yi and Li Baxin were trying to get each other drunk. His fourth senior brother was looking at Shui Yuan nervously at the beginning, but he let go after realizing that his second senior sister wasn't about to whoop his ass. It was a feast with good liquor, a lot of drink and mild drunkenness. Sometime later, Lu Yi and Li Baxin went fishing at the center of the lunar mirror. They each held a fishing rod and chatted about everything while Yi cooked tea next to them. The fragrant scent blended well with the evening air. Lu Yi was no good at fishing. He generally dove into the lake to catch them. His fourth senior brother was a master at the art though, not to mention that he loved the feeling of fishing. That was why he never failed to fish some blood sturgeons every time he came home. The blood sturgeon is technically a cultivation resource or sorts, you know. Have I ever told you that this type of spirit fish is used to temper a disciple's body? Yes, you did. For obvious reasons, we disciples weren't allowed to fish beyond a certain number of blood sturgeons to avoid depleting them, but I didn't know that when I was younger. Every time I felt like eating a blood sturgeon, your first senior brother or second senior sister would bring me here to catch a fish. Sometimes we were successful and no one knew what we did. Sometimes we were caught by the old man and received a beating for our efforts. It was why I hated the old man to death back then. Now that I think about it though, the old man is a divine ocean realm cultivator. There is nothing in the headquarters that could hide from his perception. It wasn't that the old man didn't notice my doing, he just couldn't be bothered to discipline me most of the time. Plus, Brother Feng and Sister Shui always protected me during those beatings. Brother Feng. What kind of person was he? Li Baxin fell silent for a moment before answering. He was a man of peerless talent like you, but unlike you, he was a nobody until he reached the late stage of Cloud River Realm. From then on, he shot through the ladders of Real Lake Realm and the Divine Ocean Realm like they were nothing and pushed the Crimson Blood Sect to the top in no time. Unfortunately, we were both raised up and cast down by your first senior brother. It is why your cultivation journey is much more precarious compared to ours. The number of difficulties and dangers you will face will only increase. Remember this well, junior brother. Do not make the same mistakes Brother Feng did. Lu Yi nodded solemnly. I will not. Yi chose this moment to serve them both a new cup of tea. She then sat beside them and watched them fish in silence. Did you notice something different about your second senior sister? Li Baxin asked suddenly. Lu Yi thought for a moment before answering. You mean she didn't stop you from drinking? Li Baxin burst out laughing. Well, she is in a good mood. Everyone's less strict when they're in a good mood. He looked left and right before adding in a subdued voice, she's ascended to Divine Ocean Realm. Lu Yi perked up immediately. Before his arrival, the sect consisted only of his sect master and his second senior sister. One of them was a Divine Ocean Realm master, and the other a Real Lake Realm master. If the Crimson Blood Sect wasn't a top-tier sect back then, it would have been removed from the list of sects many years ago. Now that his second senior sister had ascended, it meant that the Crimson Blood Sect had 2 Divine Ocean Realm cultivators. He had a feeling that it was thanks to the soul-cleansing water he had given her a while ago. This was good news, but the sect still had a long way to go. Right now they had 2 Divine Ocean Realm cultivators, no Real Lake Realm cultivators and no Cloud River Realm cultivators. If he wasn't destined to make it to the Divine Ocean Realm, one might even say that they were facing a crisis of succession. She hasn't released the news yet, so we're the only ones who know about it right now. Suddenly, Li Baxin raised his fishing pole and pulled a colorful blood sturgeon right out of the water. Yi immediately clapped and cheered like she was the one who had gotten the fish. Even her face was red with excitement. Lu Yi instinctively raised his fishing pole as well, but unfortunately he got nothing but air. Li Baxin chuckled. There weren't many things that could throw Li Baxin off, and this was one of them. His hands started trembling slightly. If this really was the treasure he had been eyeing this whole time, then he would not know how to even begin to repay his junior brother. The half a bottle of soul-cleansing water was precious, but they were incomparable to the 2 boxes he was holding. They were what he needed to cure the wound that had plagued him for over a decade. He sucked in a deep breath and opened one of the boxes. He immediately saw the perfectly sealed spirit pill within the wooden box. He checked the other box and found the same thing. The sword light stopped in its tracks. Right now, Li Baxin's heart felt as full as his hands. It was real. He really was holding the treasure of his dreams, the point restoration pill. As the name suggested, the spirit pill was used to repair broken spiritual points. A broken spiritual point wasn't an irreparable wound, but it might as well be considering the price one must pay to buy it. How many cultivators in the world could earn 150,000 contribution points? That was why Dong Shai had fallen into despair after losing spiritual points. It was because he knew he would never be able to repair them anymore. Similarly, Li Baxin was stuck at the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade after losing his spiritual point. Was he incapable of ascending to the Cloud River realm? Of course not. Any cultivator could ascend to Cloud River realm once they had converted into a heaven-grade cultivation technique and met the lowest requirement of 240 spiritual points. However, ascending to the Cloud River realm like this would greatly impact one's future. They would essentially be crippling their own strength and potential. That was why old-school Spirit Creek realm cultivators were quite common in the inner circle, but almost non-existent in the core circle. Practically everyone who operated within the core circle had converted to a heaven-grade cultivation technique, and those who had reached a certain age and the basic requirement at least would choose to ascend to the Cloud River realm. The Cultivation Jianghu had done a worldwide survey before. It was concluded that a cultivator who ascended to the Cloud River realm with less than 300 spiritual points would only have a 30% chance to ascend to the True Lake realm. Moreover, their chances of ascending to the Divine Ocean realm was a big fat 0. On the other hand, those who ascended to the Cloud River realm with 300 or more spiritual points would have a 70% chance to ascend to the True Lake realm. Their chances to ascend to the Divine Ocean realm were pretty good as well. As for those who managed to ascend to the Cloud River realm with a maximum of 360 spiritual points, their chances of becoming a Divine Ocean realm cultivator was as high as 80% if they didn't perish midway. Li Baxin had only lost a single spiritual point. He had unlocked the remaining 359 spiritual points a long time ago. If he wanted to, he would be a Cloud River realm cultivator already. However, he remained as he was because he could not accept ascending to the next level as anything but his best. Back in the day, he was heralded as one of Jianghu's best cultivators. He was a heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator who could control 100 flying weapons and the second runner-up on the Scroll of Supremacy. Therefore, how could he accept ascending to the Cloud River realm in his crippled state and lowering his own potential? He would rather stay at the Spirit Creek realm and slowly accumulate the necessary amount of contribution points to purchase the point restoration pill, and he did for over a decade. In fact, he wasn't far away from 150,000 contribution points. If there was one thing that he was worried about, it would be the point restoration pills going out of stock before he could accumulate enough contribution points. Today, the worry that had plagued him for years was gone like the wind. He didn't have just one point restoration pill. He had 2. This was a gift worth 300,000 contribution points. It was an astronomical number to say the least. With these 2-point restoration pills, he had a 100% chance of restoring his broken spiritual point and ascend to the Cloud River realm in his best form. Even a decade of wasted time was but a trifle considering his extraordinary talent and cultivation speed. It took a while for Li Baxin to regain his calm. Lu Ye's gift was priceless beyond even his wildest imagination. Be it the soul-cleansing water and the point restoration pill, they were priceless treasures that a Spirit Creek realm cultivator should never be able to obtain. And yet Lu Ye did it. After a thought, he tapped on his battlefield imprint and messaged, Thank you, junior brother. Back at the headquarters, Lu Yi was in the middle of discussing the next step to develop the sect when he received the message from Li Baxian. He smiled but did not respond to it. Thanks were unnecessary between family members. Suddenly Shui Yuan asked, I noticed that there were only 6 pill restoration pills left in the Vault of Providence a while ago. Was it you? Yeah. You mentioned that Brother Li's spiritual point had been damaged for too long, and just 1 point restoration pill might not be enough to repair it fully, right? That was why I bought 2. Lu Yi had found it strange when he heard that Li Baxian would stay at the Spirit Creek battlefield as a heaven-grade 8th Order cultivator for over a decade. He only learned about his 4th senior brother's predicament after asking discreetly about it. It wasn't a secret anyway. Anyone could have told him what happened. Later on, he brought this up to Shui Yuan during a casual conversation and was told that there existed a spirit pill in the Vault of Providence that could repair it. However, it was too expensive for any one cultivator to pay. If Li Baxian was still with the Crimson Blood sect, then of course the sect would do everything in its power to help him. However, he was with the devoted ones right now, so the situation was complicated to say the least. Not only could he not receive any external help, his means of earning contribution points were extremely limited. As a result, Li Baxian was unable to accumulate the contribution points necessary to purchase a point restoration pill even over a decade later. Since then, Lu Yi had plotted to help his 4th senior brother. During the Battle of Golden Tip, it was Wei Yuan and Shui Yuan who bore the judgment of the heavens and saved his life. And it was Li Baxian who came all the way from the core circle to protect him. As a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, killing a cultivator much lower than your cultivation level would result in a loss of contribution points. However, Li Baxian hadn't held back against his enemies in the slightest. Lu Yi even remembered his first senior sister, Wei Yuan, warning Li Baxian to cool his horses and not deduct all of his contribution points by accident. Lu Yi hadn't known Shui Yuan or Li Baxian until then, but they still protected him at great cost to themselves just because he was a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. That was the moment Lu Yi learned that he wasn't alone, that someone would always have his back, and that he had a home in this big, wide cultivation world. 1 point restoration pill might not be enough to heal Li Baxian completely because his spiritual point had been broken for too long. In that case he purchased 2. So what if he spent 300 contribution points to get them? It was nothing compared to his senior brother's well-being. This was why Lu Yi had been accumulating contribution points like a madman all this time. It was because the amount he needed to achieve his goal was enormous. At first, his plan was to slowly take revenge on the sects who had wronged him one by one and slowly accumulate the amount he needed. However, his breakthrough in the way of wards and ward breaching provided him with a swift way to accumulate contribution points. In a sense, he got very lucky. Thank you for your hard work, Shui Yuan said while hiding her expression. Just like Li Baxian, she often checked the remaining stock of point restoration pills left in the Vault of Providence. She would not have noticed it so quickly otherwise. We are family. Lu Yi shook his head before changing the subject. So, what do you think about my plans, senior sister? There is no way we can rely on our current members if we wish to develop our sect further. Most of our disciples were independent cultivators, and none of their talents are particularly impressive. Their loyalty is unequaled, but the heart can only go so far. Not only do we need a constant influx of new blood, we need exceptional ones so that the sect does not lack Cloud River Realm and True Lake Realm cultivators in the future. You are correct. Shui Yuan nodded. Just leave this to me. I will hold a recruitment ceremony in the near future. It's been decades since we did one, so all nearby talents have been going to our neighbors. I suppose it's time to change that. I look forward to it, senior sister. While saying this, Lu Yi pulled out a couple of storage bags and handed them to Shui Yuan. This is the loot I had obtained during my conquests. Please deal with it as you see fit. I'm sure you'll be able to use it both for our sect's development and our disciples' cultivation. Chapter 342 Outpost Development. During the latter half of his conquest, the only loot the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force could obtain from their enemies' outposts was the blessings on their Divine Opportunity column. No Thousand Demon Ridge sect was bold enough to put up a resistance knowing how futile it was. That was why they took everything they could back to the headquarters and destroyed those they couldn't. That said, there were quite a lot of battles during the first half of the conquest. Battles resulted in dead people, and dead people left their possessions behind. There were also some resources in the outposts. Lu Yi did not claim too many of these resources. The large majority of them were used to compensate the sects who lost cultivators in the battle. Despite this, he was able to accumulate a sizable amount of resources over time. Of this loot, the most valuable was probably the Grand Wards. He had a couple of complete sets too. They cost at least 10,000 contribution points to purchase from the Vault of Providence, so naturally they could be resold for many things. The sect had to grow and the disciples had to cultivate. Naturally they would need spirit stones and spirit pills. Right now, the outpost production was barely enough to meet the most basic cultivation requirement. If they could procure more spirit stones and spirit pills, then their cultivation speed would surely improve. This was especially true after the quality of the outpost's world spiritual chi was drastically improved. The compounding factor would accelerate their cultivators' growth even more. Unfortunately, the Crimson Blood sect did not have enough useful manpower at the moment. They even had to rely on Shui Yuan to manage and distribute the resources to the disciples. After dumping the responsibility of recruitment to Shui Yuan, Lu Yi teleported back to the outpost using the Divine Opportunity column. There were 2 disciples guarding the Sanctum of Providence right now. They were in the middle of meditating when Lu Ye's arrival jolted them back to reality. When they opened their eyes and saw their legate, they hurriedly saluted him and said, "Brother Lu." Lu Yi nodded slightly and walked out of the Sanctum of Providence. However, he could not see anyone for some reason. Curious, he sent a message via his battlefield imprint and waited. At the same time, he grabbed a few blood sturgeons from his storage bag, placed his fingers between his lips and whistled. A massive shadow descended from above. It was Beaky flying over from a nearby spirit peak. Lu Yi fed it the blood sturgeons as a treat. "Brother Lu," Gu Yang's voice came from behind him. The Prolgate had probably rushed over immediately after he received Lu Ye's message. "Where is everyone?" Lu Yi asked. "They're all cultivating," Gu Yang explained. It was only now Lu Yi understood why the outpost looked like a ghost town. The drastic improvement in the surrounding world spiritual chi had pushed all disciples to lock themselves in their residences or training chambers to cultivate. At this level of concentration, the circles of boon he had built in the training chambers were almost useless. The same went for his gathering spirits. Gathering spirits was most useful when the ambient world spiritual chi was neither too rich nor too diluted. That was not the case for the outpost anymore. In other words, the training chambers had become obsolete. For as long as a cultivator was cultivating in the outpost, their cultivation efficiency was the same no matter where they were. "I heard from Wuxia that you guys did a good bit of outpost development while I was gone," Lu Yi said while combing Beaky's feathers. It was Sister Hua who brought it up after consulting Sister Shui's opinion. "All we did was play second fiddle or perform hard labor." "Show me." Lu Yi gave Beaky a pat and sent it back to its spirit peak. He then summoned his own spirit boat and flew himself and Gu Yang into the sky. This was obviously Gu Yang's first time flying on a spirit boat because he could not stop admiring the experience. However, he quickly regained control of himself as he was a man of steady character. Wuxia would not have made him the Prolgate otherwise. Gu Yang began pointing at a building below them and started, "This building is the council hall. We used to discuss important matters in the Sanctum of Providence, but Sister Hua thought we're misusing the place and suggested that we build a council hall. That building over there is the guest hall. It is where we receive and entertain our guests. This area filled with spirit plants is the plantation zone. You notice how big it is? It's because Sister Hua said that the sect had been in decline for too long, and its reserves were too spent. Our very first salary had come out of Sister Shui's pockets, and the next few had come from your loot. That is why she wanted us to create a plantation zone to farm some medicinal herbs, spirit flowers, unusual plants and so on to alleviate some of the strain on the sect's finances. If our disciples are interested, they can even apply for an area and plant their own plants. Of course, when harvest time comes, a portion of their earnings will have to be turned into the sect. This here is the residential area. Sister Hua said that our residential area need not be too fancy, which is why I selected this area to be our residential zone. Anyone who is an acolyte is free to build their own residence here. The initiates and associates residential area is over there. Those detached buildings over there are the guest accommodations. The environment is better for obvious reasons, and we built 10 right from the get-go because Sister Hua expects a lot of people to visit in the Crimson Blood Sect in the future. In the same vein, we've left enough space for future expansions. That area over there is where the disciples spar. Guiyang continued to explain as the spirit boat flew here and there. Slowly but surely, Lu Yi got a comprehensive picture of the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. He had to admit that the outpost had changed drastically while he was gone. The whole place exuded a sense of order, growth and prosperity thanks to a systematic planning and development. A while later, the spirit boat landed in front of the council hall. The first thing Lu Yi saw after going in was a ridiculously large seat of honor. It was flanked by 2 rows of smaller chairs. Enough space had been left at the center to accommodate at least 100 people. Lu Yi sat down at the seat of honor but felt like he was sitting on a stool because he could not reach the armrests or the back. It honestly functioned better as a bed because it had more than enough space to sleep on. After Guiyang stood in front of him, he said, "Guiyang, I'm here. Are you aware what your biggest flaw is?" Guiyang mulled over the question for a while before shaking his head honestly. "I do not know. When you were acting as my tour guide earlier, I realized that you could not stop mentioning your 6th senior sister. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, by the way. She was the one who helmed the development of the outpost, so I understand why you find it necessary to tell me that the ideas were hers. However, excessive steadfastness is not a good thing. Wuxia is no longer the prolgate you are. For that matter, you don't even have a successor in mind, do you? I'm a 9th Order cultivator now. When I ascend to Heaven Grade 7th Order, I would be forced to enter the core circle. It is only a matter of time before your 6th senior sister leaves as well. When the 2 of us are gone, you will be the lord and master of this outpost. That is why you need to develop a sense of independence and judgment as soon as possible. Our positions may sound enviable, but the responsibilities are honestly more trouble than they're worth. I'm sure you've already realized that. Time is the most valuable resource during the early stage of anyone's cultivation, but the legate and the prolgate must spend at least some of that precious time on the development of the sect. Of course, we are lucky in the sense that our sect is starting from the bottom, so there are only so many things we need to worry about. Even so, it is inevitable that our responsibilities will eat into our cultivation time. Whatever you do, you must never neglect your own cultivation, understand?" Guiyang replied seriously, "Do not worry, Brother Lu. I will do my best. One more thing. You are already a 7th Order cultivator, and you will leave for the inner circle when you reach the 8th Order. It is imperative that you select a successor as soon as possible." "I understand. By the way, do you have the disciple register with you?" "In fact, I do." "Show me." Guiyang hurriedly handed him the book. Lu Yi began flipping through them page by page. There were currently over 700 people in the outpost, but their actual acolytes numbered less than 20 people. They had around 200 initiates and over 400 associates. Lu Yi remembered some of the names on the disciple register, but most of them were completely unfamiliar to him. While returning the disciple register to Guiyang, he said, "You have 2 days to select 100 worthy candidates to become true acolytes. You may recruit the independent cultivators who are performing well as initiates as well." Guiyang nodded seriously as he accepted the book. "I'll finish it in just half a day. You may take your leave now." Guiyang turned around and started toward the exit. Suddenly, Lu Yi recalled someone and asked, "Oh right, do you know where Feng Yu is? You know, the one from Clan Feng?" Guiyang stopped in his tracks and reported, "She's usually tending to the spirit plants at the plantation zone, so I would expect her to be there right now." "Before you ask, no one ordered her to tend to the plants, it was something she decided to take on herself. Also, Sister Hua often gave her some spirit pills and spirit stones because she thought she looked pitiful. When the disciples got hurt in a spar, they would seek her out for treatment as well. Finally, many disciples who wish to walk the path of a medicine cultivator are receiving free lessons from her." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, now you grow a spine?" Guiyang blushed instantly. "Tell her that I require her presence at the council hall." Right away, Guiyang responded before taking his leave. A moment later, a cowering figure stepped through the entrance of the council hall. She looked like an aggrieved housewife as she stopped about 10 meters away from Lu Yi. Her lips were pressed tightly, her eyes were staring at her own feet, and even her breathing was suppressed like she was attempting to hide from an apex predator. If there was one person who was decidedly not happy with Lu Ye's triumphant return, it was Feng for sure. During the time Lu Yi was gone, Feng had managed to integrate herself into the Crimson Blood sect. Although she had absolutely nothing to her name, she was able to convince most Crimson Blood sect disciples to accept her with her identity and skill as a medicine cultivator. Strictly speaking, she was treated as a supernumerary of the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi was the only person in the sect she couldn't interact with without turning as taut as a string. Without exaggeration, she did not even dare to breathe too loudly in his presence. She had hidden herself the second she heard that Lu Yi had returned to the sect. Otherwise, Lu Yi and Guiyang would have seen her when they were patrolling the plantation zone. As Guiyang had mentioned earlier, she was normally tending to the spirit plants at this time. When Guiyang had messaged her saying that Lu Yi required her presence in the council hall, her soul had nearly departed her body. Unfortunately, short of actually dying on the spot, there was no chance she could avoid this meeting. She could only obey and wait for the walking calamity to decide her fate. "So, you're in the 8th Order now, huh?" Lu Ye's voice reverberated in the empty hall. Feng Yu trembled and turned as the blood drained away from her face. She instinctively tried to make herself even smaller than she already was while answering, "Yes. Get over here." If Feng Yu's face wasn't as white as a sheet before, she was now. She wanted to say no, but she seriously did not have the guts to do so. It had been months since the day she was nearly beheaded, and yet the image of Lu Ye's saber still haunted her dreams to this day. Without exaggeration, the grass growing on her grave would have been 10 meters by now if she hadn't knelt fast enough that day. Chapter 343 Weapon Holder. Feng Yu tried dragging the moment for as long as possible. When she finally came within an arm's reach, Lu Yi immediately grabbed her arm and pulled her closer. Feng Yu panicked as a shudder coursed through her body. She closed her eyes, gathered her courage and uttered through gritted teeth, "You may own me but you'll never own my heart." "Ha!" Lu Yi made a strange noise that caused Feng Yu to open her eyes and see just what was going on. It was then she realized that the strange noise Lu Yi made was him blowing away the dust on an engraved block before bringing it down on the back of her hand. The second the stamp made contact with her skin, Feng Yu felt as if her fate had been rewritten. She could clearly feel an invisible connection between herself and the Crimson Blood Sect's Divine Opportunity column. Her eyes widened like saucers after that. "What did you say?" Lu Yi shot her a strange look after putting away the engraved block used to mark a battlefield imprint. Nothing. To say she wasn't expecting this boon at all would be an understatement. When she recalled her earlier misunderstanding, she blushed so hard that even the roots of her ears were red. She had been a legate herself before she surrendered to Lu Yi. Naturally, she understood better than most what Lu Yi had done. From now on, she wasn't a rootless cultivator anymore. The fear that she might be kicked out of the outpost one day was gone as well. She was now a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. She felt like she had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. "Am I an initiate or?" Feng Yu asked carefully. "No. You're a true acolyte." Lightheadedness struck her immediately. She thought she would be lucky if Lu Yi took her in as an initiate, but the outcome was even better than her expectations. "You should understand why I dare to take you in as a true acolyte." Feng Yu nodded like a chick pecking at the ground. "I do." "Then go." Feng Yu gave Lu Yi a respectful salute before turning around and heading toward the exit. When she stepped into the sunlight, she felt as if a huge burden was lifted from her shoulders. The shadows in her heart were gone before she realized it, and she felt so free it was almost as if she had been reborn. She had been in a bad state since Lu Yi had brought her to the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. Forget that Clan Feng wasn't willing to pay a heavy sum to ransom her, she wouldn't have dared to return even if they were. Although her opponent was the Vanquisher of Sects himself, it did not change the fact that the outpost Clan Feng had developed for decades had been lost while she was in charge. If she dared to return to Clan Feng, only 2 outcomes awaited her. 1, she would be made an example of so that future disciples would not repeat her mistake. It was entirely possible that that punishment would entail execution. 2, she would be turned into a bargaining chip of political marriages. Neither outcome was acceptable to her. Unfortunately, her chances of escaping from the Crimson Blood sect and joining another Thousand Demon Ridge sect was even more unlikely, so she had no choice but to remain in the outpost. It might look like she had integrated into the Crimson Blood sect recently, and it was a fact that the cultivators of the Outpost treated her very well. The grim reality was that she had no future so long as she could not attach herself to the sect. Forget the million other things she couldn't do as an independent cultivator, her inability to earn contribution points alone was basically a death sentence to her cultivation journey. After all, she was a medicine cultivator. How was a healer like her supposed to kill enough enemy cultivators to sustain her cultivation needs and have a future? Not only that, all Thousand Demon Ridge outposts close to the Crimson Blood sects had been oppressed to the death a long time ago. Even the disciples could not find an enemy cultivator to kill, much less her. If she could not earn contribution points, she would not be able to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique. And if she could not purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique, then her cultivation would be stuck at 180 spiritual points forever. However, Feng Yu did not think that the Crimson Blood sect would accept her, not without considerable effort and luck on her part at least. Not only was she a former clan Feng, she was also a medicine cultivator. It was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world of Jianghu that enemy medicine cultivators could be ransomed at a reasonable price. It was one thing if she only stayed at the Crimson Blood sect as an independent cultivator. If the Thousand Demon Ridge tried to accuse them of breaking the rules, they could simply argue that the Crimson Blood sect and Clan Feng were still in the middle of negotiating the ransom money, but if they actually accepted her as a disciple, then the unwritten rule would truly be broken. As with all things, once there was a precedent, another would surely follow. If that were to happen, turmoil would surely embroil Jianghu for a while at least. The unwritten rule had remained unbroken for countless years. That was why Feng Yu had thought that she would live and die as a ninth-order cultivator. Then Lu Yi did the unthinkable. The young man hadn't bothered explaining his reason for accepting her as a true acolyte properly, but she was smart enough to figure it out herself. Not long ago, Lu Yi had turned the entire inner circle upside down and nearly triggered an all-out war that would have entangled the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. What was recruiting an enemy medicine cultivator as a true acolyte compared to that? Who would even dare to accuse him of rule-breaking? Those stupid enough to do so would likely lose their outpost the very next day. Plus, the Thousand Demon Ridge had broken the unwritten rules again and again to eliminate Lu Yi. They did not even have the moral high ground. Now that she thought about it, Lu Yi might be the only one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who had the right, power and even the moral high ground to break an unwritten rule or two without repercussions. He hadn't just taken her in as an associate or an initiate either. A true acolyte. It was the highest rank one could achieve as a disciple, and the benefits reflected that. Not only could she receive a monthly salary from the headquarters, she was also eligible to receive contribution points when the sect issued them in the future. Right now though, what Feng Yu desired the most wasn't to earn contribution points, but to build a house of her own at the acolyte's residential area. Despite her former status, Feng Yu was fairly well connected. After she sent a few messages through her battlefield imprint, 8 disciples soon showed up to help her build her new house. They all congratulated her after learning that their 5th senior brother had accepted her as a true acolyte. Guiyang was a highly efficient worker. Not even half a day had passed before he had finalized the list of names Lu Yi had asked for and passed it to him. After reviewing the list with Wuxia and confirming that it was good, he asked Guiyang to summon everyone to the council hall to officialize the promotion. The next few hours were a joyous one. These disciples happily stepped into the council hall one by one as Guiyang promoted them in his capacity as the prolgate and updated their position in the disciple register. When tomorrow came, the Crimson Blood sect would welcome 100 true acolytes and 200 initiates. While they were working, Shui Yuan was paying the sect master a visit at the headquarters. She then repeated Lu Ye's ideas to him. The sect master nodded in agreement. Yi is right. It is time we recruit more people. If we continue to pick our disciples only from the independent cultivators, we will definitely suffer from an absence of Cloud River Realm and Real Lake Realm cultivators in the future. That would be detrimental to the sect's development. Should we hold a recruitment ceremony then? No, there's no need. You and I are the only ones who are relatively free in the sect right now, and I don't think either of us fancy the idea of preparing such a big event by ourselves. The recruitment ceremony can wait until after Yi and his friends have ascended. But how can we find our talent if we do not hold the ceremony? Just leave it to me. After Shui Yuan had taken her leave, the sect master searched around his room for a bit until he found a sealed letter. It was an invitation from a Tier 2 sect in Bingzhou called the Three Sages School. Bingzhou was a tumultuous, war-torn province because it was neighbors with a hostile province. As a result, the sects in both provinces were generally quite powerful. For example, both provinces had 5 Tier 1 sects each. The Three Sages School might only be a Tier 2 sect, but its power and wealth were not to be underestimated. They also had a lot of divine ocean realm cultivators. A sect this powerful generally held a recruitment ceremony every 2 or 3 years. They welcomed talented individuals from all across Jianghu to grow their strength and ensure the continued existence of their sect. That said, most of their talents generally came from the same region, that was to say, the sect's area of influence. There would always be individuals who would rather travel further to join the sect of their dreams than the one closer to them, but most of the time, the sects were able to nab the best talents within their own territory. There was no such thing as a major sect who liked to look bad in front of others, which was why they sent an invitation letter to some of the most respectable seniors of their cultivation faction every time they held a big ceremony like this. It was both to generate some publicity for themselves and to strengthen relationships with other sections. The gesture was mostly symbolic. For example, the sect master himself had not attended any ceremony even once throughout the years, but if the seniors did choose to attend, then they would benefit from their presence, wouldn't they? Not this time though. This time he was going to attend the Three Sages School's recruitment ceremony. The sect master was a shrewd man. Why would he hold a recruitment ceremony himself when he could just attend one? In fact, the Crimson Blood sect had lost a lot of talented individuals during the years they had languished, and the Three Sages School wasn't so far away that they could claim that they didn't benefit from their loss. A moment later, the sect master departed from the summit of fortitude. He was gone in the blink of an eye. As it turned out, the Three Sages School's recruitment ceremony was soon to begin. Time truly waited for no one. At the outpost, Lu Yi was looking through the Vault of Providence in the Sanctum of Providence once more. He soon found a palm-sized box with 9 holes in it. It looked like a beehive at first glance. The item didn't look impressive, but in reality it was a middle-grade spirit artifact with 18 enhancements on it. A low-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 0 to 9 enhancements, a middle-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 10 to 18 enhancements, a high-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 19 to 27 enhancements, and a top-grade spirit artifact was a spirit artifact with 28 to 36 enhancements. 36 was not the maximum amount of enhancements a spirit artifact could carry, but at that point it was known as a spell artifact. Spirit Treasure was the grade above spell artifacts, and the 9 Realms Scroll was one such example. Suffice to say, it was valuable enough to be considered priceless. 4 Spirit Creek Realm Cultivators, low-grade spirit artifacts were generally enough to last them until their ascension. Moreover, the more enhancements there were in a spirit artifact, the more spiritual power they consumed to function. Of course, those who were wealthy and are confident in their supply of spiritual power reserves could purchase a middle-grade spiritual artifact. As usual, it depended on the person. Lu Yi currently had exactly 1 spell artifact. It was the sword he had obtained from the real Lake Realm cultivator he had killed. He hadn't sold it yet because he thought it might be useful in the future. The beehive-like box he was called a weapon holder. It was a spiritual artifact that was specifically made to complement flying weapons. When Lu Yi had returned from the lost city of Xianyuan, he could already control 4 flying weapons at once. Today he could control 6 or even 7 without any pressure whatsoever. He wasn't just manipulating them telekinetically either. Each and every weapon was empowered with a glyph, so the drain on his mental energy was even greater. Otherwise, Lu Yi was pretty sure he could control up to 20 flying weapons at the same time. His capabilities were already far beyond that of his peers, but it was still nothing compared to his 4th senior brothers. That was why he was buying a weapon holder. Li Baxian had highly recommended it after listening to his problems. Killing enemies using flying weapons was convenient, but it wasn't without its flaws. For Lu Yi, it was the fact that he had to waste a bit of time producing them from his storage bag. In battle, even the slightest delay could affect the outcome of a battle or even one's life. That was why Lu Yi had never stored the inviolable in his storage bag. If he kept the inviolable on his person, then he could grab it the instant he engaged in combat. But if he put it in his storage bag, he couldn't get to it at first notice. It was a pain and a serious risk considering certain scenarios. Finally, A flying weapon could only hold so much spiritual power. If they ran out of juice, he would have to retrieve and recharge them to full. These two flaws alone made flying weapons so much less threatening than they could be. These flaws weren't unfixable, however. The solution was called a weapon holder. "50 Flames of Earthen Spirits cost 10,000 contribution points. This meant he only had 2,000 contribution points left. To think that he once had 310,000 contribution points? Truly, one could never have enough contribution points. He checked his own spiritual points. He had unlocked 225 spiritual points in total, and was only 15 away from being able to cultivate a heaven-grade cultivation technique. When he exited the 100 Wards Tower, he had already unlocked 218 spiritual points. The reason he had only unlocked 7 spiritual points despite the fact that it had been over 1.5 months was simple. He just didn't have much time to cultivate while leading the invasion force and conquering outposts left and right. Even so, his unlock speed was still on par or better than an ordinary 9th Order cultivator. Gluttonous Feast was almost useless to most people, but to Lu Yi, it was a godlike auxiliary cultivation technique thanks to the Tree of Glyphs' ability to burn the pill poison. Lu Yi started toward his residence after putting away the weapon holder and flames of earthen spirits safely. Yi and Zhu Jiao were nowhere to be seen. Not even Amber was waiting for him like he thought it would. The world's spiritual qi in the outpost was so rich that no one was willing to waste their free time doing nothing. Lu Ye's earliest home had been built by Qin Yu and the others. Hua Xi's home was right next to his. Together, they owned what was probably the most scenic location in the entire outpost. Strictly speaking, Hua Xi and Qin Yu should have moved out of the outer circle by now. After all, they were both 8th Order cultivators already. However, the unrest in the inner circle hadn't fully subsided, and after the upgrade, the quality of the world's spiritual qi of their allied sects might not necessarily be better than their outposts. Therefore, it was fine to delay their journey a little longer. The first thing Lu Yi did after returning to his residence was to refine all the spirit artifacts he had bought. Then he put all 9 of them into his weapon holder. After he had strapped the weapon holder to his waist, he rose to his feet, tested his movements for a bit, then readjusted the position of the weapon holder. He did not stop until he was sure it wouldn't affect his movements. While requesting guidance from Li Baxian regarding the way of telekinesis, he eventually figured out how his 4th senior brother was able to control 100 flying weapons at the same time. Talent was definitely a major part of it. The same went for mental strength. There was nothing Lu Yi could do about the first, but the latter was directly tied to the strength of his divine soul. Lu Yi's powerful divine soul was a massive boost to his mastery for sure. The reason Lu Yi had never encountered one of these people was because they had entered at different times. Plus, almost no one would stay at the hub for more than a few seconds. This whole encounter was one mighty coincidence, so to speak. Sometimes, Forbearance only made one Angrier. Sometimes, compromise only resulted in more losses. Without further ado, Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power and entered the small space once more. He was just in time. The other party had just pressed a hand against the door, and they hadn't gone through it yet. Lu Yi immediately unsheathed the inviolable and attacked the mysterious person. The world abruptly spun and spun. The next thing he knew, he had returned to the real world once more. The third time he entered the small space, the other party was waiting for him. The second he showed up, a beam of spiritual light hit him and that was it. This hopeless loop continued until the 7th death. It was only then Lu Yi finally calmed down enough to realize how stupid he was acting. He was no match for the enemy. Plus, his head was starting to hurt after dying so many times in a row. The fact that his headache was so mild proved that his divine soul was much more tenacious than before. In the past, Lu Yi would feel like his head was close to bursting after dying and exiting the rift. Now, he only had a mild headache after dying 7 times in a row. If there was one thing Lu Yi was furious about, it was that there was no way to identify the fucker who killed him. He could never take revenge. In that small space, the fog-covered person waited for a long time until they were certain that Lu Yi wasn't going to appear anymore. Only then did they open the door and enter the Rift of Illusions. In their opinion, that Spirit Creek Realm cultivator must be the stupidest person alive in the Grand Sky Coalition. If their first death could be reasoned as ignorance, then the next 6 could only be described as futile and stupid. Their mind must be goo at this point. All they had earned was their own suffering. Meanwhile, the Three Sages School, a Tier 2 sect of Bingzhou, was welcoming an honored guest. Yi suggested that I recruit more disciples to ensure that the sect has a future, but as you're aware, it has been over 30 years since we recruited anyone, not to mention that I've never handled a recruitment ceremony once in my life. I know next to nothing about the process or the customs that should be observed. Since you sent me the invitation not long ago, I thought I would use this opportunity to brush up on my knowledge. I see. Jianghu exclaimed in realization. He finally understood why Tang Yifeng was attending the recruitment ceremony. Anyway, I'm sure you have duties you need to attend to, so feel free to leave me and observe your ceremony at your leisure, Tang Yifeng shooed kindly. The sect master was right, but he was still a sect master and a divine ocean realm cultivator, meaning that he was expected to receive a modicum of respect at the very least. That was why Jianghu immediately ordered a real lake realm attendant to accompany Tang Yifeng for the entire length of the recruitment ceremony. A recruitment ceremony was not a major event to the Three Sages School, so divine ocean realm cultivators generally did not get involved in it. In fact, only 4 or 5 real lake realm cultivators were assigned to receive important visitors and ensure that everything was proceeding in order. Everything else was left to the Cloud River realm and Spirit Creek realm cultivators to handle as a matter of course. While Tang Yifeng was enjoying his time at the Three Sages School, Lu Yi was fighting for his life at the Rift of Illusions. After dying to the motherfucker from the Thousand Demon Ridge 7 times in a row, Lu Yi finally became wise and waited for an entire hour before going back in. As expected, the bastard was already gone. He then paid 50 contribution points to enter the Rift of Illusions and began honing his telekinetic abilities. Over time, he felt much better as one fog-covered cultivator fell after another. 4 hours later, Lu Yi emerged from the rift looking completely refreshed. The training through real combat had improved his way of telekinesis measurably. Most importantly, the experience allowed him to figure out his limit. After recovering his strength and grooming himself a little, he went to the lunar mirror and caught a couple of blood sturgeons. Then he brought out his spirit boat and flew straight to the summit of clarity. When he arrived at the peak, jumped off his flying spirit artifact, and walked toward Lady Yun's residence, the mute female attendant he saw before emerged from the entrance and shot him a smile. She then gestured for him to go in. A trace of surprise flashed behind Lu Ye's pupils. In the past, he already thought that the mute woman was a little strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what about her had tickled his senses. Today he finally noticed a thing or two thanks to his stronger divine soul. For starters, he finally realized why the attendant hadn't said a word. It wasn't just because she was mute. He gave her the fish he caught before following her into a corridor. They soon arrived at the study Lady Yun were usually taught him. The woman herself was reading a book inside the study. "Long time no see, Lady Yun," Lu Yi greeted her with a respectful salute. Lady Yun examined him for a moment before shooting him a warm smile. "I'm happy to see that you've returned without losing a limb or two. It may not have been possible without the 2 treasures you gave me. You can own the most powerful treasure in the world and it will still be useless if the user is inept. I have heard of your deeds, and I am pleasantly surprised to learn how talented you are in the way of wards. Without exaggeration, you have dealt an unprecedented blow to the Thousand Demon Ridge. Are you planning to make the way of wards your main focus?" "It depends. I honestly didn't expect to have such growth. It's all thanks to the 100 Wards Tower." "The 100 Wards Tower is a wonderful place, yes. I have challenged it once in my lifetime, but I was too young to understand its secrets and intricacies back then. As a result, I wasn't able to gain too much from it. Anyway, it sounds like you still wish to focus on the way of glyphs." Lu Yi responded affirmatively, "Yes. The way of glyphs is a way that encompasses many fields, and my inheritance is that of a glyph weaver. That is why I do not want to neglect it." "You are correct. Mastering the way of glyphs would facilitate your learning in many other fields, and your current attainment in the way of wards is the proof of that. Let us begin our studies then. First, show me your current attainment in the way of glyphs." Lady Yun then passed a jade tablet to Lu Yi. This wasn't the first time she had tested his skill like this, so Lu Yi knew what to do without having to be told. He immediately channeled his spiritual power and constructed a glyph to the best of his ability. Of course, he chose a glyph he had learned from the books. There was no point constructing one from the tree of glyphs. A moment later, Lady Yun looked at the tightly woven yin and yang elements on the tablet and nodded approvingly. You have improved a lot. Lu Yi thought the same thing himself. He might have invested most of his energy in the way of wards as of late, but the improvement in his cultivation level, his divine soul and even his spiritual power control had all indirectly contributed to his attainment in the way of glyphs. Now that Lady Yun had a measure of Lu Ye's current attainment, she took a moment to prepare before starting the lesson. Lu Yi played the role of a model student and listened attentively to every word. From time to time, he would ask a question or answer a problem Lady Yun had posed to him. It almost felt like he had traveled back to the time where he studied under Lady Yun during the day and read her books during the night. Speaking of books, he had already finished reading the books he had taken from Lady Yun's study before, so this was the perfect opportunity for him to replace them. The days passed bit by bit, and the recruitment ceremony happening at the Three Sages School was nearing its end. It wasn't a big event, so the results were ready to be published after a couple of days. The real Lake Realm cultivator responsible for organizing the event had ranked all the registrants accordingly. The top 50 candidates would go to the Three Sages School as a matter of course. The rest might or might not be recruited by the sect representatives who were attending the ceremony. Generally speaking, those among the top 500 could always find a sect they were suited for unless they were too proud, or had set their sights on greater heights. Nighttime arrived, and the younglings participating in the recruitment ceremony were visibly nervous and excited. It was because the results would be published the next day. The next day, everyone was waiting eagerly for the announcement, but to their surprise there was none. Rather, something had happened to delay the announcement because they saw many real Lake Realm cultivators flying back and forth between the headquarters and the outer courtyard. Even the honored guests attending the ceremony were confused by this turn of events and tried to find out as much as they could. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the news was leaked. The top 50 participants of the recruitment ceremony had vanished into thin air. Not only was it a shocking development, it was unprecedented. Something like this had literally never happened in the history of JoJo. Many people guessed that this was a new ploy by the Thousand Demon Ridge, but on second thought it couldn't be them. For starters, only a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator was capable of kidnapping 50 people in a night while remaining undetected, and it made no sense that a Divine Ocean Realm master from the Thousand Demon Ridge would come all the way to the Three Sages School to do such a thing. At the same time, Jianghu was receiving the reports of his subordinates with growing anger. Tang Yifeng. That old bastard has gone too far. The outsiders did not know what had happened to the 50 younglings, and neither did the Three Sages School at the beginning. That said, they were a Tier 2 sect. It wasn't long before they found out the truth. The 50 younglings had been kidnapped, and the kidnapper was none other than the Crimson Blood Sect master, Tang Yifeng. Jianghu recalled his conversation with Tang Yifeng. He realized too late exactly why the sect master. No, the old bastard had come to observe their recruitment ceremony. Observe my ass, the Sanuvabich had come to steal our recruits. Not only that, he stole the top 50 candidates we were going to accept into our sect, no more and no less. Hells, he didn't even wait for the fucking ink on the paper to dry before stealing them. Tang Yifeng was without a doubt the most shameless Divine Ocean Realm cultivator he had ever known. He allowed the children to vent their hearts out until there wasn't a single boy or girl who wasn't crying on top of their lungs. It was such a loud commotion that even the disciples had stopped their cultivation temporarily to check what the hell was going on. They were all surprised and curious when they saw that a group of kids was screaming in front of the Sanctum of Providence. The leader of the group, the boy, continued to cry out while staring Lu Yi directly in the eye. He seemed to be trying to apply pressure on Lu Yi with his gaze and expression and make it clear that he, and everyone else, were determined to return to the Three Sages School. Silence. Lu Yi finally spoke up. His volume wasn't loud, but it easily overcame the children's cries after he empowered his voice with spiritual power. The cries came to an abrupt, terrified stop when 50 pairs of eyes stared at Lu Yi in fear and trepidation. They were kids who had never had any real-life experiences after all. Naturally, they were easily cowed by Lu Ye's unfriendly expression. From the moment you entered my outpost, you were already a member of the Crimson Blood Sect. I understand that you were planning to join the Three Sages School, but I would advise you to just forget about it. If someone must leave our outpost. The Crimson Blood Sect? The boy who started the protest suddenly interrupted Lu Yi. Is this the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost? Lu Yi glanced at him and said, that is correct. The boy then looked Lu Yi up and down before growing increasingly fearful. Then you are? I am the legate in charge of the Crimson Blood Sect's Spirit Creek Battlefield Outpost, Lu Yi. The Vanquisher of Sects? The boy exclaimed in horror as he flinched back visibly. Whatever courage he forced himself to muster a while ago instantly vanished like it never existed in the first place. Lu Yi remained expressionless. First Lu Yi, now the Vanquisher of Sects. This wasn't the first time his scandalous rep had preceded him, and it wouldn't be the last. That said, he was surprised that his latest infamous title was known even to children. There wasn't a single person on the Spirit Creek battlefield who hadn't heard of Lu Ye's exploits in the inner circle. Not only that, he was a household name in Jianghu as well. Since children often clung to their elders like glue and paid attention to everything they did and said, it was only natural that they had heard of Lu Yi. Not only that, Lu Yi was the first ever Vanquisher of Sects in the Spirit Creek battlefield. As the side that vastly benefited from his exploits, the Grand Sky Coalition naturally spared no expense in spreading his name. The public square fell silent for a couple of seconds. Then the kids began gossiping quietly among themselves. It was said that the Vanquisher of Sects was most proficient at vanquishing sects, and that he had butchered at least 10,000 cultivators in his life. It was said that he was short-tempered and petty, and that none of his enemies had ever escaped his wrath. It was said that, from time to time, the kids would sneak a glance at Lu Yi. They immediately looked away and feigned ignorance when he turned in their direction. Are you guys done? Lu Yi said with growing impatience. Now that he thought about it, he had never encountered a child since he began his cultivation journey. Even those who were younger than him weren't so young that he would call them children. That was why he was finding it difficult to interact with them. The children immediately turned as silent as death, going so far as to suppress their breathing. Even the weeping girls had ceased their sobbing entirely. As for the boy who started the protest in the first place, his face was as white as a sheet, and his heart was beating like he was having a heart attack. In his head, he wondered if his family would live to see tomorrow's sun. The Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't the only one who feared the Vanquisher of Sects. Even the children of the Grand Sky Coalition could understand the sheer weight and bloodiness behind the infamous title. Continuing from where I left off. If you must leave the Crimson Blood Sect, then I shall give you the chance to do so. I will personally test your cultivation a year from now. The top 10 performers will be granted the choice to leave the Crimson Blood Sect. Really? Someone blurted instinctively. Lu Yi looked at him, and the boy immediately looked down on his feet. Never mind. Are there any more questions? After waiting for a while and receiving no questions, Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction and declared, very well. Guiyang. Brother Lu. Take them away and settle them down. You may begin their education after they have familiarized themselves with the outpost. Yes, Brother Lu. Guiyang gestured for the children to follow him. Come. Like death row prisoners who had been granted a surprise pardon, the children trailed behind Guiyang like chicks running after the mother hen. Loud sighs of relief could be heard for a time. Wuxia chose this moment to walk up to him and stared at the departing kids for a moment. She then mocked him lightly, looks like infamy is not without its uses. To that, Lu Yi had no response to give. Feeling more tired than he should be, he said, I'm going to the headquarters. He stepped into the Sanctum of Providence and teleported back using the Divine Opportunity column. However, his head just appeared at the headquarters Sanctum of Providence when he heard and felt the effects of a great battle. Lu Yi immediately dashed outside. Shui Yuan was standing right in front of the sanctum and looking at the sky. When Lu Yi stopped beside her and looked up, he saw two figures clashing against one another with great speed and power. One of them was casting a sky of spells at his opponent, and the other was shooting sword light after sword light like his strength was inexhaustible. It was such an intense battle that the shockwaves could be felt all the way from here. Sister Shui, what is? The sect master of the Three Sages School decided to pay us a visit. Lu Yi facepalmed. It hadn't even been an hour since his sect master kidnapped the 50 children and delivered them to the outpost, and the sect master was already paying them a visit. Clearly the jig was up. Then again, the Three Sages school was a Tier 2 sect, not to mention that the kidnapping had happened in the middle of their recruitment ceremony and their territory. There was zero chance the Three Sages school wouldn't find out about this. It'll be fine, right? Lu Yi asked worriedly. Oh, you have nothing to worry about. There aren't many people who can hurt the old man, and clearly the Three Sages school sect master is weaker than him. Lu Yi could see, or rather hear, that the Three Sages school sect master hadn't stopped running his mouth since he teleported into the headquarters because he knew he was no match for the old man. As for the sect master, he neither said anything in retaliation or put on a particularly good defense because he knew he was in the wrong here. Don't worry, I've already contacted Uncle Pang about this. He will be showing up in a moment, Shui Yuan reassured him before asking, have you settled the kids down? Yeah. There are no problems. That's good to hear. Sister Shui, I'm just saying, but don't you think we've gone a little too far this time? Shui Yuan smiled. I know it looks that way, but it's really not. The Crimson Blood sect hasn't recruited anyone in 30 years, meaning that all the talented individuals that appeared in our territory during that time went to someone else. The Three Sages school is one of the sects who greatly benefited from this, and their sect master is well aware. That is why he came alone. If he really wanted to take back his recruits, he wouldn't have come alone. From the moment sect master left them at our outpost, it was already too late. He only came to demand an explanation from the sect master, so don't worry about it. It was at this moment a beam of light appeared from the horizon and instantly cut between the two combatants and separated them. The newcomer was none other than Pang Zhen of the Righteous Sect. Perfect timing, Brother Pang. Tell me, do you think it's reasonable that this old bastard kidnapped 50 of my disciples on the pretext of attending our recruitment ceremony? Do you? Come on, there are hundreds of candidates who took part in your recruitment ceremony. 50's not that big of a number. You took away the 50 best performers. The cream of the crop. The entire point of a recruitment ceremony is to find the diamonds in the rough and filter out the rest, so why the hell would I take the dredges into the sect? Tang Yifeng's protest only pissed Jianghu off even more. If Tang Yifeng must steal his candidates, fine, he was okay with giving up 20 or even 30 of them. But the Sanuvabich didn't even leave a single top 50 candidate to him. Not one. That was going too far, damn it. Chapter 347, The Three Sages School's Terms. If Tang Yifeng hadn't gone too far, Jianghu would not have come to the Crimson Blood Sect headquarters in person. Right now, Pang Zhen was feeling a massive headache coming on. Forget Bing Zhou. There had never been a case where 50 recruits had been stolen from another sect's recruitment ceremony in the history of Jiuzhou. That the victim was a Tier 2 sect was just the icing on the cake. He had already anticipated the worst when he received Shui Yuan's message and rushed here, but to his relief the situation was less complicated than he thought. The sect master of the Three Sages school, Jianghu, was the only one who had come to the Crimson Blood sect's headquarters. This alone was representative of the sect's decision. Therefore it should not be difficult to solve this problem. It all hinged on the Three Sages school's terms. It took Pang Zhen a long time before he finally managed to persuade the sect master and Jianghu to return to the ground. After they had entered the guest hall, Shui Yuan and Lu Yi served the two sect masters a cup of tea. They were just about to take their leave when suddenly Jianghu asked, "Are you Lu Yi?" Lu Yi shot a glance at Tang Yifeng. He only clasped his fist and saluted the sect master after he received permission to do so. Well met, sect master Yu. Jianghu hadn't held back one bit when he fought against Tang Yifeng just now, but now he was smiling warmly at Lu Yi. While stroking his beard he said, "Good." That was it. He literally did not say anything else. Confused, Lu Yi waited a moment longer before taking his leave. He then told Shui Yuan that he was heading to the Summit of Clarity and took off on his spirit boat. 2 hours later, Pang Zhen and Jianghu got ready to take their leave. Before they left, Jianghu looked at Tang Yifeng and emphasized, "It's a deal then, Brother Tang." The sect master replied affirmatively, "A promise is a promise. Goodbye." After the two men were gone, Shui Yuan walked up to him and asked with a frown, "Old man, sect master, you looked rather taken with Lu Yi just now. Might he be a part of your deal?" Lu Yi only had a vague sense that the sect master was interested in him, but Shui Yuan clearly knew better. It was true that the Vanquisher of Sects was a household name right now, but Lu Yi was ultimately just a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. On the other hand, Jianghu was both a Sect master and a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator. He should not be this interested in a mere Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. The three sages school are facing considerable pressure in the Spirit Creek battlefield as of late. They are hoping that your junior brother will visit their outpost and assist them in getting through these hard times. Shui Yuan only looked more confused, however. But Lu Ye's infamy is at its height right now, and the Thousand Demon Ridge is surely going to attack him from multiple angles the second he enters the core circle. Aren't they worried that it would only make their situation worse? The Sect master chuckled. This is where Jianghu shows his wisdom. Obviously, your junior brother alone isn't enough to draw his attention. However, what do you think his fourth senior brother would do if your junior brother runs into danger in the core circle? And do you think Yuechan can stay put if Baxin decides to help Yi? I see. By inviting Lu Yi to their outpost, they are indirectly recruiting the aid of the champion and the second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy. They didn't even have to pay a spirit stone for it. It truly is a devious ploy. Shui Yuan sounded a little frustrated. But why did you agree to it? You should know Baxin's circumstances in the Devoted Ones as well as I do. The Sect master said casually, didn't you say that Yi bought 2-point restoration pills for Baxin? Shui Yuan glared at the Sect master after realization struck her. You old people are all like this. This time though, I believe that you've made a mistake. If Baxin wanted to ascend to the Cloud River realm, he would have done so already. Why do you think we haven't heard anything from him yet? You're right. Now that I think about it, Baxin should have ascended already. Why don't you message him and ask him what's going on? There's no need. I already know the answer. Shui Yuan sighed. The short answer is, Baxin may not choose to ascend at this time. Tang Yifeng frowned and thought to himself for a moment. He was a smart man, so he quickly realized the mistake he made. Assuming Shui Yuan's prediction was spot on, he definitely shouldn't have agreed to Jianghu's terms as easily as he had. Meanwhile, the outpost was a lot livelier than usual. Naturally, it was because the Crimson Blood Sect had welcomed 50 children into their ranks. The children were given the best care under Gu Yang's arrangements. A good number of cultivators were chosen to be their cultivation teachers as well. At first, the kids weren't able to accept or adapt to their circumstances. However, they gradually realized that the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost was a great place. For starters, its world spiritual chi was easily the best in the entire outer circle. There were very few outposts in the inner circle that could match its quality as well. One could say that its world spiritual chi rivaled that of a core circle outposts. It should be obvious why this was an attractive point for these cultivation greenhorns. They were already naturally gifted in the first place, and the Crimson Blood Sect outpost's cultivation environment was excellent. The combination would allow them to improve their cultivation at a rapid pace. Besides that, their meals were fulfilling, their accommodations were satisfactory, and their tutors were either calm, handsome senior brothers or gentle, attractive senior sisters. They answered every question thrown at them and afforded them all the cultivation resources they needed. No one could doubt that the cultivators of the Crimson Blood Sect treated them like their own children. That said, their tests were as hard as their cultivation condition was excellent. Gu Yang had taken it upon himself to create a monthly test for the kids. Generally speaking, they were rated by the progress they had made compared to the previous month. Those who met expectations would be allowed to stay, but those who failed would be sent back to their homes. They were the top 50 performers of the Three Sages School's recruitment ceremony. It was bad enough that they were kidnapped by the Crimson Blood Sect, to be returned, like they were spoiled merchandise because they weren't good enough? Who in the world could swallow such humiliation? I'll contact a core circle sect and send both you and Feng Yu there. Both of you are combativerse medicine cultivators, so you might as well skip the inner circle and enter the core circle directly. You can head there after your cultivation is stronger. Medicine cultivators earned their contribution points by healing others, not killing enemies. As a result, most of them were incapable of slaying enemies in battle. For example, if someone in the Crimson Blood Sect was hurt, and a medicine cultivator treated them, the legate or the prolgate could reward them with a certain amount of contribution points. Besides that, they could also earn contribution points by completing special missions that were issued by the sect. Wuxia tilted her head at him. Are you worried that I will die out there, Of course. Lu Yi looked right back at her. Wuxia wasn't expecting such a frank and serious answer. Flustered, she hurriedly withdrew her gaze. Lu Yi wasn't done though. He abruptly walked up to her and grabbed her hands. Huaxi's eyes widened like saucers as she looked at Lu Yi in shock. She tried to pull them out to no avail. You're not allowed to put yourself in danger. Let go. Promise me you won't put yourself in danger and I will. I'm going to scream. Sure, go for it. Let's see how loud you can really scream. I really am going to scream. Huaxi sucked in a deep breath and acted like she was going to scream. In the end though, Lu Ye's nonchalant gaze convinced her that it would be a futile effort. Fine. If you like my hands so much, then you can hold them for as long as you want. It would be a good opportunity to show your junior brothers and sisters their fifth senior brother's true face anyway. Huaxi started staring into Lu Ye's eyes with an impish smile on her face. Lu Yi stared right back while maintaining their current posture. For a while, the duo kept looking into each other's eyes within an arm's reach, waiting for the other person to break first. The glimmers of dawn grew more and more powerful as the sun peeked out of the mountains. It wouldn't be long before the slumbering outpost regained its vitality. You do not understand the ways of a medicine cultivator. I could be a Cloud River realm cultivator, and that place will still be as dangerous. Then don't go. I cannot agree to that. It looks like I won't be able to change your mind. Well, I can lie to your face and sneak out later. At least you'll have the illusion that I agreed with you, right? And what would be the point of that? He let out a sigh and finally let go of Huaxi's hand. The young woman immediately took 2 steps away from him and shook her hands a little. They were a little numb after being held for so long. She then summoned her flying spirit artifact, jumped onto it and said, I'm going now. Don't worry, I'll give birth to our child and take good care of her. You just focus on taking care of Ling Yu and Kong Yo. Lu Yi felt the corner of his eyes twitching uncontrollably as he watched her flying to a nearby spirit peak. A moment later, Beaky soared toward the horizon and vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise that sounded like teeth grinding together. He turned around and saw a red-eyed Hishin doing exactly that and glaring at him like he had done something unforgivable to her. What? Lu Yi asked in a disgruntled voice. You bullied Sister Hua. Hishin abruptly burst into tears before lowering her stance and charging him like a bull. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yi just grabbed her head and held her in place. Don't tell me you actually believe your 6th senior sister's bullshit. Whoa. I don't care. Give me back my unsullied Sister Hua. Hishin swung her arms like a pair of pinwheels in an attempt to smack Lu Yi in the head, but her arms just weren't long enough to reach him. It was an infuriating and embarrassing experience for her, to say the least. A moment later, Hishin sat on the ground and cried like a babe while holding a bump on her head with her hands. Lu Yi had left a long time ago as a matter of course. What on earth was wrong with these people? Why couldn't they be more normal and less worrying? On Beaky's back, Huaxi stifled a smile as she recalled Lu Ye's final expression. As a medicine cultivator, she was well aware that Lu Ye's suggestion was the best arrangement for her at the moment. As he said, she and Feng Yu could just skip the inner circle and enter the core circle with him. No one would turn down a medicine cultivator, and their cultivation level did not matter too much since fighting wasn't required of them. Lu Yi told her not to rush, and yet the biggest reason she was rushing was because he was progressing too fast. Her cultivation level had been higher when they first met each other. But now, Lu Yi was close to becoming a heaven-grade 7th order cultivator, while she was still at the 8th order. She now understood Yi's pressure and sense of urgency. At least Yi was barely keeping up with Lu Yi in terms of cultivation speed, but if she were to continue at her current pace, she would be nothing more but a sojourner in his life. It had nothing to do with their feelings for each other. She just didn't want this situation to continue. She hadn't cared much when she first came to the outpost, but now that she was slowly integrating into the community that was the Crimson Blood Sect, she didn't want to be left behind ever again. The news of Qin Yu and Huaxi's departure eventually spread within the outpost. Although everyone knew that this day would come eventually, the disciples were still affected to an extent when it actually happened. When Feng Yu learned of this news, she sought out Lu Yi of her own accord and said that she would like to enter the inner circle to train as well. She would also like to apply for a bunch of cultivation resources before taking her leave. She had never considered this before Lu Yi had recruited her into the Crimson Blood sect. After all, not even her future was in her own hands back then. So what if she managed to reach the Ninth Order? She would be stuck there forever because she couldn't earn the contribution points necessary to ascend higher. This all changed after Lu Yi took her in as a true acolyte. Now she could earn contribution points and make plans for the future. Her life was filled with hope once more. Her optimism lasted until Lu Yi refused her. Doom and gloom hung above Feng Yu's head like clouds as she slunk away. She should have known that she was still disliked by Lu Yi even after she had become a true acolyte. That Lu Yi must be the vilest, most ruthless man in the entire world. After that, she joined a swollen-eyed Hixin for another crying session. Inside his residence, Lu Yi was staring at a newly ignited leaf after feeding the tree of glyphs the last flame of earthen spirits in his storage bag. It was yet another one of those connection-type glyphs, a technique that was used to link two glyphs together. In the past, Lu Yi didn't think that the techniques were all that useful. Now, his recent studies with Lady Yun had enlightened him on the benefits they provided. Different glyphs required different techniques to be linked together. The more techniques he mastered, the better he would be able to link different glyphs perfectly. Besides that, mastering these techniques also deepened his understanding of the profound way of glyphs. He had fed all 50 flame of the earthen spirits he bought to the tree of glyphs and obtained 6 new independent glyphs in total. However, they weren't very useful in his opinion. They were glyph, record sound, glyph, record image, glyph, spirit storage, glyph, explosion, glyph, aquatic lungs and glyph, conceal. Record sound and record image were generally used together for obvious reasons. A Spirit Creek Realm cultivator did not really need these glyphs, but they would become more commonplace at higher cultivation levels. Spirit storage was self-explanatory. Every spirit artifact that could be telekinetically controlled was imbued with an enhancement that contained the glyph, Spirit Bank. Spirit storage was a slightly superior version of it. Aquatic lungs was a glyph that allowed underwater breathing. It felt uncomfortable when Lu Yi gave it a try, but he could definitely see its uses. Conceal was definitely less useful to him because he already had the concealment bracelet, but he supposed he could use it in wards and create some concealment wards. All in all, there was no such thing as a useless glyph, only one that required the right time and place to display the maximum effect. Assuming that the requirements were met, even the most situational glyph could be incredibly powerful. By now, Lu Yi realized that the glyphs he unlocked from the Tree of Glyphs could be anything and everything. It was impossible to predict what glyph he might unlock next. This was fine though. So long as he continued to accumulate glyphs, his bag of tricks would grow as well. Chapter 349 Heaven Grade 7th Order. Spiritual power surged around Lu Yi as he attacked the barrier surrounding his spiritual point. There was a soft crack and the barrier crumbled into nothing. Streams of spiritual power started flowing into the newly unlocked spiritual point. Today was the 30th day since Lu Yi returned from the inner circle. He had finally unlocked 240 spiritual points. He was finally ready to change his cultivation technique. With a thought, he began calming the circulating microcosmic orbits within his body. Even the flow of his spiritual power had begun to slow down. Every time a microcosmic orbit came to a halt, his cultivation level would drop by 1. From the 9th order, he fell to the 8th order, the 7th order, the 6th order and so on. He did not stop until not a single spiritual point in his body was circulating anymore. A cultivator was at their weakest when they were switching their cultivation technique, and Lu Yi was no exception. Although he had still unlocked 240 spiritual points, the points were completely disconnected from one another. In this state, Lu Yi could only unleash a very small portion of his true strength. He would most likely die if an assassin were to ambush him right now. This was why most cultivators would choose a safe, secure place to change their cultivation technique unless they had no other choice. After checking the training course of the Great Sun Valurium technique one last time, Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power and began his work from the source spiritual point. He wove it through 18 spiritual points along a set path to create a single microcosmic orbit. His cultivation level immediately returned to the first order. He channeled his spiritual power again and began weaving another microcosmic orbit starting from the 19th spiritual point. This time he did not stop until he reached the 45th spiritual point. With that done, his cultivation level jumped to the second order. He connected the 46th spiritual point to the 72nd spiritual point for the third order, the 73rd spiritual point to the 108th spiritual point for the fourth order, the 109th spiritual point to the 144th spiritual point for the fifth order, the 145th spiritual point to the 180th spiritual point for the sixth order, and finally the 181st spiritual point to the 240th spiritual point for the seventh order. A cultivator's cultivation level was directly connected to the amount of microcosmic orbits within their bodies. Lu Yi currently had 7 microcosmic orbits in his body, so he was technically a 7th-order cultivator. In order to separate cultivators who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique from ordinary 7th-order cultivators, the cultivators of Jianghu usually addressed them as heaven-grade 7th-order cultivators or Heaven 7 cultivators for short. It was followed by Heaven 8 and Heaven 9. An ordinary 7th-order cultivator had unlocked 108 spiritual points in total, but a Heaven 7 cultivator had unlocked a whopping 240 spiritual points, which was more than double the amount. Naturally, it was the same for the gap between their strength. It might look like Lu Ye's cultivation level was lower, but in reality he was much stronger than he was before he changed his cultivation technique. Now, Lu Yi had met the most basic requirements necessary to ascend to the Cloud River realm. Of course, if he actually did that, he would be joining the ranks of the most inferior batch of Cloud River realm cultivators. He would be lucky to make it to Real Lake realm. A cultivator should strive to unlock as many spiritual points as possible because it directly impacted their future strength and potential as a Cloud River realm cultivator. That was why Lu Yi would not be ascending until he had unlocked all 360 spiritual points. He was confident that a perfect ascension was well within his capabilities. Lu Yi took a moment to spot the differences before and after he had changed his cultivation technique, and they were more obvious than he thought. Although there were 2 less microcosmic orbits in his body, the new microcosmic orbits circulated almost 2 times faster than the old. What was a stream now felt like a rapid river. Not only that, each microcosmic orbit encompassed a lot more spiritual points. Combined with the faster circulation rate of spiritual power, his explosive strength was stronger and more focused than before. This was why switching to a heaven-grade cultivation technique was considered a qualitative leap in power. Practically anyone who did this was at least 20 to 30% stronger than they were before. In some cases, the improvement could be as great as 40 to 50%. Heaven-grade cultivation techniques were just that powerful. In Lu Ye's case, he had purchased not just the most expensive heaven-grade cultivation technique, but also the one that suited him the most from the Vault of Providence. The Great Sun Valurium technique cost over 5,000 contribution points, and right now there were only a handful of cultivators in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who could afford such a price. Not only did the heaven-grade cultivation technique massively increase his strength, the spiritual power circulating through his spiritual points even had a minor body tempering effect. This meant that Lu Yi could eat, play and sleep all day and night, and his physique would naturally grow stronger as long as he did not turn off his cultivation technique and kept circulating his spiritual power. The Great Sun Valurium technique was expensive for a reason. Lu Yi consumed a spirit-restoring pill but did not activate Gluttonous Feast. The medicine was quickly digested and absorbed into his body. It was clear that his pill digestion speed had increased after switching to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. This meant an increase in the efficiency of Lu Ye's cultivation. He continued to swallow a few more spirit pills and observed the changes in his spiritual power. In the end, he concluded that he would need to consume at least 45 pills to unlock a single spiritual point if he cultivated via spirit pills only. Obviously, the amount of spiritual power necessary to unlock one spiritual point had climbed higher, but it wasn't a big problem considering that his cultivation efficiency had increased as well. This was an advantage Lu Yi possessed since the day he started cultivating. All other cultivators grew slower the higher they climbed the cultivation levels because each threshold demanded more power than the last. Lu Yi was the opposite. Forget slowing down, he was actually speeding up over time. If he were to invest his whole day into cultivating right now, he would have no pressure unlocking a spiritual point in a single day. If he tried harder, he could even unlock 3 spiritual points in 2 days. He was only 120 spiritual points away from hitting the maximum amount of spiritual points he could unlock. That day wasn't far away at all. Satisfied, Lu Yi took out the mystic fruit once more and channeled his spiritual power into it. The second his mind entered the small hub, he immediately looked left and right with his hand on his blade. He was happy to note that the 1000 Demon Ridge motherfucker who killed him before was nowhere to be seen. He did not dare to linger for long though. He hurried to the door, paid 50 contribution points and entered the Rift of Illusions immediately. His first combat experience after ascending to Heaven 7 was an absolute massacre. There wasn't a single enemy in the Rift that was a match for him. Of course, the Rift of Illusions knew how to deal with cultivators like him. If one person wasn't enough, then it would send 2. If 2 wasn't enough, then it would send 3. Eventually, Lu Yi would be killed and sent back to the real world. About 40 minutes later, Lu Yi opened his eyes. The battle had definitely opened his eyes to the various benefits of a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He wasn't just stronger in many ways, his spiritual power control had grown by leaps and bounds as well. This was a wonderful thing for a glyph weaver because it meant he would have an easier time constructing glyphs. Now he was ready to set out once more. It had been a full month since he returned to the outpost. He had laid low long enough for the heat to subside somewhat, and they had already received the 1000 Demon Ridges compensation. Plus he was Heaven 7 now. He couldn't hole up in the outpost forever. As for how the 1000 Demon Ridge would react when they learned of his return, who cares? He took a moment to pack his stuff before returning to the headquarters. When he returned from Lady Yun's residence, his storage bag was carrying a new stack of books regarding the way of glyphs. Next he visited his second senior sister. Shui Yuan did not have much to say regarding his decision to set off to the core circle. She simply told him to speak with the Sect Master. A moment later, Lu Yi stood in front of the Sect Master and informed him of his decision. Heaven 7 already? The Sect Master looked both surprised and proud. He thought back to the day he first encountered Lu Yi at the Evil Moon Valley. At the time, the young man had just unlocked a couple spiritual points. Later, they were ambushed on the road to Mount Ao, and he had no choice but to send the young man to the Spirit Creek battlefield. The events felt as clear as yesterday, and yet his disciple was already a Heaven 7 cultivator. And that was without mentioning his legendary feats in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Yes, Sect Master. This disciple believes that it is time I enter the core circle. Do you have a particular plan in mind? Not really. I'm just going to explore the world and do as I see fit. Lu Yi had not attached himself to an allied sect since he entered the inner circle. He wasn't planning on changing his policy after he entered the core circle either. Some of the legates and prolegates he befriended in the Chess Sea had invited him to their outpost, but he had turned them all down gently. Thanks to his exploits in the inner circle, his adventure in the core circle was destined to be a tumultuous one. The 1000 Demon Ridge would surely keep an eye on him and launch all kinds of attacks against him. He wasn't afraid, of course. The Sect Master let out a small cough before saying, "It's like this, Yi. Remember the 50 junior brothers and sisters I brought back to the outpost? I'm sure you're aware where they came from." I've heard. His Sect Master had kidnapped the 3 Sages School's top 50 recruits while attending their recruitment ceremony. As a result, Jianghu, the 3 Sages School's Sect Master, had come all the way to Mount Ao and fought him. Lu Yi had seen this with his own eyes. The 3 Sages School put in a request in exchange for not pursuing this matter further, and this old man had no choice but to agree to it. I'm guessing that it has something to do with me? The 3 Sages School would like you to join their sect temporarily after you enter the core circle. Their Spirit Creek Realm cultivators are currently in decline, and they are in a tight spot right now. That is why they'd like you to lend them a hand. Lu Yi couldn't quite understand the 3 Sages School's reasoning. They must be quite the gutsy sect. They knew that they were in a bad spot, and they still wanted him to attach himself to their sect? No matter how Lu Yi looked at it, it was no different from committing suicide. Right now, he was so infamous that he was prepared to be targeted the minute he set foot in the core circle. Therefore, any sect he attached himself to was almost guaranteed to be attacked in tandem. It was one of the reasons he didn't want to attach himself to any allied sect. What on earth was the 3 Sages School thinking? Did they think that their outpost wasn't facing enough pressure and wanted to spice things up, so to speak? Of course, the decision is yours. If you are unwilling, then do not hesitate to say no. I can handle the Three Sages School. It's fine. If they truly want me to pay them a visit, then why not? By the time Lu Yi stepped out of the Sect Master's room, he still couldn't figure out what the Three Sages School was planning. He gave up the line of thought a moment later. The Three Sages School was the one who put forth the request, and the Sect Master had already agreed to it. It would make things awkward if he were to reject it. Plus, it was an ironclad fact that his Sect Master had kidnapped their 50 best recruits from their recruitment ceremony. Amber and Yi were coming with him as a matter of course. Zhu Jia was a must-have as well. Finally, Feng Yu would be joining him on this journey. Originally, Lu Yi was going to bring both Wuxia and Feng Yu to a core circle outpost. However, Wuxia had her own plans, so he could only bring Feng Yu with him. Feng Yu could not stay at the outer circle forever because it afforded her much less opportunities to earn contribution points. He messaged them all and told them to get ready. Chapter 350 Crimson Blood, Devoted Ones. When Lu Yi asked his fourth senior brother when he would be ascending to Cloud River Realm, he said that he still needed time to adapt to his newly repaired spiritual point, and that he wasn't going anywhere for the moment. Lu Yi looked thoughtful after the communication ended. The sky was growing brighter. Lu Yi exited his residence and saw Zhu Jiayi, Feng Yu and Guyang waiting for him outside. For the past month, the number of times he met Zhu Jia could be counted on one hand. He had spent almost every day cultivating during the day and breathing the essence of the moon with amber during the night. Zhu Jia had hit Heaven 7 during this time. Lu Yi wasn't surprised by this. Zhu Jia had been qualified for a breakthrough a long time ago, he had just been keeping himself suppressed. In fact, Lu Yi suspected that Zhu Jia could unlock all 360 spiritual points and ascend to Cloud River Realm in one go if he truly let himself loose. Yi hadn't shown her face much either. While Lu Yi was studying the way of glyphs under Lady Yun, she was studying spells at the Sect Master's place. Besides that, they both had their own cultivation studies to attend to during the night. Today her aura was much stronger than what he remembered a month ago. Brother Lu. Feng Yu greeted him quietly with grateful eyes. A while ago she had sought out Lu Yi and requested to enter the inner circle. However, Lu Yi had turned her down harshly. Sad and helpless, she had turned to her fellow victim, He Xin, and criticized the heck out of him behind his back. Then Lu Yi messaged her telling her to obtain some resources from Shui Yuan at the headquarters and prepare to enter the core circle today. It was only then she realized that she had misunderstood Lu Yi. The reason Lu Yi had rejected her earlier wasn't because he was discriminating against her, but because he already had plans for her. I heard that you have a lot to say about me? That is not true. Feng Yu hurriedly defended herself. This junior sister is most grateful that you were willing to forget my past and take me into the sect. I would not dare to criticize you in any way. On the inside, she wondered how on earth Lu Yi had found out about it. You can speak honestly. I'm not an intolerant person. Feng Yu shook her head like a fan. No. Like I said, I have nothing to share, Brother Lu. Lu Yi stared at her a bit longer before finally turning to Guyang. I shall leave the outpost in your hands. Guyang nodded. He had come to see him off. Do not worry, Brother Lu. I promise to take good care of the outpost. We'll be going then. As Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat, Yi slipped into Amber's body, and Amber jumped onto Zhu Jia's head. The group then climbed onto the spirit boat one by one. There was a surge of spiritual power, and the spirit boat shot toward into the distance in a beam of light. Guyang had already brought down the Grand Ward beforehand, so there was no risk of a collision. He watched them until they were completely gone. Originally, Lu Yi was planning to surrender his post as a legate to a worthy candidate. The Crimson Blood Sect outpost was located in the outer circle, and his cultivation level had exceeded the expected standard a while ago. In fact, he should have surrendered it when he had reached the 9th order. The reason he changed his mind later wasn't because he didn't trust in his fellow cultivators' abilities. In fact, managing an outpost wasn't a difficult task, it was just a tad time and energy consuming. But because he thought that he could use this opportunity to form an alliance pact with a few core circle sections. Besides that, if he were to occupy a core circle outpost, he needed the authority to plunder the blessings on the divine opportunity column. That was why he decided to keep his post a little longer. Both his and Wuxia's flight speed had increased tremendously after they had ascended to Heaven 7. It would only take them a number of days to reach the core circle. On the spirit boat, Lu Yi had taken out his 10-point map to plan their route forward. Right now he was sitting at the forefront of the spirit boat, followed by Feng Yu and Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia was currently sitting cross-legged in a meditative position cultivating. This was one of the body-tempering cultivator's greatest strengths. If he had time to sit around and do nothing, he would always spend it on cultivating. Feng Yu was a disappointment in this regard. She was busy sightseeing and exclaiming her wonder at everything. She was an 8th order cultivator, so of course this wasn't her first time flying. Moreover, the last thing a Crimson Blood Sect disciple lacked was flying spirit artifacts, because Lu Yi always brought back all kinds of spirit artifacts when he returned to the outpost. Those who had reached the required cultivation level would be able to apply for them from the sect. However, an 8th order cultivator could only fly so fast and so high on their flying spirit artifact. Naturally, the view and experience were nowhere as great. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia took turns flying the flying spirit artifact and took almost no breaks. The good news was that they hadn't encountered any opposition even after they had entered the inner circle. Although it had been a month since the absolute madness Lu Yi had created in the inner circle, the Thousand Demon Ridge sects were still a little jittery about it. Most of them were keeping their grand wards up almost 24/7 and avoiding going outdoors as much as possible. Everyone was afraid of catching the Vanquisher of Sects' attention and bringing about their own downfall. On the 10th day, Lu Ye's group finally passed through the entire inner circle and entered the core circle. Lu Yi had always known that the Spirit Creek battlefield was huge, but even with a 10-point map in his possession he hadn't truly realized just how big it was firsthand. Now he did. Despite their new flight speed, it had still taken them 10 whole days to travel from the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost to the core circle. It showed just how wide the Spirit Creek battlefield really was. Traffic had increased visibly after they entered the core circle. These cultivators usually traveled at high altitudes, and they all looked to be in a hurry for some reason. Moreover, they generally stayed away from other flyers as much as possible. It was because no one knew if the other cultivator was a friend or foe, and, if they were an enemy, whether they were within their ability to beat. That was why their journey remained relatively peaceful despite the increase in traffic. Another day passed, and a territory with exquisite scenery entered their view. Of course, the two sects that suffered the worst damage were the Crimson Blood Sect and the Devoted Ones. The Crimson Blood Sect was almost completely destroyed, and the Devoted Ones lost so many champions that their very roots were shaken. Not only that, the survivors of the Crimson Blood Sect were targeted across all battlefields and killed one after another. Having grown completely disheartened with the state of things, the sect master chose to cast out Li Baxian and the remaining disciples out of the Crimson Blood Sect to protect them. Since then, the Crimson Blood Sect had not accepted another disciple. They slowly declined from Tier 1 all the way to the Tier 9, and they would have been eliminated as a sect if Lu Yi had not joined them at the last moment. The Devoted Ones too had dropped from Tier 1 to Tier 3. It took them 2 decades to finally climb back to Tier 2. That war had happened over 30 years ago, and Lu Yi only knew of the broad strokes of the incident. All he knew was that his extraordinarily talented first senior brother was largely blamed for the massive damage the Grand Sky Coalition had suffered. He also perished in that battle, and it was said that his body was never found. Since then, the Crimson Blood Sect slowly drifted apart from many sects they used to be close with. This was doubly true for the Devoted Ones. As the new blood replaced the old, they even became hostile toward the Crimson Blood Sect. The twin sects of Bingzhou were no more after that. When Li Baxian was sent to the Devoted Ones, the fallout between the two sects wasn't yet too severe. Moreover, it was Feng Wujiang's wife, Xiaomin, who had personally requested Li Baxian to be taken under her wing. It was because Li Baxian was almost the same age as Feng Wujiang's daughter at the time, which made him the perfect playmate for her. However, as the relationship between the two sects grew increasingly strained, so did Li Baxian's position in the Devoted Ones. If Xiaomin hadn't shielded him from most of the attacks, he would never have achieved what he had today. That was why Li Baxian treated Xiaomin like his own aunt or mother. The daughter of Feng Wujiang and Xiaomin was none other than the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy, Feng Wuchan. She was 100% her father's daughter. Chapter 351 Showdown. His second senior sister was the one who told him all this. It was why he had always known that his fourth senior brother wasn't doing too well in the Devoted Ones. Obviously, the top-tier sects of the Thousand Demon Ridge had manipulated events behind the scenes in the fateful battle that led to the damaging of Li Baxian's spiritual point. However, had the Devoted Ones really tried their best to protect him? That was up for debate to this day. Li Baxian had been targeted by the Thousand Demon Ridge since he was young. They didn't relent even after he was sent to the Devoted Ones. The Devoted Ones had suffered much collateral damage as a result. It wasn't until his spiritual point was damaged that the attacks finally subsided. It was all because he was a member of the Crimson Blood Sect. That was all. No one knew if the Devoted Ones had played a role in that fateful battle. By now, the trail was too cold for any investigation to bear fruit either. Shui Yuan thought they might have allowed Li Baxian to get hurt, but even she admitted that she had no proof to support her theory, and that he should not take it as the truth. One thing was certain though, and that was that Li Baxian wasn't doing well in the Devoted Ones. Nominally speaking, he was the prolgate of the Devoted Ones. In reality, they had used him like a guard dog. He was strong enough that not even the Tier 1 sects of the Thousand Demon Ridge dared to challenge them without cause. He rarely got permission to leave the outpost. It was one of the main reasons he wasn't able to accumulate the contribution points he needed to heal himself. Otherwise, 10 years was more than enough time for him to accumulate the contribution points necessary to buy a point restoration pill. During the Battle of the Golden Tip, Li Baxian had left his post to save his junior brother without permission. Naturally, he was grounded and punished the moment he returned to the Devoted Ones. Even if the bad history between the two sects hadn't existed, Li Baxian himself was an irritant in the eyes of the Devoted Ones. Feng Yuechan had suppressed her own cultivation for over a decade because Li Baxian was unable to ascend. Naturally, many members of the Devoted Ones were displeased with this. The elders were displeased with Li Baxian because they thought that he was holding back their younger generation. They all thought that he had dragged Feng Yuechan down. Outside the Grand Ward, Lu Yi stared at the unfriendly young man in blue clothes and said, "I am here to meet my fourth senior brother. Please inform him that we are waiting for him. We will take our leave as soon as we exchange a few words." Of course, he hadn't come to the Devoted Ones to attach himself to their sect. Why would he do that when he knew that the Devoted Ones were hostile toward the Crimson Blood Sect? He just wanted to speak with his fourth senior brother. What makes you think that someone from your sect would be in ours? The Devoted Ones do not have your fourth senior brother. Li Baxian. Li Baxian is a disciple of the Devoted Ones, not your fourth senior brother. You will not mention this again. Lu Yi stared expressionlessly at the young man for a moment. The other party glared right back without fear. Without exaggeration, Lu Yi had never encountered such an unfriendly fellow Grand Sky Coalition cultivator in his life. In the past, the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators he met would treat him with politeness and respect even if they had never met him before. Of course, Sima Yang did not count. Lu Yi tapped his battlefield imprint and searched for Feng Yuechan's imprint. He had her imprint because he had exchanged imprints with her in the chess sea before. One of them had to be in the outpost, and if he could contact Feng Yuechan, then of course he could contact Li Baxian. With this, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect became the first person ever to breach a fellow Grand Sky Coalition sect's Grand Ward and enter their outpost without permission as well. The Devoted Ones thought they could provoke him without repercussions? While the game was on, Lu Yi tilted his head at Zhu Jia to motion for him to come in. Zhu Jia did as he was told. Meanwhile, Feng Yu looked like she wanted to be anywhere else but here. The almost comical turn of events had completely shaken her awake from her delusions. Her fifth senior brother hadn't brought her here to get attached to the Devoted Ones. No, he was here to have a showdown. A showdown in a Tier 2 sect no less. Just how brazen could he be? Suddenly, a pair of heads turned toward her. They belonged to Lu Yi and Zhu Jia, of course. Feng Yu shuddered like a leaf. I'll wait for you guys outside. Like she would willingly step into a death trap. She could have 10 lives and she was still going to die all the same. Her rights did not exist before Lu Yi though. Zhu Jia simply stepped out of the Grand Ward, grabbed her neck with his massive hand, and carried her into the outpost like a cat. The body-tempering cultivator had just come to a standstill when he felt a powerful disturbance of spiritual power to his side. A voice of suppressed anger erupted, "How dare you ambush me?" The young man in blue clothes, Brother Wu, was clearly ashamed and embarrassed. He was going to stop Lu Yi from attacking the Grand Ward, but the other party had forced him back in a single strike. That he was 2 minor realms above Lu Yi only made the shame worse, though to be fair it was a surprise attack. This time though Brother Wu was fully prepared. As he cursed at Lu Yi, he launched a rain of spells that would envelop all 3 Crimson Blood Sect cultivators. Feng Yu's heart immediately hit rock bottom. As a medicine cultivator, there was no chance she could dodge or block the attack. All she could do was to close her eyes and wait for death to claim her. She was just going to do that when a tall, broad back stepped in front of her and channeled its vitality and spiritual power. The spell struck, but they merely shook the towering figure slightly. It was Jiao, of course. He was as steady as a shield that would never break. In that moment, Feng Yu could only stare at the powerful back while feeling an unprecedented sense of security. As a Heaven 9 cultivator, Brother Wu was extremely experienced in combat. Having learned from his experience, he chose not to cast his powerful but slow spells. There wasn't enough distance between himself and Lu Yi anyway, and the best way to deal with a combat cultivator like Lu Yi was to overwhelm him with small, speedy spells. It was then he experienced something he would never forget in his life. Going from 0 to a blur in just an instant, Lu Yi had dodged his rain of spells and narrowed their distance from 30 meters to just 10 meters in an instant. His flame-covered saber drew a lethal arc across the air. Brother Wu felt death calling out to him. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power and attempted to push Lu Yi away with a shockwave. Lu Yi was prepared for this though. The shockwave spell was very similar to a spell cultivator's spiritual power shield. The closer the attacker was to the spell cultivator, the greater the repulsive force they had to endure. That said, the spell was useless if the attacker could stay within that sweet spot where they weren't too far away from the spell cultivator, and the repulsive force wasn't strong enough to push them away. Lu Yi halted his charge for an instant. Once Brother Wu's spell was spent, he immediately charged toward the man once more. Brother Wu screamed inside his head, "Just how many spell cultivators has he fought to react perfectly to my blast?" The next moment he saw Lu Ye's saber swinging toward his head. Brother Wu hurriedly lowered his head. He would literally lose his head if he didn't, but the second he did so, he saw a knee flying straight toward his nose. From a third-person's perspective, it almost looked like he was intentionally taking Lu Ye's knee strike with his face. Bang! There was a loud bang as Brother Wu sailed across the air while spinning like a top. It took a few seconds before he crashed heavily against the ground. Stars were flying around his head, and his forehead hurt so bad he suspected that the strike had actually fractured his skull. He was just about to climb to his feet when he felt a flaming blade pressed up against forehead. He looked up. Lu Yi was looking down on him with a calm expression on his face. Brother Wu's eyelid twitched once. To be honest, he still didn't know how he had lost the battle because their exchange was that brief. It was so brief that he had a blade on his head before he could even unleash his true power. He was going to teach the enemy a lesson, but he was the one who got his ass handed to him. "Brother Wu!" A Heaven 7 cultivator cried out. Chapter 352. I'm astray he picked up on the road? "Kill me if you dare," Brother Wu uttered through gritted teeth while glaring at Lu Yi. Fearlessness was the one thing every Jianghu cultivator seemed to possess, not to mention that he, a Heaven 9 cultivator, had lost to a Heaven 7 cultivator who was way younger than him. What else was there to say? Lu Yi withdrew his saber and spun on one leg. Before Brother Wu could react, Lu Yi landed a powerful kick on his left temple that tore his hastily built spiritual power shield apart and sent him flying across the air once more. This time he wasn't able to climb back to his feet. The kick had knocked him out completely. The fight was brief, but the eruptions of spiritual power still drew the attention of many devoted ones cultivators. It wasn't long before several figures rushed over to the scene. They immediately saw their Brother Wu lying on the ground, possibly dead, and 3 strangers that definitely should not be standing within their outpost. One of them was even carrying a saber in one hand and gushing with spiritual power. "Enemy attack!" Someone shouted. The entire outpost came to life at that cry. Countless cultivators began rushing over from multiple directions. At the same time, the people who had already arrived mercilessly ganged up on Lu Yi. Sure, they didn't know who the newcomers were, but it did not change the fact that they had somehow barged into their outpost and possibly even killed Brother Wu. The only way to respond to such violence was with violence. The flying weapons were the first to arrive. For a time, the outpost was filled with the sounds of flying weapons whistling through the air. The inviolable moving so fast that it was almost a blur, Lu Yi accurately sent every spirit artifact that flew his way into the air. He himself traveled back and forth the battlefield like lightning because he had imbued himself with windwalk beforehand. Zzzt. Muffled groans of pain erupted, and blood splattered against the ground. There weren't many Heaven 9 cultivators even in the core circle because everyone except those who were consolidating their power or climbing the scroll of supremacy had chosen to ascend to the Cloud River realm. The brother Wu Lu Yi just knocked out was one of those who were in the middle of consolidating his power. This period could be as short as 10 days or as long as 3 months. It was all up to the cultivator's choice. Even then, those aiming to climb the scroll of supremacy still wouldn't stay at the Spirit Creek realm for too long. As a result, the scroll of supremacy was updated more frequently than most rankings, and the list was filled with new names practically every few months. Of course, the top 3 were exceptions to the rule. The first few attackers were all Heaven 7 or Heaven 8, and at Lu Ye's current skill level, he did not need much effort to take them all down. His only problem was how to take them down fast enough so that he wouldn't be overwhelmed by the reinforcements. The first few waves of attackers were easily defeated and repelled by Lu Yi. As time passed, their faces grew more and more serious. What? Because they had never seen such a powerful Heaven 7 cultivator, of course. It wasn't long before more devoted one's disciples joined the attack, and this time Amber revealed his true self and let out a mighty roar. He was an entire size bigger than he was earlier, and the light gold spirit beast energy surrounding his body looked thick enough to be solid. The roar immediately caused a wave of dizziness among the charging cultivators. Yi also appeared and fired spells in every direction. Her casting speed and amount were positively terrifying. Zhu Jia soundlessly moved behind Lu Yi and gathered a large ball of spiritual power in his hand. After it had transformed into a barrier that looked like a turtle's shell, he held it up and blocked all the attacks directly at Lu Ye's back. More and more devoted one's cultivators were starting to surround them, and the attacks grew dense enough that Lu Yi could no longer take the fight to the enemy without risking massive injuries. His flying weapons flew out of his weapon holder one after another and created a storm of blades around him. His skill with them was positively breathtaking. From a bird's eye view, one could see that countless devoted one's cultivators had surrounded the 3 cultivators and one tiger at the center, spells and flying weapons clashing in midair non-stop. The devoted one's attack hit Lu Ye's group again and again like waves, but they always managed to stop them without fail. Suddenly, an angry roar cut through the chaos. "Cease your struggle and allow yourself to be captured, or I will kill her right now." Lu Ye's group looked back and saw that a devoted one's disciple had captured Feng Yu before they knew it. Not only was he pressing a blade against her milky white neck, it had cut into her skin and caused her to bleed out a little. Feng Yu looked like she might faint on her feet. There was a short silence before Lu Ye's group withdrew their gaze. Then, they continued blocking the incoming attacks coming their way and launching a counter-attack from time to time. That was not the reaction the guy was expecting at all. He looked confused as Feng Yu moaned in despair, "Do I look like I'm a part of their group? I'm just a stray they picked up on the road, dude. You. At the same time, she raged internally at her past self for following Lu Yi to the core circle when she should have entered the inner circle instead, considering her cultivation level. It wasn't like the decision itself was bad, but what in the world made her 5th senior brother think that kicking down the devoted one's front door and having a showdown was a good idea? Was he dropped as a child or something? Now, they were probably all going to die. The battle was in full swing when suddenly, a handsome man appeared in the Sanctum of Providence. It was none other than Li Baxin teleporting to the outpost after hearing about his junior brother's arrival from Shui Yuan. He was very happy that his junior brother had come to visit him as a matter of course. He was just wondering how he should welcome his junior brother when suddenly, he sensed that all was not right in the outpost. He could feel chaotic waves of spiritual power coming from a certain direction and what definitely sounded like an incredibly intense battle. Li Baxin blanched. He immediately dashed toward the exit. "Senior brother," Feng Yuechan called out to him. She had been waiting for him outside the sanctum. Li Baxin was so bothered by the bad premonition growing in his heart that he didn't even bother correcting her before asking, "Is someone attacking our outpost?" Sure, part of the reason they weren't able to take down Lu Ye's group yet was because she had ordered them not to kill, but they had still outnumbered the enemy almost 100-1. Not only that, no one in Lu Ye's group was higher than Heaven 7. Considering the odds, anything less than an immediate and crushing victory was a stain on their honor, much less this. The outpost really has been peaceful for too long. It was great living under my and senior brother Li's wings, wasn't it? So great that most of you seem to have forgotten how to fight. What will happen if the two of us are gone, and you have to defend yourselves one day? Are you guys just going to let the enemies roll over you? The group looked ashamed enough to bury themselves in the ground. No one dared to say a word against her. Many people believe that our outpost is as solid as a rock with me and senior brother Li around, but that's only because they haven't noticed the rot beneath the surface. You all think that you can slack off in your training because someone up top will support the weight of the heavens for you, but do you really think we can protect you forever? At this rate, you can unlock all 360 spiritual points and ascend to the Cloud River realm, and our enemies are still going to slaughter you like chicks. She then glared at the cultivator still holding Feng Yu hostage and rebuked him harshly. "And you? Is this what you've learned after all the years we've spent raising you? Bullying the weak and taking hostages to win a battle? Sure, the gloves are off if the enemy is the Thousand Demon Ridge, but who are these people? They are Grand Sky Coalition cultivators just like us. What were you thinking?" The cultivator visibly flinched. "Senior sister, that's not what I... Do not find an excuse for your actions. That is the way of a weakling. If you were strong, you would be fighting instead of taking a frail woman hostage, not to mention that she's a medicine cultivator. Seriously, what kind of man would hold a medicine cultivator hostage?" That was going a bit too far, but no one was stupid enough to tell Feng Yuechan off. The cultivator turned beet red as he let go of Feng Yu. Feng Yu hurriedly put a few steps between herself and the devoted one's cultivator before shooting Feng Yuechan a grateful look. "Oh man, the core circle is too dangerous. I want to go home." To fight a body-tempering cultivator at melee was to play to their strength. That was not what had happened in this battle, however. Lu Yi, a combat cultivator, had destroyed a body-tempering cultivator's defensive spirit artifact via brute force. What was a defensive spirit artifact to a body-tempering cultivator? It was their dignity, their pride and honor. And Lu Yi had just hacked it to pieces and mopped the floor with it. The visual impact of this fight was even greater than the earlier battle. A short silence later, another Heaven 9 cultivator stepped into the open. His head was slightly dipped and he was holding a sword. Looking at his attire, he was probably a combat cultivator. Not all sword wielders were sword cultivators after all. The man didn't say a word, but his speed kept growing and growing. Just a few steps later, he was zipping around the battlefield like a lightning bolt. Light surrounded the swordsman as he became one with the sword. Then a sword beam flew straight toward Lu Yi. The attack did not look very fanciful, but it was 100% an all-out attack. The swordsman's killing intent, so thick that it might as well be solid, caused every hair on Lu Ye's body to stand on its end. This man was definitely a sword cultivator. The sword light arrived in the blink of an eye. Insight appeared in Lu Ye's pupils as protection appeared in the sword light's path. Tink. There was a soft tink as the sword made contact with his glyph. Then it was followed by a seemingly unending cacophony of metallic clanks. Heavens only know how many times the sword cultivator had thrust his sword in an instant. The glyph was quickly covered in cracks despite Lu Yi channeling as much spiritual power into it as he could. Eventually, protection shattered into a million pieces, and the sword light flashed past Lu Yi at the same time Lu Yi brought down his saber. For a moment, the duo simply stood with their backs to each other, unmoving. Everyone's heart leaped to their throats as they waited for the result. Piss! A shower of blood erupted from Lu Ye's neck, but he remained standing. Behind him, the sword cultivator wobbled for a moment before collapsing on the ground. A medicine cultivator from the devoted ones hurried to his side to treat him, but she discovered that he had just fainted from exhaustion. He was injured, but his life was in no danger. It was only then she let out a sigh of relief. The cultivator's gazes grew complicated. If before they were only angry and annoyed at Lu Yi, now they had grown a hint of respect for him. It was true that the Crimson Blood sect and the devoted ones shared a sour relationship with each other, and it was true that Lu Yi was a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. Even so, it was impossible not to respect a Heaven 7 cultivator who could duel 2 Heaven 9 cultivators in a row and come out victorious, especially since they were the strongest Spirit Creek Realm cultivators they possessed outside of Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. That this was after he fought a battle was just the icing on the cake. They would not have believed it if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes. As they watched the blood-drenched youngster with growing respect, they felt as if they were witnessing the rise of a new star. Another Heaven 9 cultivator soundlessly stepped into the open. They respected Lu Yi, and they were well aware that this battle was anything but fair. However, their sect's dignity was on the line here. That was why they weren't going to stop until they had defeated Lu Yi. Enough. It was at this moment Feng Yuechan spoke up. Have we not embarrassed ourselves enough already? Must we add another stain to our honor? The Heaven 9 cultivator stopped in his tracks for a moment and withdrew back into the crowd. Keep this a secret from your second senior sister, okay? Otherwise, she won't cook for me the next time I return to the headquarters. He then waved at everyone and said, "Take a seat. The food will be ready very soon." Chapter 354, A Chat Between Brothers. A moment later, the group sat down around a massive wooden stump. The top of the wooden stump was perfectly flat and smooth, which made it suitable as a dining table. A wide range of dishes were laid out on the table. Every taste, scent and color a person might desire from their food was accounted for. Jia had never acted courteous around food and he never would. He buried his face in food the second he took a seat. Lu Yi sampled some of the dishes before raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Holy shit. Your cooking skill is on par with Sister Shui's." Li Baxian chuckled. "It's all I study whenever I'm bored and free." Feng Yuechan snorted. "Are you aware that your senior brother is really a very lazy man, junior brother Lu? For starters, he wouldn't have cooked today if you hadn't shown up. In fact, it usually takes a lot of prodding and threatening to get him to do anything. Come now. You can embarrass me when my junior brother isn't around, can't you?" pleaded Li Baxian while putting her favorite food on her plate. "Thank you, senior brother." Feng Yuechan beamed at him. Li Baxian sighed. Unable to muster the energy to correct the way she addressed her for the umpteenth time, he looked at Lu Yi and asked, "How are your injuries?" "I'm fine. I believe I have senior sister Feng to thank for this, but no one went overboard during the battle." "I'm happy to hear that. Let's drink a bit, shall we?" Li Baxian produced a few jars of fine liquor from his storage bag as he said this. There wasn't much conversation flowing at the dining table. It was mostly Li Baxian and Lu Yi talking about everything and nothing. When dinner was over, Jia blanked out on his seat while rubbing his full tummy, and Feng Yuechan took Yi and Feng Yu away to clean the dishes. As for Lu Yi and Li Baxian, they were sitting on a protrusion at the edge of Eagle Beak Cliff enjoying a jar of liquor each. One of them was standing and the other sitting. Both were basking in the dying rays of the sun. "Now that you have entered the core circle, what are your plans for the future, junior brother?" "I'll be going to the Three Sages School's outpost." The Three Sages School? The sect master kidnapped their top 50 recruits when he was visiting their recruitment ceremony. Three Sages School's sect master was so angry that he chased after the sect master all the way to the headquarters and even fought him. Lu Yi gave him a brief summary of the story. Li Baxian's eyes twitched when he heard this. Heavens, the old man really went all out this time. It will be decades before he recovers his reputation, if ever. He really is determined to develop the Crimson Blood sect properly this time. The compensation from the Thousand Demon Ridge arrived a while ago, so the disciples do not need to worry about cultivation expenses for a while. With enough talent, the sect should only grow more and more prosperous. Say, have you ever thought about returning to the Crimson Blood sect, senior brother? Li Baxian smiled. What had you heard? Enough to know that you do not deserve such treatment. Li Baxian patted Lu Yi on the shoulder before sitting beside him. Fairness isn't a common thing in this world, junior brother. Plus, you have only heard your second senior sister's side of the story. She is looking at the situation from my perspective, so of course she can only see the injustices the others have done unto me. He gulped down a mouthful of liquor before continuing. Back then, the devoted ones took me, and even though the entire world wanted the Crimson Blood sect dead, as if that wasn't bad enough, unusual sects such as the Northern Profound Sword Clan, a sect that was made up of sword cultivators only, numbered only dozens. Long story short, they did not have the numbers to spare the strength necessary to recreate Lu Ye's army. That said, just because it was unlikely Lu Ye might repeat what he did in the inner circle, it didn't mean they shouldn't prepare for it. The Vanquisher of Sects had done plenty of things people thought were impossible or unprecedented until now, and no one knew if he had more tricks up his sleeves. That was why the 1,000 Demon Ridge sects of the core circle began to mobilize as soon as they heard that Lu Ye had arrived. The cultivators of the 1,000 Demon Ridge began leaving their outposts and rushing to the last spot where Lu Ye was detected. No one was directing the operation, and yet they were all united in an unsaid purpose: to nip the Vanquisher of Sects in the bud before he could become a bigger threat than he already was. While Lu Ye was making waves in the core circle, another shocking news had broken at almost the same time. The second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy, Li Baxian, had flown to the Raving Bladesman's outpost and challenged Yan Xing to a duel. The grudge between the two cultivators had lasted for over a decade. Practically everyone who didn't live under a rock had heard about their story. Normally, it was Yan Xing who lay low near the Devoted One's outpost in an attempt to ambush the sword cultivator. Unfortunately, he rarely got to enact his ambush because Li Baxian almost never left the outpost. That was why most people found it hard to believe that Li Baxian was the one who issued the challenge. The outcome of the battle was even more unbelievable, however. Long story short, Li Baxian was injured and Yan Xing was killed. According to the Raving Bladesmen disciples who were present to witness the battle that day, their duel had been decided in a single move. It had ended so quickly that most of them did not even realize it was over until Yan Xing had collapsed on the ground. With this act, Li Baxian returned to the top of the Scroll of Supremacy with his honor redeemed. The news shocked both the Spirit Creek battlefield and Jianghu. Li Baxian was the first ever Heaven 8 cultivator in history to make it to the Scroll of Supremacy, and a top contender no less. Naturally, many people had high expectations for him. If his spiritual point hadn't been irreparably damaged, his future would have been bright and limitless. Countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators found it a pity that a champion like him was forced to dilly-dally at the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade. But today, the march that was halted for over a decade had finally begun once more. Not only had Li Baxian fully recovered from his injuries, he had even slain the nemesis that had plagued him for just as long and returned to the top of the Scroll of Supremacy. The maximum flight speed of a flying spirit artifact was directly connected to the enhancements and quality of the spirit artifact, and the cultivation level of the pilot. Although the 1,000 Demon Ridge had dispatched a massive number of cultivators to pursue Lu Ye, few could truly catch up to him. And even those who could were unable to keep up after a while. How could they hunt him down when they couldn't even catch up to him? This was why Lu Ye was only pursued by dozens of people right now, not hundreds or even thousands. Even now, people in the group were falling behind one after another. If flight speed was the only problem, then they could have caught him already. For the past 2 days, countless 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had been lying in ambush ahead of Lu Ye. Theoretically speaking, they only needed to hold him up for a moment for the pursuers to catch up to them. In reality, the interceptors weren't able to do much. The second reason they weren't able to kill Lu Ye yet was because his skill in the way of telekinesis was just too good. The young man was only a Heaven 7 cultivator, and yet somehow he was able to control 9 flying weapons at the same time. Sure, it wasn't even close to Li Baxian's ridiculous 100 flying weapons, but being able to control 9 was still an incredible achievement. Even worse, the weapons were ridiculously powerful. Once, A Heaven 9 body-tempering cultivator had attempted to intercept Lu Yi only to find himself with 1 foot in the grave after the 9 flying weapons struck him at once. He only survived because he was a strong cultivator, but even then he was grievously wounded and unable to contribute to the pursuit any longer. As if this wasn't bad enough, Lu Ye's telekinetic range far exceeded that of a standard Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. Even a Heaven 9 cultivator was no match for him. The power and range of a flying weapon was directly related to their mental strength, the purity of their spiritual power, and their spiritual power control. That was why the Thousand Demon Ridge could not understand what was going on here. How was Lu Yi, a cultivator who had just ascended to the Heaven Grade 7th Order a few days ago, able to kill someone that was over 230 meters away from him with his flying weapons? Just how pure was his spiritual power? What level of fine control must he possess to achieve such a feat? To make a comparison, a Heaven 9 cultivator's maximum telekinetic range was only 200 meters or so. Any further than that and they would not be able to control their weapon. The 30-meter difference meant that the initiative was always in Lu Ye's hand. Anyone who wished to face him in battle must be able to endure at least 1 round of attacks before they could do anything. In the sky, flying weapons were the main mode of attack. This invisible advantage allowed Lu Yi to perform better than he would have on the ground. Right now, Lu Yi was infinitely glad that he had picked his 4th senior brother's brain regarding the way of telekinesis before, and that he heeded the advice to purchase a weapon holder from the Vault of Providence. Otherwise, he and his companions would have succumbed to the onslaught already. If he was in danger, then Li Baxian would not sit by and do nothing. And if Li Baxian must rescue his junior brother, then Feng Yuechan would not stay idle either. In other words, the 3 Sages School's Sect Master had negotiated a 3-for-1 deal with his Sect Master. However, their Sect Master had not anticipated that Lu Yi would use his hard-earned contribution points to purchase the point restoration pills and heal Li Baxian. Not long after that, both Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had departed to the Cloud River battlefield. As a result, the condition seemed foolish at best and self-destructive at worst. Not only would Lu Ye's presence bring unending calamity to the outpost, there would be no Li Baxian or Feng Yuechan to help turn the tides. It was no wonder Li Baxian thought that the 3 Sages School might decide to change their minds. The good news was that the 3 Sages School wasn't a selfish, irresponsible sect. Despite knowing that they were inviting destruction into their midst, they had still opened their doors to Lu Yi. Lu Yi glanced at a nearby group of 3 Sages School cultivators. They looked like they were preparing for war. Lu Yi waved his hand and said, "Your kindness is much appreciated, but we're not going to stay at your wonderful outpost for long. We'll be taking our leave as soon as we catch our breaths." Since the 3 Sages School had turned out to be more decent than anticipated, of course he wasn't going to stay behind and bring harm to them. Right now, any Grand Sky Coalition outpost who took him in would be harassed until they were wiped out from the surface of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Plus, the 3 Sages School was just a Tier 2 sect with a small group of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. If he actually chose to stay, they were going to lose their outpost in 2 days at best or 1 day at worst. Both Situhan and Shirley looked surprised. They clearly weren't expecting Lu Yi to make such a decision. Situhan asked, "Are you aware of your circumstances, junior brother Lu? With your cultivation level, I am afraid you won't be able to survive for long without the protection of an outpost." "Perhaps, but how long can your outpost, or any outpost for that matter, hold out before they are overwhelmed? Do not worry, senior brother. I may be weak still, but the Thousand Demon Ridge will have to work very hard to kill me. That said, there is one thing that I would like to ask for your help with." "Do tell, junior brother." Lu Yi pointed at Feng Yu, who was still being carried by Zhu Jia like a chick. "Feng Yu here is a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. Is it okay if she attaches herself to your outpost? Her cultivation may be weak, but she is a medicine cultivator. You do not need to give her special treatment either. Just treat her like one of yours and throw her a bone from time to time." Feng Yu was already red in the face to begin with, but her head drooped even lower when she heard Lu Ye's remark about her. For some reason she felt like the child of a poor family being sent away to greener pastures. "But of course," Situhan agreed immediately. "Forget that Feng Yu was a medicine cultivator, they would have accepted her even if she wasn't. They already felt guilty and thankful that Lu Yi would rather risk his life than enjoy at least a day or two of safety, something that he was entirely entitled to. Also, can I form an alliance pact with you, senior brother? I would like to borrow your divine opportunity column for something. A while later, Lu Yi was connecting his mind to the Three Sages School's divine opportunity column and entering the Vault of Providence. He only had 2,000 plus contribution points left when he was at the Crimson Blood Sect. After spending 2 days escaping from his pursuers though, he had gained some contribution points and a good amount of loot. Besides the cultivation resources, he sold everything to the Vault of Providence for around 2,000 contribution points. Now he had 4,000 contribution points in total. It didn't last long. A few minutes later, the 4,000 contribution points had decreased to just 5. It's been a while since I was this poor. Lu Yi thought wistfully to himself. You truly could never have enough contribution points. Situ Han was waiting for him outside when he exited the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi asked, Senior Brother Situ, can you prepare some food for us? Forget eating or sleeping, they barely had the chance to catch their breaths for the past 2 days. As a result, both him and Zhu Jiao were quite exhausted. While they hadn't run low on spiritual power yet, Lu Yi could consume spirit pills to restore his spiritual power non-stop, and Zhu Jiao had a massive amount of reserves in his mutant core. Their stamina was a different story altogether. No problem. Please give us a moment, Situ Han replied before making the arrangements. A moment later, Lu Yi and Zhu Jiao were chowing down a tableful of food like hungry ghosts. Lu Yi checked the 10-point map while gulping down his food. They could not afford to stay in the Three Sages School's outpost for long, not only because he would be endangering them, but also because he would lose the initiative. If he took too long, the 1,000 Demon Ridge could surround the outpost until even a fly was hard-pressed to escape their encirclement. They were all going to go down if that happened. The situation hadn't devolved to that point yet, of course. The number of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators gathering a few kilometers away from the outpost were still pretty low. However, their numbers would only grow bigger as time passed. He must take his leave before the enemy's size could exceed a certain threshold. That said, fleeing wasn't a permanent solution either. They had to falter eventually, not to mention that there was no way to fully predict the dangers ahead of them. No, the best way to deal with his pursuers was to launch a counterattack, to show them the cost of pursuing him. A plan was already forming in Lu Ye's mind, but he needed a suitable setting to enact it. That was why he was inspecting the 10-point map right now. He wanted to find a terrain that suited his needs. Chapter 357 Misty Mountains. There were many strange locations in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and many of them were filled with unknown dangers. Some were dangerous enough that even cultivators were unwilling to venture into them. The lairs of powerful spirit beasts were one such example. The Lake of the Great Serpent was one such example. While the lake was technically a danger zone, the Great Serpent wasn't that much of a threat to a cultivator. Unless provoked, it usually did not bother the cultivators that passed by its lair, especially those who offered it food. Not all spirit beasts were as easygoing as the Great Serpent though, not to mention that they were all Tyrant-level existences that no single Spirit Creek realm cultivator could hope to defeat. Besides the lairs of Tyrant-level spirit beasts, there were many other places that were naturally dangerous for one reason or another. These were not the locations Lu Yi was looking for. Although he was powerful enough to kill an ordinary Heaven 9 cultivator on his own, a Tyrant-level spirit beast was a match for many Heaven 9 cultivators. Naturally, he wasn't stupid or audacious enough to seek out such places. The terrain in his mind was one that would allow him to maximize his abilities. He wanted an environment that naturally made aerial scouting ineffective or was a naturally good hiding place. The good news was that there were plenty of places like this. He found one that fit his criteria very quickly. He took a 4-hour rest after finishing his meal. It was only then that he got ready to leave. Several kilometers away from the Three Sages School, over 300,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had already gathered in place. More were still coming over from every direction. At the edge of the Grand Ward, Lu Yi bade Situ Han and Shirley farewell. The legate did not pretend that he wanted Lu Yi around. He simply let out a sigh and said, "We did you wrong, junior brother Lu. You are exaggerating, senior brother Situ. You are already doing me a big favor by accepting my fellow disciple in these trying times." He then shot Feng Yu a glance and said curtly, "Do not bring shame to the sect." Feng Yu maintained an obsequious appearance as she responded, "I understand. Farewell." Lu Yi said one last time to Situ Han and Shirlei before summoning his spirit boat. He and Zhu Jia then hopped onto the flying spirit artifact. He did not bother asking Zhu Jia to stay, not because he didn't want to, but because he knew that Zhu Jia would not agree to it. The spirit boat vibrated once before shooting into the sky. Feng Yu took a step forward and cried out to the departing spirit boat, "Take care, brother Lu." Her feelings toward Lu Yi were quite complicated. At the beginning she hated and begrudged Lu Yi for effectively damning her to a hopeless future. However, most of that hatred faded away after he formally accepted her as a true acolyte. The fact that he took her to the core circle and left her behind at the Three Sages School's outpost proved that he hadn't held her past against her despite the way he acted toward her. At the very least, she would never get to enjoy such treatment if she was still a cultivator of Clan Feng. It was around this time Feng Yu realized that leaving Clan Feng and joining the Crimson Blood sect wasn't so bad after all. It would be even better if her fifth senior brother was friendlier. The spirit boat swiftly turned into a dot in the sky. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators immediately gave chase when they saw this. The sky immediately became filled with what looked like hundreds upon hundreds of reverse shooting stars. A moment later the grand spectacle ended, and the outskirts of the Three Sages School fell silent once more. To the Thousand Demon Ridge, hunting Lu Yi was the top priority right now. Not only would they be rewarded handsomely, they would not have to live in fear anymore. In the past, they only feared Lu Yi for his extraordinary ward-breaching skills. Now they feared his exceptional martial prowess as well. The young man was just a Heaven 7 cultivator, but he was already strong enough to kill an ordinary Heaven 9 cultivator. Was there anyone in the Spirit Creek battlefield who could defeat him when he reached the Heaven 9 realm? The Thousand Demon Ridge had no intentions of reliving the horror of their entire cultivation faction being dominated by a single person. It was clear that the pursuers were composed of a mishmash of weak and powerful cultivators. Those with low cultivation level and or poor flying spirit artifacts quickly lagged behind the group, and even the Heaven 8 or Heaven 9 cultivators were hard-pressed to keep up with Lu Yi. The good news was that the entire core circle had been mobilized to hunt down Lu Yi. They would never lose track of him unless he hid himself. The bad news was that Lu Yi vanished from their sight just a day later. His last known location was a massive mountain range that encompassed a wide area. According to the 10-point map, the place was named Misty Mountains. One could tell from the name alone that the terrain was generally shrouded in mist. From a bird's-eye view, the mountain forest was permanently shrouded by a sea of rising mist and churning clouds. The scenery was fantastic to say the least. The mist was so thick and tall that even 300-meter-tall trees were completely hidden beneath it. Only those old enough to have gigantic canopies could stand out amidst mist. The ancient mountain forest was the lair of many a spirit beast. However, it was also a treasure trove of natural treasures. Misty Mountains was quite famous in the core circle. A lot of cultivators loved to come here to harvest herbs or capture a spirit beast or two. Of course, the Misty Mountains weren't without its dangers. For starters, it contained as many as 3 Tyrant-level spirit beasts. Luckily, they almost never left their territory. In fact, they were generally not hostile unless their territory was invaded. It was obvious why Lu Yi had escaped into the Misty Mountains. He was planning to use the terrain to shake off their pursuit. The Thousand Demon Ridge could not allow him to escape as a matter of course. To deal with this, they called their friends and allies to join in the hunt. Just a few days later, Misty Mountains went from a fairly tranquil resource spot to a riotous one. That was how many people had joined in on the hunt. Since the mountain range was permanently shrouded in mist, it was basically impossible to scout from the air. So, they were forced to search for Lu Yi on the ground. That said, they weren't bumbling around like idiots. For starters, the stealthy ghost cultivators moved into the forest first in search for Lu Yi's tracks or better, the man himself. They were to message the main group immediately if they found anything. Behind the ghost cultivators were squads responsible for exploring and sweeping the area thoroughly. Each squad consisted of 10 cultivators or more because any less than that, and they might not be able to defeat Lu Yi even if they found him. Finally, the squads made sure to stay fairly close to one another. This way they could reinforce their allies at a moment's notice. It must be said that the Thousand Demon Ridge was well prepared for this hunt. And so the great hunt for Lu Yi in the Misty Mountains began. Wuxia was one of the ghost cultivators who was searching for Lu Yi in the Misty Mountains. His cultivation level was SOSO in the core circle. He was a Heaven 8 cultivator who had unlocked 310 spiritual points in total, or 50 points away from reaching the Heaven 9 realm. At the beginning of one's cultivation journey, the first 50 spiritual points were very easy to unlock. Anyone with even a smidgen of cultivation talent would be able to achieve this. At Wuxia's level though, he had to give it his all to unlock just a single spiritual point. The more spiritual points a cultivator had unlocked, the thicker the barriers surrounding a spiritual point became. That was why it grew more and more difficult to unlock a spiritual point over time. Not only that, it wasn't like a cultivator had an infinite amount of tries. The bigger the number of attempts, the easier it was for a locked spiritual point to become damaged. If that happened, then the spiritual point would basically be useless and could only be restored with a point restoration pill. Wuxia knew full well that he was unlikely to unlock all 360 spiritual points unless he stumbled upon a windfall of sorts. However, he was reluctant to just give in to fate and ascend as he was either. His sentiment was shared by many Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators. No one had come this far just to resign themselves to mediocrity. They might never make it to the Heaven 9 realm, but they would be damned if they didn't push as far as humanly possible before ascending to the Cloud River realm. The reason was simple: the more spiritual points they unlocked, the greater their potential as a Cloud River realm cultivator. There was another reason they were able to keep pushing. It was because there existed a spirit pill called the Barrier Penetrating Pill. Unlike the point restoration pill's obscene price tag of 160,000 contribution points, the Barrier Penetrating Pill cost only 500 contribution points. Its price tag had not changed for centuries either. However, 500 contribution points was a tall order even for core circle cultivators, not to mention that someone like Wuxia would need an incredible amount of barrier penetrating pills to unlock further spiritual points. Right now, he might be able to unlock his next spiritual point with a single barrier penetrating pill. However, the next spiritual point would require 2 or even 3 barrier penetrating pills to unlock. Not only did he need an exponential amount of barrier-penetrating pills to unlock the next spiritual point, he would eventually reach a point where the barrier-penetrating pill became completely ineffective. When that happened, ascending to the Cloud River realm would be his only option. To reiterate, Wuxia was 50 spiritual points from reaching Heaven 9. He did not even want to think how many barrier-penetrating pills it would take him to get that far, assuming the efficacy of the pill would last until then. What he did know was that there was no chance under the heavens that he was going to gather that many contribution points without some sort of windfall. That was why he had joined the hunt. If he managed to kill Lu Yi, he would have the wealth to unlock many spiritual points. As a ghost cultivator who communed with the Nether all day and night, Wuxia was extremely confident in his attainment in the way of concealment. More accurately, there was no such thing as a ghost cultivator who wasn't confident in their ability to conceal themselves. As it turned out, he was a lucky man as well. Just a few days after he entered the Misty Mountains, he actually managed to find Lu Yi. Right now, Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged on a large rock next to a clear mountain spring. There was a small bonfire where the body-tempering cultivator named Zhu Jia was barbecuing a mountain boar. Its sleek, oily surface was giving off a most enticing scent, and the oil would sometimes drip onto the fire and cause some sizzling noises. There was also a spirit beast that was shaped like a snow-white cat. It was currently curled up into a ball and chowing down on a bloody chunk of meat. Wuxia had nearly lost control of his heartbeat the moment he spotted the group. 17 or 18-year-old youngster was like a walking treasure trove to all Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators right now. Anyone who managed to kill him would basically be unlocking the door to an infinite source of wealth. Wuxia glanced back and forth between the meditating Lu Yi and the barbecuing Zhu Jia before calling them airheads in his head. Just how careless could they be to have the mood to have a barbecue while thousands upon thousands of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were searching for them? He took a small breath to calm down his excitement. Then he slowly inched his way toward Lu Yi. To a ghost cultivator, Lu Yi was even more enticing than that boar that had been roasted to golden perfection. He was certain he could kill Lu Yi if he could get within 10 meters of the young man because he was a ghost cultivator, a type of cultivator that was born to assassinate enemies 1 or more minor realms above them. His foot landed on a carpet of soft leaves, but it did not generate even the slightest noise. Wuxia was pushing his abilities to the max right now. 30 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, Wuxia paused in his tracks and felt a thick sheen of cold sweat breaking out of his forehead. He suddenly discovered that a corpse was lying behind the rock Wuxia was meditating on. Not only that, their attire clearly marked them as a fellow ghost cultivator. As if that wasn't bad enough, his mind turned completely white when he saw the dead man's face. It was because he recognized the guy. The ghost cultivator was a Heaven 9 cultivator from a Tier 2 sect, and he was much stronger than Wuxia, to put it mildly. Chapter 358, A Massacre. There were no signs of combat in the surroundings, and yet a Heaven 9 ghost cultivator lay dead next to Wuxia. The situation was more complicated than he initially thought, to put it mildly. He looked up. That was when he saw Wuxia staring straight into his eyes. Cold sweat dripped down Wuxia's forehead. He knew he was exposed almost the second their eyes met. Never mind that he had no idea how he was exposed. Never mind that Wuxia, a Heaven 7 combat cultivator, should never be able to see him. Ghost cultivators did excel at assassinating enemies above their cultivation realm, but that was assuming that their stealth wasn't broken. Otherwise they were far less of a threat. Wuxia barely hesitated before jumping back. Maybe it was the threat of death so tangible that he could practically smell it, but he was moving faster than he ever had in his life. He heard something whistling through the air. The next moment, 3 flying weapons closed in on him from multiple directions. Wuxia had long since heard of Liu Ye's telekinetic prowess. He hurriedly summoned his own spirit artifact and knocked the 3 flying weapons away. At the same time, he used the knockback force to put another 30 meters between himself and Wuxia. However, just as he stopped, another flying weapon flew toward his side soundlessly. Wuxia hurriedly dodged to the side, but the attack still managed to brush his shoulder and trigger a burst of intense pain. Blood immediately poured profusely down his shoulder. As if that wasn't enough, he heard more whistling sounds coming from behind. He looked back just in time to see 5 or 6 flying weapons approaching him from multiple angles. In that instant, 2 words flashed across his mind. I'm dead. He was aware that Wuxia was powerful. He was a Heaven 7 cultivator who could kill Heaven 9 cultivators. However, seeing was believing, and it wasn't until now that he grasped just how powerful the young man really was. He was a Heaven 8 cultivator who had unlocked 310 spiritual points, and yet he couldn't even retaliate against someone who was 1 minor realm below him. Wuxia had not even moved an inch from his position. Yet, he had driven Wuxia into a dead end with his flying weapons alone. His strength had literally surpassed his imagination of what was possible. An instant before death, he tapped on his battlefield imprint and sent out an emergency message. He wasn't scared of dying, but he was scared that he would perish before informing the others about Wuxia's location. The reason he hadn't done so the second he discovered Wuxia was because he wanted to claim all the rewards for himself, but now he was way past the point of selfishness. Please make it in time. Chang. He could hear the reverberation of the metals. He could almost feel them pressing against his skin from multiple angles. It was then he realized that he was alive. He looked around. For whatever reason, the spirit artifacts had come to a stop just an inch away from his vital spots. He maintained his awkward posture and did not dare to move a muscle. Large beads of sweat slid down Wuxia's face as he turned his eyes sideways and glanced at Wuxia. You done? Wuxia asked. What? Are you done messaging your comrades? Yeah, Wuxia replied instinctively. Good. The spirit artifacts immediately shone with power once more. Just as he was about to die, Wuxia uttered through gritted teeth, See you on the way to the Yellow Springs. That was all Wuxia allowed him to say before controlling his flying weapons to pierce his protective spiritual power like they were paper and destroy his vitals. The ghost cultivator spewed blood like a leaking wineskin before hitting the ground with a heavy thud, and the flying weapons returned to Liu Ye's weapon holder. Zhu Jia set down the half-cooked boar and walked up to Wuxia. After taking the ghost cultivator's storage bag, he dumped the corpse on the small stack of corpses behind the large rock Liu Ye was sitting on. These dead men were all ghost cultivators who had discovered Liu Ye's tracks, but instead of reporting back to the main group like they should have, they all succumbed to greed, thinking that they could single-handedly slay the Vanquisher of Sects and claim all the fame, glory and wealth. Instead, all they got was a premature death. In fact, None of these ghost cultivators managed to send out a message until Wuxia came by. After a massive expenditure of contribution points and several days of setup, he was finally ready to begin the massacre. Not long after Wuxia's death, the squad searching through the forest began converging on Lu Ye's location. The closest squad took only half an incense stick to arrive at the location and detect Lu Yi from afar. Unlike the ghost cultivators though, they did not attack Lu Yi on their own. Instead, they waited patiently for the other squads to arrive. An hour later, 5 squads and over 70 people had arrived at Lu Ye's resting spot. More were moving in from multiple directions. It was only then they began moving in from every direction. They exposed their killing intent once they had gotten close enough. At this distance, it did not matter if they were concealed or not. Every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator was staring at the figure standing on the rock with greed-filled eyes. Die Lu Yi. Take him down. For those who have died because of him. Anger-filled cries broke out from every direction. To someone who knew nothing about the situation, it looked like they were heroes attacking an evil monster who had terrorized their people for too long. Spells and flying weapons shot toward Lu Yi from all over the place. But to their surprise, Lu Yi remained exactly where he was. Despite the rain of death flying toward him from every direction, he didn't even try to dodge out of the way. What is he doing? No one could understand what Lu Yi was thinking. Forget a Heaven 7 cultivator, even an ordinary Cloud River Realm cultivator would not dare to block such an attack head-on. Unless he was suicidal, of course. Naturally, Lu Yi wasn't feeling suicidal. Right before the attack could hit him, he abruptly summoned a ward flag and gave it a little wave. There was a surge of spiritual power, and a layer of light that surrounded both him and Wuxia manifested into existence. Swimming across the surface of the barrier like fish were multiple glyph protections. It's a defensive ward. Someone yelled. Now they understood why Lu Yi had acted as if their attack didn't exist. He had clearly set up a defensive ward around his resting spot. He didn't have the time or the tools to create them using the standard method either, so he had no choice but to buy them directly from the Vault of Providence. That said, he wasn't making a loss wasting his ward flags like this. Forget that he and Wuxia's life were priceless. The kills alone earned him contribution points, not to mention the loot could be resold for more contribution points or spirit stones. If the enemy he blasted to the heavens were rich, then his return would definitely be higher than the cost. A couple more wards came active while the explosive ward was grabbing everyone's attention. A second explosive ward caught another squad of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and dealt severe damage to them as well. The second explosive ward was the last of its kind, but that didn't mean the other wards he had set up were useless. They all had their own uses and functions. Lu Yi manipulated these wards and gave the remaining Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators a hell of a hard time. The scene around him was something straight out of someone's worst nightmares, and yet he looked like he was taking a walk in the park as his 9 flying weapons flew out of his weapon holder and killed everyone around him. From time to time, he would unsheath the inviolable to end an enemy's life. Finally, Amber had manifested its true body next to him and was leaping all over the battlefield with uncanny agility. While light gold mutant energy coiled around its body like smoke, it smashed open the heads of every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator around it like watermelons. If one strike wasn't enough, then 2 would do it. It wasn't that the Thousand Demon Ridge group wasn't prepared. Everyone who dared to enter the forest and come after Lu Yi was a cultivator who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Even the weakest among them was a Heaven 7 cultivator, not to mention that there were over 70 of them. Their target could be a Cloud River Realm cultivator and they still would have rushed in without fear. The problem was that they had walked into Lu Ye's trap hook, line and sinker. The 2 explosive wards alone took out nearly 1/3 of their numbers, and the many wards that activated afterward were even more overwhelming. As a result, what was a formidable force powerful enough to give even a Cloud River Realm cultivator a run for their money transformed into a disorderly rabble that could not even leverage their numbers to their advantage. Naturally, only a massacre lay at the end of their cultivation journey. An incense stick later, the battle was over. Mutilated corpses were strewn all around the large rock in the battlefield. The pungent smell of burning flesh mixed with a bloody stench was so thick it was almost tangible. Not a single person in the group of 70 had managed to escape alive. Some of them really had a chance to escape, there were only 4 of them after all, but by the time they finally came to their senses, the elusive EE had managed to intercept them and kill them with Amber's aid. The group swept the battlefield and looted everything they could find. Then they immediately left the battlefield behind. It wasn't long before more Thousand Demon Ridge squads converged on this location. Suffice to say, what they found had chilled them to the core. The 5 squads who tracked down Lu Yi first had been annihilated to the last. Judging from the messages some of their comrades managed to send before they perished and the various signs on the battlefield, the Vanquisher of Sects had obviously done it using his wards. For a time, a grim mood permeated all the Thousand Demon Ridge squads. Lu Yi was a strong, speedy bastard. They had mobilized the entire core circle to hunt him down, and yet he was still able to outrun his pursuers and hide in the Misty Mountains. Even then they were optimistic. Now that the bastard had stopped running like a rabbit, they thought they would finally be able to kill him once and for all. Instead, their comrades had been blasted to the heavens by his wards. Judging from the remnants on the battlefield, the Vanquisher of Sects had set up at least 7 wards. They found many broken ward flags and ward keystones in the vicinity as well. It was then the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators realized something they had subconsciously ignored until now. Whatever made them think that Lu Yi's ward creation skills were shoddy, when the young man had proven that he could breach even a grand ward. The Misty Mountains was a mountainous forest that was constantly shrouded in mist and clouds, so it was basically impossible to locate the Vanquisher of Sects in the air. But if they were to search him on the ground, who knows if they might accidentally step into a death trap. The chances they might escape alive were almost nil if that happened. For a moment, the Thousand Demon Ridge squads felt as if they were suffocating. They felt as if there was nowhere safe in the entire forest. All of you are overthinking this. Just when the fear was about to swell into full-blown panic, someone suddenly stepped into the open and declared, Lu Yi might be adept at ward creation, but even he cannot possibly do this forever. As if to increase the persuasive power of his words, the speaker revealed himself to be a Heaven 9 cultivator. Someone addressed him courteously, "How should we address you, senior brother?" "I am Qin Jing of the Thousand Feather Sect." Many people inspected their battlefield imprint immediately after they heard his name. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Your senior brother Qin, the 98th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy?" At a certain cultivation level, a cultivator could communicate with the heavens and dig up certain information that was unavailable to them before through their battlefield imprint. The Scroll of Supremacy was part of that. Qin Zheng's name was third from the bottom of the Scroll of Supremacy. Even so, it was a position most Spirit Creek Realm cultivators could never hope to reach. To be honest, they weren't expecting an elite of the Scroll of Supremacy to join in the pursuit of Lu Yi. It wasn't because they weren't tempted by the bounty on the young man's head, but because most of them would rather not mingle with lower cultivators. Not only was Qin Zheng an exception to the rule, he normally preferred to keep a low profile. He would not have revealed his sect if the group's morale was higher. Qin Zheng turned a little red when he heard someone calling out his rank. It was because he had appeared on the list just a few days ago, specifically after the 3 tumors had vanished from the Scroll of Supremacy. "What were you saying, senior brother Qin?" the guy who asked his name earlier asked. Qin Zheng replied, "To be honest with you all, this one is barely a ward, a cultivator." He waved a broken ward flag he had picked up from the ground before continuing, "So you might say that I know a thing or two about wards. This is a ward flag Lu Yi used to set up his wards, and I can tell you right now it was purchased from the Vault of Providence." "How can you tell?" Qin Zheng smiled and summoned a different ward flag into his free hand. "Because I've bought them before. At our level it takes a lot of time and energy to forge a ward flag. That is why most people would choose to buy them from the Vault of Providence. Each ward flag is almost as expensive as a lower-grade spiritual artifact. While I cannot say how many ward flags Lu Yi has bought, I'm sure you've all heard of the rumors about him buying a point restoration pill for Li Baxian. Assuming that it is true, there's no way he had enough contribution points to buy too many ward flags." Now they understood what he was trying to say. "You're saying Lu Yi will run out of ward flags eventually?" "Yes, unless he purchased more of them. From what I could observe, Liu Yi used up at least 10 ward flags to set up his traps. I counted 4 ward keystones in total as well. These items alone cost at least 1,000 contribution points, and that is assuming he recycles the ward flags that weren't destroyed in the process. Fuck. That piece of shit sure is wealthy. 1,000 contribution points? Just how many of our comrades did he kill? Damn it. Don't forget the point restoration pill. That Liu Yi is a leech who sucks out the lifeblood of our 1,000 demon ridge to strengthen his own. For a while the group could not stop criticizing the shit out of Liu Yi. Noticing that they were going off topic, Qin Jing raised his voice and declared, "Anyway, my point is that we have nothing to fear from Liu Yi's wards. If we were to give up now, then our comrades truly would have died for nothing. Yes, I cannot deny that some of us may die in the process of pursuing Liu Yi, but it would be worth it if we could protect the future of our 1,000 demon ridge, would it not? We really can't let him grow any stronger than he already is, or there would truly be no one in the Spirit Creek battlefield who could defeat him anymore. I'm sure that no one here is willing to witness someone like him joining the ranks of the Grand Sky Coalition, right?" "You are absolutely right, Senior Brother Qin," someone replied. "Technically speaking, we are traveling in a group. In reality, there is no unified chain of command here. That is the biggest reason the first group fell to that bastard. Since you are a ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy, why don't you become our commander, Senior Brother Qin?" A lot of people immediately voiced their support of the suggestion. Qin Jing thought for a moment before nodding. "We do need a unified chain of command to succeed. Very well. If you all believe that I am worthy of this position, then I swear to perform to the best of my abilities. Of course, if I turned out to be wanting, and one of you believes that they will be able to do better than me, then please do not hesitate to volunteer yourself. I'm not the jealous type." Chapter 360 Honey. Earlier, no one had stood up to assume command because they didn't think it was necessary. Considering the sheer amount of people that were chasing after Liu Yi, it was only a matter of time before one of them succeeded. Why would they make trouble for themselves when it wasn't necessary? But after witnessing Liu Yi's ward creation abilities, the 1,000 Demon Ridge finally realized that they were going to fail unless they all came together as a cohesive group. A brief discussion later, a group more tightly knit than the one from before was formed. There was only one objective in this group, and that was to slay Liu Yi. In order to increase their morale further, Qin Zheng had even given their group a name. He named them the Yi Elimination Front. Everyone who wished to kill Liu Yi was allowed to join the group unconditionally, and information was freely shared. Since Liu Yi is adept in creating wards, I am sure that he has laid a good number of traps for us. The only way to minimize our casualties is to identify and avoid or destroy these wards before we trigger them. If there is anyone among you who is a ward cultivator, then please be sure to give them the best protection you can afford. Also, I would like our fellow beast tamers and golem masters to take the lead and scout the road ahead with their spirit beasts and golems. As Qin Jing issued order after order, the Yi Elimination Front began operating in a swift and organized fashion. Soon, the squad scattered once more to dive deeper into the Misty Mountains and search for Liu Yi. It didn't take long before a massive explosion mixed with traces of chaotic spiritual power appeared from within the mountains. By the time the closest 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators rushed over to their allies' aid, they only found some broken ward flags, destroyed ward keystones, and a dozen or so dead bodies. An entire squad was eliminated just like that. More and more squads triggered the wards Liu Yi had left behind and suffered massive casualties, but the Yi Elimination Front's efforts definitely weren't useless. Thanks to the ward cultivators, golem masters and beast tamers' efforts, some wards were triggered prematurely or avoided entirely thanks to early identification, which allowed them to keep their casualties to a minimum. Both sides ventured deeper and deeper into the Misty Mountains as time passed. The Yi Elimination Front had lost almost 200 people at this point, but the casualties only affirmed their determination to eliminate Liu Yi once and for all. It was because the young man's abilities were terrifying enough despite being at the Heaven 7 realm. If he was allowed to ascend to the Heaven 9 realm, then there truly was no one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who would be able to defeat him. In fact, he might actually dominate the entire Spirit Creek battlefield like a god when that happened. This was something the 1,000 Demon Ridge could not accept no matter what, literally. Their seniors and elders had already given the order to eliminate Liu Yi at all costs. 7 days had passed since the pursuit began. The EE elimination front's total casualties had exceeded 300. It was such a horrific loss that even the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators could not help but wince when they heard the report. That was 300 people who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. 300 younglings who could have ascended to the Cloud River realm at any moment. One could even say that Lu Yi had wiped out 300 Cloud River realm cultivators single-handedly, not to mention that a good amount of them were Heaven 9 cultivators who had a huge chance of becoming a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator in the distant future. How could they not be hurt by such loss? The hunt for Lu Yi did not stop, however. In fact, it was growing more and more intense over time. It was because things were developing exactly as Qin Zheng had anticipated earlier. Not only was Lu Yi laying less and less wards over time, he ambushed them much more than he waited for them to fall into his traps as of late. This could only mean that he was running out of ward flags. Unlike the beginning, he could no longer create as many wards as he liked. The moment he confirmed this, Qin Zheng immediately ordered the closest 2 squads to merge together into a larger group. The reason they didn't dare to do so before was because they were afraid of Lu Ye's wards. Losing 1 small squad was better than losing 2, so to speak. But now, the risk that they might lose the squads to Lu Ye's traps was considerably smaller. Moreover, a bigger squad would stand a bigger chance at killing Lu Yi. The order was simple, but the effect it had on Lu Ye's group was immediate. Previously, the Thousand Demon Ridge did not dare to form a squad that consisted of more than a dozen people. With Zhu Jia as their frontliner and EE and Amber's support, their chances of routing an entire squad was pretty high. Now though, each squad consisted of at least 20,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. The pressure on his group more than doubled, to put it mildly. He had used up the ward flags and ward keystones he had spent over 4,000 contribution points to purchase completely. All he had left was the 32 ward flags he had received from the 100 wards tower, and he wasn't going to waste them on single-use wards. Was worth it though. Lu Yi had made a small fortune up to this point. Killing an enemy cultivator already yielded contribution points, but he got to collect all kinds of loot as well. It should not need to be said, but core circle cultivators were generally wealthier than inner circle cultivators. The spirit artifacts they used were better as well. Right now, Lu Yi was carrying 4 storage bags around his waist. Besides the one he normally used, the other 3 were filled to the brim with loot. Currently, the group was quietly recuperating after an encounter with a 1,000 Demon Ridge squad. The reason Lu Yi had chosen to enter the Misty Mountains at the beginning was because he was unwilling to be hunted like a mouse. Here, he was the one who called the shots instead of reacting passively to his enemy's assault. It was out of this consideration that he bought 4,000 contribution points worth of ward flags and ward keystones at the 3 Sages School's outpost. Now though, he realized that he had underestimated their tenacity. He thought he would have deterred them by now, but in reality the 1,000 Demon Ridge was still coming after him. In fact, they were acting like no cost was too great as long as they could kill him. The current situation was neither too good nor too bad for him right now. The Misty Mountains naturally made it unlikely for him to be surrounded by a large group. As long as he wasn't hopelessly outnumbered and trapped, they should be able to handle anything the enemy threw at them. For example, he was the attacker in the latest battle. Since the 1,000 Demon Ridge wasn't going to stop, he couldn't relent on the pressure either. The enemy had lost over 300 cultivators already. There had to be a point where the 1,000 Demon Ridge would decide enough was enough and call off the hunt. His injuries weren't too severe. Lu Yi was currently waiting for his body to recover after consuming a healing pill. Unfortunately, they didn't get to rest for long before Yi reported that a massive group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators was swiftly approaching their location. He had no choice but to climb back to his feet and travel deeper into the Misty Mountains. Most other cultivators would have run out of spiritual power a long time ago, and a cultivator without spiritual power might as well be immortal. However, Lu Yi possessed the Tree of Glyphs and the Gluttonous Feast. Not only could he replenish his spiritual power in a short time, he still had a dozen or so mystic fruit ciders in his storage bag. If the 1,000 Demon Ridge thought that they could squeeze him dry of spiritual power by pressuring him relentlessly, he could only say that they had miscalculated. That said, he was slowly but surely running out of stamina. There just wasn't enough time to rest and recuperate. It had been a week since the hunt began, and Lu Yi could clearly feel fatigue settling into his body. The fatigue was only growing worse and worse over time. The group marched forward for another 6 or 7 kilometers before taking another small break. Lu Yi shared some jerkies with Amber and Zhu Jia before chewing on the meat. At this point, the hunt had transformed into a battle of patience and mental fortitude. The side who broke first would be the loser. For Lu Yi, giving up was the last possible option. He was going to fight back for as long as the Thousand Demon Ridge came after him. Suddenly Lu Yi heard a buzzing noise. He turned his eyes and saw a 3-inch long bee circling around Zhu Jia. The body-tempering cultivator grabbed the bee in one quick swipe before spreading his palm. While holding the bee in place with 2 fingers, he did something to it that Lu Yi couldn't see. When Zhu Jia released the bee back into the air, Lu Yi saw that a nigh-invisible string had been tied to it. Zhu Jia might look like he couldn't walk down a narrow corridor without bumping the walls, but in reality not even Lu Yi could match his finesse in certain departments. For example, his skill in telekinesis was so great that Lu Yi often found himself astounded by a certain move or maneuver he pulled with his spirit artifacts. The string he just tied to the bee's body was proof of his talent as well. The bee flapped its wings and flew away. Zhu Jia then beckoned Lu Yi to follow the bee. Lu Yi had a feeling what the body-tempering cultivator was plotting. For a while, the 2 men and 1 tiger trailed behind the bee for several kilometers. Many turns later they finally arrived at a massive tree with a bee nest on a tree branch. The bee nest was at least 3 meters in radius. It was bone white in color and oval-shaped. Countless bees were flying in and out of the nest. Zhu Jia summoned his flying spirit artifact and flew up to the nest. He then plucked it right out of the tree with its fan-sized hand. In an instant, countless bees flew out of the nest and covered nearly every inch of Zhu Jia's body. However, not even the softest part of the body-tempering cultivator's body could be hurt by these little things. As he dropped back down to the ground, he casually beckoned Lu Yi to his side and broke open the nest to reveal a sheen of light golden honey. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had gone all out from the get-go. The Heaven 9 cultivator's reaction was pretty swift. He immediately summoned a thick spiritual power shield around himself while dashing to the side. Clang clang clang. The sharp edge-empowered flying weapons struck the spiritual power shield one after another. It took barely a second or two before they shattered the spiritual power shield and skewered the spell cultivator. Enemy attack. The spell cultivator barely roared out in warning before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Blood quickly pooled beneath his body. Only a Heaven 9 body-tempering cultivator might have a shot at surviving an ambush from this distance. To the group's credit, they immediately retaliated with a rain of flying weapons and spells despite losing their leader at first notice. The good news was that Lu Yi had already dodged out of the way. The bad news was that Zhu Jia did not possess Lu Ye's speed, so he could only raise an arm, channel his spiritual power and vitality, and create a turtle shell-shaped barrier in front of himself. A rapid series of noises pierced the eardrums as the counterattack pushed Zhu Jia uncontrollably to the back. He might be powerful, but even he could not withstand this many heaven-grade cultivators attacking him at the same time. Cracks appeared all over the shell-like barrier. His vitality and spiritual power were healing it by the second, but it wasn't going to withstand many more attacks. Lu Ye's flying weapons whistled through the air once more. Of course he hadn't been idle while the Thousand Demon Ridge squad was attacking Zhu Jia. While the flying weapons were keeping the squad distracted, he himself charged toward the nearest enemy with the inviolable. "Kill Lu Yi!" someone shouted. The rest of the squad immediately switched targets and attacked Lu Yi instead. It was at this moment Yi suddenly appeared not far away from them. As she channeled her spiritual power, what looked like a giant golden disc swimming with runes appeared above their heads. The disc spun round and round as it rained a storm of golden arcs on the squad. That wasn't all. On Zhu Jia's head, Amber faced in the direction with the most people and let out a roar. The shockwave washed over the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and slowed them down visibly. As if they had been struck by a hammer, they were beset by a moment of dizziness that slowed the circulation of their spiritual power and the frequency of their attacks. Even so, Lu Yi was forced back with multiple wounds on his body. If he hadn't constructed a protection in time, he would have been dead or grievously injured already. Zhu Jia rushed forward to protect Lu Yi. The slightly healed barrier only lasted 3 breaths before shattering into pieces. Right now, the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were perfectly exemplifying the idiom, even an elephant may fall to enough ants. Lu Yi had successfully assassinated the enemy Heaven 9 spell cultivator in a single exchange, and yet the battle could still go either way. Any cultivator who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique would find themselves a lot stronger than before. If this was the inner circle, Lu Yi and Zhu Jia alone could have taken down 20+ 9th-order cultivators without much difficulty. Unfortunately, the same thing could not be said in the core circle. The group of 4 began mounting an organized retreat. Zhu Jia covered Lu Yi with his body as they retreated deeper into the forest. The trees provided them some cover as well. They made sure to attack from time to time so that their pursuers would not be able to attack them with impunity. "Don't let him escape," someone shouted as the squad gave chase. "Watch out for traps," another person yelled. No one could declare with absolute certainty that Lu Yi hadn't left behind some presence, after all. Lu Ye's group could flee with all their might, but the 1,000 Demon Ridge squad could not pursue to their heart's content. Naturally, it was impossible for them to keep up with their targets. It wasn't long before they lost Lu Yi and Zhu Jia completely. When Lu Yi and Zhu Jia were completely out of their reach, the squad came to a stop and exchanged furious and frustrated looks with one another. The sudden battle had cost them 8 lives in total. Their leader, a Heaven 9 spell cultivator, had died especially quickly, almost a second after Lu Yi had kicked off the ambush. Although it looked like they had done some good damage to the bastard, it was impossible to say just how injured he really was. As if that wasn't bad enough, they discovered that the storage bags of their dead comrades were missing when they returned to the battlefield. Someone had somehow taken them without them noticing. Of course, Yi was the one who stole the storage bags. She had snuck back to the battlefield while the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were pursuing Lu Yi. 2 hours later, Lu Yi took off his blood-drenched shirt and washed himself at a mountain stream. Yi then bandaged his wounds for him. The situation was growing troublesome. After being hunted by the 1,000 Demon Ridge for 7 days straight, he was unwilling to leave things like this, to put it mildly. However, the latest battle proved that even a perfect ambush was only enough to turn what would have been a one-sided massacre to a significantly risky fight. If Zhu Jia wasn't as tough as he was, they would be dead already. There were only a handful of Spirit Creek Realm body-tempering cultivators who could have survived this level of assault, and the body-tempering cultivator was able to block 2 rounds and shield him as they retreated. Even then, he had sustained a moderate amount of injuries. At this point, he had to admit that a squad made up of 20+ heaven-grade cultivators was a serious headache. If he had an infinite amount of ward flags and ward keystones, then of course the squad wasn't a problem. The first squad he had wiped out with wards was over 70 cultivators strong. 20 would have been a piece of cake. However, he had run out of ward flags and ward keystones a while ago. Not even the greatest cook in the world could conjure food out of thin air. There wasn't much he could do now. All he could do was to sniff out the best opportunities and damage the enemy as much as possible. After he had gathered himself, he unlocked the restriction locks on the storage bags and organized the items. He then took a small break before marching into the forest once more. Yi had brought back a dozen or so storage bags, as most cultivators would carry more than one storage bag. Chapter 362 Kick the Bee's Nest. As pretty as the Sea of Flowers was, it wasn't what Yi wanted to show him. She was pointing at the gigantic, bone-white, oval-shaped structure that almost looked like it was forged out of white jade at the center of the Sea of Flowers. Lu Yi had mentally prepared himself for anything, but he still couldn't resist gasping when he saw it. At the center of the seemingly endless Sea of Flowers was the biggest bee nest he had ever seen in his life. It was like someone had built a massive palace at the center of the valley. Lu Yi didn't even know it was possible for such a huge bee nest to exist. More importantly, he saw many bees about 2/3 of a meter long flying around the Sea of Flowers. His eyes twitched when he noted its size and colorful patterns. The bees he encountered until now were only 2 to 3 inches long at most and nothing special. But these bees were definitely large enough to be categorized as mutants. What was even more terrifying was its sheer number. There were a lot of them, to say the least. The honey produced by the ordinary bees was already finger-licking delicious. He wondered how amazing the honey these bees could produce would be. Lu Yi could not help a surge of greed when he thought this. No wonder people said that deep, ancient forests were some of the best places to hunt for natural treasures. In fact, a lot of cultivators loved exploring the wilderness after reaching a certain cultivation level. Most of the time, they would encounter something immensely valuable such as the bee nest right before his eyes. Sure, he was going to have to bear some risk to harvest the honey in the nest, but as the saying went, one has to give in order to receive. He fell into thought for a moment before instructing, "Wait for me here. I'm going to take a look alone." Yi said immediately, "I'll come with you." No. To be fair, Yi was more suited for such risky endeavors than him. As an apparition, she could just dive underground if she encountered any sort of danger. It was a unique advantage no cultivator possessed. However, just because she was usually safe didn't mean she would always be safe. The bee nest before him didn't look normal, and the valley was filled to the brim with giant bees. Without knowing what kind of dangers might lie ahead of them, he just could not convince himself to allow Yi to take the risk. On the other hand, his cultivation level was higher than hers. He was also fairly equipped to handle most dangers. An unhappy Yi puffed up her cheeks in protest, but Lu Yi simply ignored her. He jumped over the edge and activated invisibility before he even hit the ground. His body seemed to vanish into thin air just like that. Even his presence was completely concealed. If Lu Yi hadn't received invisibility from the Tree of Glyphs earlier, he would not have dared to take the risk. A blind man could have seen that these meter-long mutant bees were no joke. It might be a different story if there were only dozens to over 100 mutant bees in the valley, but there were easily thousands upon thousands of them flying all over the sea of flowers. From above, the sea of flowers looked like layers upon layers of interconnected vegetation. It wasn't until he landed on the ground that he realized that the plants were much bigger than they looked. Unfortunately, Lu Yi hadn't studied herbology much and so could not tell if these plants were herbs. After confirming that invisibility was still active, Lu Yi soundlessly snuck his way toward the bee nest in the middle. From time to time, a mutant bee or two would fly past him. His ears were full of buzzing. A long time later he finally arrived at the bee nest. Lu Yi felt incredibly small as he looked up at the massive structure. There were a lot of holes in the bee nest. Many hardworking mutant bees were flying in and out of these entrances. Lu Yi circled around the nest for a bit until he found a larger hole. However, he barely managed to take a couple of steps before he saw a mutant bee crawling straight toward him. He hurriedly pressed himself against the wall. When the mutant bee crawled past him, it suddenly paused and looked in his direction as if it noticed something. When it found nothing, it turned away and continued toward the exit. This would happen many more times as he ventured deeper and deeper into the nest. Invisibility was turning out even better than he had imagined. These unintelligent mutant bees could never imagine that a human would be bold enough to infiltrate their nest. A while later, Lu Yi exited the passage and entered the interior of the bee nest. The interior of the bee nest was much bigger than he would have anticipated. It was also filled with the unique scent of bee honey. Lu Yi felt like his mind was clearing up just inhaling the fragrant scent. At the same time, he grew certain that the honey produced in this nest was clearly superior to the ones they had collected earlier. As it turned out, there were even more bees inside the nest than outside. Lu Yi had to dodge them from time to time while following the scent to its origin. He quickly arrived at the place where the bees stored their honey. Blocks of golden honey that looked as pure as citron crystals were stored in clumps within the nest. By now, the scent was so strong that he was unconsciously licking his lips. The honey was guarded by a dozen or so mutant bees, but these ones were almost as long as humans were tall and much bigger than the ones outside. They crawled back and forth like they were patrolling the area. It was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. A recess had also caught his attention. The reason he noticed it was because a couple of the human-length mutant bees were standing guard beside it. When he crept closer and took a look, his expression widened a little in surprise. The recess was quite small considering the size of everything inside and outside this nest, only the size of a small bowl. Half of it was filled with what looked like amber-colored liquid. Lu Yi could not tell what it was at first glance, but he had a feeling that it was the royal jelly. If it was, then this half a bowl of liquid was worth far more than all the honey around him. Now he had found the good stuff, it was time for the fun part of this adventure, the heist. He thought for a second before grabbing a few spirit stones from his storage bags and flicking them in every direction. The unusual disturbance immediately alarmed the patrolling bees. They crawled toward the sources at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left in the area were the mutant bees tasked to protect the royal jelly. These mutant bees were much more conscientious than their brethren. The pursuit lasted for 2 whole hours. When Lu Yi finally shook off the bee swarm behind him, he let out a long sigh of relief and descended to the ground. He then sought out a safe place to catch his breath. While Lu Yi was resting, many Yi Elimination Front cultivators had caught wind that Lu Yi was being chased by a bee swarm, and that he had already broken through their encirclement. The news greatly angered them as a matter of course. They had chased the Vanquisher of Sects for over a week and lost hundreds of comrades in the process, but the guy still managed to escape in the end. How could they possibly accept this outcome? Although they didn't know why Lu Yi was being hunted by the mutant bees, the guy had proven himself to be as tricky as he was fast. The chances that he would be able to escape to safety were quite high. The Yi Elimination Front had lost track of Lu Yi. In other words, the hunt was over. There were some protests, but in the end they had no choice but to accept that their operation was a failure. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators flew out of the forest and over the mist. They were just about to take their leave when suddenly, someone sent out the message saying that Lu Yi had come back. Not only that, he was still being chased by the bee swarm. As no one was expecting the bastard to come back, some of them dodged too late and were killed by the bee swarm. All in all, they had lost yet another dozen or so people. It was horrible to say the least. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded by this comical turn of events. What on earth did Lu Yi do to the bee swarm that they would pursue him so relentlessly? They considered this to be excellent news though. Before this, they were the only ones who were hunting Lu Yi. Now, a swarm of mutant bees had joined their ranks, relatively speaking. It delighted them to see that Lu Yi's evil karma had finally caught up to him. Sure, they had lost some of their comrades to these mutant bees, but it wasn't like they were doing much better before. The losses were acceptable so long as they could kill Lu Yi. A brief discussion later, the Yi Elimination Front decided to stay behind. They might not be able to kill Lu Yi before the mutant bees, but they would at least bear witness to his pitiful end. Of course, it would be even better if they could coordinate with the creatures somehow. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was beyond speechless at the bee swarm chasing after him. Perhaps he had caught some imperceptible scent when he was fighting his way out of the nest, but these mutant bees seemed to have a way to find him. Although he managed to shake them off a while ago, he barely caught a brief rest before they caught up to him once more. While escaping, Lu Yi had changed his clothes and even bathed himself multiple times. However, he still wasn't able to shake off the bee swarm completely. Assuming that he could fly his Windwalk-empowered spirit boat indefinitely, then he had a chance at shaking them off permanently. Unfortunately, he was losing more spiritual power than he was regenerating even at his current cultivation level. Flying a Windwalk-empowered spirit boat cost even more spiritual power than wings, and considering his energy reserves there was no way he could keep this up for long. Since it was impossible to shake them off via brute force, Lu Yi had no choice but to turn back and use the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators to slow them down. While he was always happy to do damage to the 1,000 Demon Ridge, he was aware that it would not improve his situation one bit. Left with no choice, Lu Yi dropped into the forest and began running between the trees. The forest would slow down the bee swarm and keep them from being able to travel at top speed. While running, he came face to face with a group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. Both sides were surprised to see one another, but Lu Yi reacted first by producing something from his storage bag and tossing it straight at the group. It was none other than a big bee nest. Someone thought it was an attack and shattered the bee nest in midair. Pieces of the nest immediately rained from above while a sweet scent swiftly spread throughout the area. The group turned white with horror when they realized what they had just done. By now, everyone knew that Lu Yi was being pursued by a swarm of mutant bees. That was why the latest plan was to delay Lu Yi as much as possible if they ran into him. Once the mutant bees had caught up, the young man would be lucky to escape. That was the plan until the Sanuvabich tossed a bee nest at them. Just a few seconds later, they heard a dreaded buzzing noise behind Lu Yi. They turned around just in time to see what looked like a black thunder cloud passing through the foliage and overwhelming everything in its path. If only it wasn't actually a cloud. Lu Yi had already dashed away in another direction, leaving the group behind to face the bee swarm head-on. Run! Someone roared before summoning his flying spirit artifact and escaping into the sky. Another person attempted to run away from the bee swarm on foot. For a moment it was pure chaos. The bee swarm chasing after Lu Yi abruptly split into several groups. While the main group was still chasing after Lu Yi, the smaller groups were going after the escaping Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. It didn't take long before the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were caught up and killed. Even the one who flew away on his flying spirit artifact could not escape his fate. With their strength, they could handle dozens or even 100 mutant bees without a scratch. But millions? Tens of millions? How was anyone supposed to survive that? Even a body-tempering cultivator could be killed once their defensive spirit artifact and spiritual power were destroyed, and the venom was injected into their veins. Lu Yi was still running when his eyes suddenly lit up with realization. He had been wondering how the mutant bees were able to locate him this whole time. He was wearing a new set of clothes and his body was clean. The only way they could still detect him was if he had caught something that his human nose could not detect, something like the unique scent of bee honey. It was inevitable that he would catch the scent of honey while he was robbing the mutant bees blind in their own home. It was also very difficult to remove this type of scent the normal way. He had tossed the bee nest at the group of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on a whim. He had plenty of ordinary bee nests in his storage bags anyway, so it was hardly a big loss even if the experiment had failed. The outcome was pleasantly surprising to say the least. Chapter 364 The Burning Lands. Less than half a day later, Lu Yi noticed something wrong. He was unable to locate any Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators in the region, and it appeared that the spirit beasts that called this place home had also escaped to safer pastures, so to speak. The bee swarm was as relentless as it was numerous. If Lu Yi wasn't able to replenish his spiritual power with the Tree of Glyphs and the Gluttonous Feast, he would have faltered a long time ago. The honey he plundered from the giant bee nest had also done him a great favor. The superior quality honey clearly restored more stamina and spiritual power than the ordinary ones. He was aware that he was basically renewing the scent the bees were using to track him down, but it was the best out of the bad options. He would have run out of stamina long ago if he hadn't consumed the honey. Lu Yi had tried escaping into the air multiple times during this time, but even if he ignored the cost to his spiritual power and maintained windwalk until he had shaken off the bee swarm, his respite was only temporary. At best, he would get a few minutes rest before the unholy buzzing noises drilled into his ears once more. At this rate, he was going to run out of resources, stamina or both before he could shake the bee swarm. It was time to consider the risky options. The 10-point map showed that there was a place called the Burning Lands deep within Misty Mountains. It was an extremely hostile environment that was several thousand kilometers wide in radius. It was one of the most dangerous places on the Spirit Creek battlefield. Logically speaking, the Burning Lands was hot enough to kill any and all life forms in its area, but in reality that wasn't the case. It certainly was no life-filled land teeming with greens and wild animals, but it was no barren wasteland either. Specifically, it was rich in fire attribute spirit plants and ores. Lu Yi had taken notice of the Burning Lands since the day he decided to enter the Misty Mountains. In fact, he had been planning to look into that place after dealing with his pursuers. The Tree of Glyphs could consume ownerless items that contained heat energy. There might be something in the Burning Lands that it could consume. While he was no longer being pursued by the Thousand Demon Ridge, the bee swarm was easily 10 times worse. Left with no choice, Lu Yi could only travel to the Burning Lands. He hoped that the environment would be hostile enough to stop the bee swarm in their tracks, assuming that he could survive the environment, of course. He believed his chances to be pretty good though. He was a Heaven 7 cultivator who was as resilient as a body-tempering cultivator at the same cultivation level. Theoretically speaking, his endurance should be greater than the mutant bees. His mind made up, Lu Yi started moving toward the Burning Lands following the 10-point map's instructions. On the way he tried flying telekinetically to see if he would get lucky. All of his attempts had ended in failure. 2 days later, the massive trees that blotted out most of the skies were gone. The amount of foliage in the area had visibly decreased as well. The air was hotter than normal. He had finally arrived at the periphery of the burning lands. He had barely caught any rest for the past 2 days. He was nearing his limits, to put it mildly. Now that he was at the burning lands, he could confirm that the environment was almost as hostile as was stated in the 10-point map. For the first time in a while, hope sprung in his heart. The amount of foliage kept decreasing as he continued forward. Eventually, it reached the point where it was no longer capable of slowing down the bee swarm. Lu Yi had no choice but to take out his flying spirit artifact to increase his speed while staying close to the ground. The further he went, the hotter it became. Eventually, even the ground started to look dry and withered. The 10-point map's description of the burning lands was accurate though. Despite the crazy temperature, the region was brimming with a strange sort of vitality. There was no way an ordinary spirit plant could have survived otherwise. It was rumored that there was a priceless treasure at the center of the burning lands, and it was the true cause behind its paradoxical environment. Over the years, countless cultivators had ventured to this place hoping to find the rumored treasure, but they either returned empty-handed or died in the wilderness. The Burning Lands was classified as a forbidden area on the 10-point map sold by the Divine Trade Association for a reason. All places dangerous enough to earn the label were usually too dangerous for a cultivator to survive. It wasn't just the environment that was hostile toward cultivators. There were other factors that contributed to the classification as well. For example, one of the reasons the Burning Lands was so dangerous was the spirit beast. A lot of fire attribute spirit beasts lived here due to its unique environment, and most of them were beyond the ability of an ordinary cultivator to defeat. The fire chameleon Lu Yi was fighting was one such example. The creature had been sitting on the ground and waiting for a prey to pass by its hiding spot. It looked identical to its environment. Lu Yi was unable to detect it until a long tongue appeared out of nowhere and caught the bottom of his spirit boat. If he hadn't reacted quickly and slashed its tongue with his flying weapons, the fire chameleon would have succeeded in pulling him toward the ground. Its concealment ability was as good as some of the best ghost cultivators in the Spirit Creek realm, if not better. The fire chameleon's tongue was also flexible enough that even Lu Ye's flying weapons weren't able to slice it completely. Not only that, it spat a jet of flames at him after it pulled back its wounded tongue. Lu Yi immediately soared higher and hurried away from the fire chameleon. And not a moment too soon. The bee swarm arrived at his previous location just in time to become caught in the blazing flames. Dozens were scorched into a crisp by the searing heat. The sight was unexpected but most welcome. The ball of frustration that had been gnawing his insides for the past couple days had diminished considerably. Of course, the mutant bees weren't the type of creature to live and let live. The 100 EE elimination front cultivators they had stung to death a few days ago were proof of their viciousness. They might be lacking in terms of intelligence, but their vengefulness was off the charts, to put it mildly. Lu Yi had only stolen their royal jelly and some honey, and he had been hunted all the way to the Burning Lands. Technically, the fire chameleon had been aiming at Lu Yi. However, it didn't change the fact that it had slaughtered their numbers. Naturally, they weren't going to let it live. The buzzing grew more intense as the mutant bees descended on the fire chameleon from every direction. At first, the fire chameleon was able to burn dozens more mutant bees with its flames, but it quickly turned stiff and collapsed limply on the ground. From time to time, it would spasm in response to the venom coursing through its veins. It wasn't the only fire chameleon in the area either. At least a dozen fire chameleons were dead by the time the bee swarm had finally passed through the area. That said, the fire chameleons were some of the weakest spirit beasts in the Burning Lands. In fact, most of the spirit beasts that lingered at the periphery of a valuable land were the weaker ones because they were pushed out by more powerful contenders. Generally speaking, the deeper one ventured into the Burning Lands, the more fire attribute spirit beasts they would encounter. Their threat level was much higher as well. As with most animals, these spirit beasts generally never left their territories unless they were going out on a hunt. No one had thought that death would suddenly descend on them one day until it did. Perhaps it was because some of their numbers were killed by the fire chameleons before, but the bee swarm did not hesitate to kill every spirit beast who was unfortunate enough to happen along their path with or without provocation. As a result, the spirit beasts living in the Burning Lands lost many of their numbers that day. Maybe it was because the heat was getting to them, but the mutant bees were acting as if they had lost all senses. They were enacting their vengeance on any and all living beings they could find. Or maybe they realized even with their small brains that Lu Yi, the thief who had stolen their precious treasure, was about to make his escape. Half a day passed, and Lu Yi had reached the inner depths of the burning lands. At this stage, the environment couldn't just be described as hot anymore. The air was completely distorted by the rising heat, and the ground itself was an unnatural dark red. Lu Yi was sweating buckets despite channeling his spiritual power to shield his body from the heat. His sweat evaporated immediately after it exited his pores. His clothes felt uncomfortably dry and stiff against his skin. He was suffering even though he was a Heaven 7 cultivator who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. Almost anyone else would have collapsed a long time ago. Was worth it though. The beast swarm had lost much of its numbers because of its senseless violence against all the spirit beasts it passed. The survivors seemed to be growing weaker and weaker due to the environment as well. Not only were they moving much slower than before, the weaker ones had fallen so far behind that they were nowhere to be seen. Besides that, some of them were taking damage to their wings because of the burning heat. As a result, they fell to the ground and began burning alive. When they were completely dead, their bodies would suddenly explode into fireballs. Relief washed over Lu Yi when he looked back for the umpteenth time. His gamble had paid off. Considering the mutant beast's persistence and vengefulness, the burning lands really was his only shot at shaking them off. He continued forward a while longer when he realized that the buzzing that followed him was subsiding. He looked back one last time and saw that the few remaining mutant bees had stopped in their tracks. For a moment, they simply watched him soundlessly from a distance. Then they turned around and went back the way they came. Lu Yi watched them until they had completely disappeared into the horizon. For a while he had thought he would never shake off these bastards. In the end though, he had won and they had lost. Chapter 365 The Wonderful Use of the Tree of Glyphs. The midday sun was shining brightly in the sky. Lu Yi was holding the inviolable and walking deeper into the burning lands, a scorching hell on the Spirit Creek battlefield that spanned thousands of kilometers in the Misty Mountains. He wasn't channeling his spiritual power to protect himself. He wasn't even wearing a shirt. He was withstanding the fearsome heat with his body alone and sounding out his absolute limit. Back when he was a mining slave in the Evil Moon Valley, he was quite skinny because the labor was hard, and his masters hadn't deemed it necessary to feed him more than was necessary. Ever since he became a cultivator though, his physique had slowly but surely grown in size and strength. This was especially true after he obtained the dragon scale from the dragon spring. His physique had been growing at a visible rate. Today his upper body might as well have been chiseled from steel. The innumerable scars on his skin only made him look stronger. After all, they were proof of his many battles and more importantly, his survival. In fact, his second senior sister had removed all of his scars when he returned from the inner circle and stayed at the headquarters for a month. However, a cultivator's life was full of blood and strife, so it wasn't long before his unblemished body was covered in scars once more. Sweat slid down his back and chest before turning into vapor. Even for a Heaven 7 cultivator like Lu Yi, he had to drink constantly from his water skin to replenish the water he was losing. He wasn't walking quickly because the environment was constantly tempering his body and making it more resistant against the surrounding heat. His footsteps weren't swift, but it never stopped unless he ran into a spirit beast. The spirit beasts who lived here were all fire attribute spirit beasts who were drawn over by its unique environment. Here they grew much faster than they would have anywhere else. The deeper he went, the stronger the spirit beasts became. Thankfully, he hadn't encountered anything that was beyond his abilities just yet. He did not just leave the spirit beasts he killed to burn on the ground. Instead, he harvested everything he could. Some body parts were known to be excellent forging materials, and the skin could usually be sold for a good price. Even their flesh and blood were usually very nutritious for a cultivator. Amber in particular loved eating raw meat. Speaking of his companions, he had communicated with EE for a bit and learned that they had left the Misty Mountains and concealed themselves at a secluded location. Lu Yi told them to continue doing so, and that he would meet up with them once he was done with his business. Nighttime soon arrived and a white, round moon rose to the sky. The temperature of the burning lands did not change much though. It remained as hot and unbearable as ever. Lu Yi was still marching forward without pause. Early morning, the third day after he had shaken off the bee swarm, Lu Yi had finally reached the deepest parts of the burning lands. Looking at the 10-point map, he was less than 100 kilometers away from the centermost area. However, he was almost at his limits. A cultivator's body was adaptable, but there was only so much it could adapt against such scorching temperature. In fact, Lu Yi had been channeling his spiritual power to protect himself since last night. And now, he could not go much further even with his spiritual power to shield him from the worst. He could not see a single spirit beast everywhere. Even the fire attribute spirit beasts were unable to withstand the scorching heat of the centermost location. There was a reason the burning lands was labeled as a forbidden area, a place no cultivator should enter. Lu Yi was reluctant to give up, however. Lu Yi had never inspected himself using insight while the tree of glyphs was consuming the flame of earthen spirits. It was only now that he realized how the tree of glyphs usually devoured them. It was clearly using his body as the medium and the roots as the bridge. No wonder he could not feel the heat when the tree of glyphs was consuming the flame of earthen spirits, not even when he was holding one with his bare hands. It was because his entire arm was covered in its roots. And it was working. He could feel the unbearable heat around him fading at a visible rate. It was such a drastic change that he almost doubted his own senses. To confirm that he wasn't dreaming, Lu Yi started striding toward the center. Activating the tree of glyphs usually did not use up his spiritual power, but it definitely drained away at his mental strength. Already he was feeling more tired than he was a moment ago. He had better move fast. After walking for a moment longer and confirming that his plan had worked, Lu Yi brought out his spirit boat and flew forward. Obviously, flying was way faster than walking. He breezed through tens of kilometers in just a short time. Suddenly, Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and looked down. There was a person curled up on the ground. Their voluptuous figure and milky white skin painted a stark contrast against the dark red earth. She was wearing a corset and a short skirt made of animal skin. Not only did she look beautiful, she looked like she was overflowing with strength. There's someone here? Lu Yi thought in disbelief. It was because he hadn't encountered even a spirit beast since he came here. The last thing he expected to find at this forsaken place was a fellow human. She should be alive though. He could sense her vitality. Whoever the woman was, she was probably here for the burning land's so-called treasure just like him. That she could come this far despite the unbearable environment proved just how powerful she was. She was clearly at her limit though. Otherwise, she would not have curled up on the ground like this. Lu Yi was just about to activate insight and get a good look at her cultivation level when suddenly, the woman rose to her feet and looked straight at him. In complete contrast to their surroundings, the gaze behind her crimson pupils were ice cold. Realizing he was in trouble, Lu Yi immediately controlled his spirit boat to go up. Not a moment too soon, a blur passed right through where he used to be and landed some distance away from him. It was so fast that it actually destabilized the spirit boat a bit and almost knocked him off his feet. Lu Yi looked. The woman who was curled up on the ground just a moment ago was currently crouching on all fours. Not only that, she was burning with fiery red spiritual power and baring her teeth at him like some sort of wild animal. Her fiery red hair was dancing in the air. The crazy amount of spiritual power coming off of her body and the brightness of her aura shocked Lu Yi, to say the least. He had never seen such a brilliant aura even from Feng Yuechan or Li Baxian. Wait a second, that's not spiritual power. That's mutant power. The woman was a mutant. A tyrant-level mutant no less. Alarm bells rang in his head as Lu Ye's heart abruptly clenched so tight that his solar plexus hurt. It was his powerful mind informing him where his enemy was targeting. Instinctively, he constructed a protection in front of his chest almost the instant he sensed the danger. There was a blur, and the female mutant who was on the ground just a moment ago was now in front of him. She then curled her fingers and thrust straight at his solar plexus. There was a snapping sound as the woman's fingers thrust through the glyph and caused cracks to appear all over its surface. He could even feel her fingernails piercing into his chest and drawing blood. If he was even a bit slower, he would be missing a heart already. Metal rang as Lu Yi ejected all 9 of his flying weapons from his weapon holder and sent them flying toward the female mutant. She withdrew her arm and spun in midair like a bird. The movement was simple, and yet it allowed her to dodge all of the attacks and whip her leg at him. Without hesitation, Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable, empowered it with 2 sharp edges, and swung it straight at the incoming leg. He missed though. The enemy had changed her attack from a turning kick to a front kick at the last moment. She was so fast that he was unable to respond in time. She was a tyrant-level existence after all, a creature that represented the absolute pinnacle of the Spirit Creek battlefield. But to snatch 3 of his spiritual artifacts out of the air like they were nothing? This was embarrassing to say the least. Worse still, he couldn't even get his spirit artifacts back. He had gone for wool and came back shorn. With a thought, he created an explosion on all 3 spirit artifacts. Lu Yi had been able to imbue his flying weapons with glyphs since he came back from the lost city of Xianyuan, but this would be the first time ever he imbued them with an explosion. In fact, he had only ever used explosion on an explosive ward. Unfortunately, the female mutant proved to be exceptionally perceptive. The second the glyphs took form, she immediately tossed the flying weapons into the air. 3 loud explosions later, the 3 flying weapons clattered lifelessly on the ground like mortal weapons. In fact, the explosion had taken out most of their spiritual power, and the enhancements imbued within the body were completely destroyed. It was a miracle that they were still glowing a little. Even if he could retrieve them somehow, they would no longer function as intended. Lu Yi briefly calculated his loss since he ran into this female mutant. First, he had lost a spirit boat. Second, he was forced to destroy 3 of his flying weapons. Third, he himself was beaten black and blue in the battle. It was one of the biggest losses he had suffered since becoming a cultivator. Without hesitation, he turned around and headed to the center. The power gap was just too huge. He had given up on killing the female mutant completely. He blamed the Divine Trade Association for his losses. The 10-point map clearly stated that there were only 3 tyrant-level existences in the Misty Mountains, so why was there a 4th in the Burning Lands? He hadn't made an error in judgment, it was the intel he received that was faulty. Wait! The female mutant called out suddenly. Her voice sounded a little raspy, but there was the hint of a charm somewhere. Lu Yi was surprised yet again. He did not think that this mutant would be able to speak. He was sure she wasn't a mutant cultivator. He had observed her carefully just now and confirmed that she did not possess any spiritual artifact or cultivate any cultivation technique. Her fighting style could basically be summed up in a few words: instinct and vast mutant power. A true mutant cultivator could coexist perfectly with humans. After they had assumed a human form, they would unlock spiritual points and cultivate just like any other human. There were plenty of sects in Jianghu with mutant disciples, and they looked almost identical to a human. So no, this female mutant was no mutant cultivator. She was probably a primal. Although primal and mutant cultivators both shared a human appearance, they weren't quite the same as one another. The former's way of life and cultivation style were more primal and closer to a spirit beast. Lu Yi couldn't identify her original form because she looked almost human. Judging from her ridiculous agility though, she probably wasn't very big. The female primal hadn't said a word during the fight, and she had obviously never seen a spirit artifact before. That was why he thought that she had never encountered a human until now. It would appear he was wrong. At the very least, she was capable of speaking the human language. Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and looked back at her. When their eyes met, the female primal said, "Bring me what's in the center." And what is in the center? A flame. I can sense that it is a powerful flame. He was right. The female primal was looking to enter the center of the Burning Lands and seek out the legendary fire attribute treasure. Chapter 367, There's Something Wrong with Her Head. Lu Yi was about 50 or 60 kilometers away from the center of the Burning Lands right now. It took him less than an incense stick to reach it. There was a massive pit at the center. The heat rising from it was enough to distort even space itself. Lu Yi circled around the pit for a bit in an attempt to see what was inside it. He could vaguely see what looked like a ball of flames. It would seem that the female primal was right after all. There was a ball of flame inside the pit. It was so hot that even the ground had been burned through. He was the first person ever to discover the truth at the center of the Burning Lands. After all, the cultivators operating in the Spirit Creek battlefield were only at the Spirit Creek realm. Not even champions like Feng Wuchan and Li Baxin would be able to reach here safely. Even a tyrant like that female Primal could not go deeper than 50 or 60 kilometers away from the center. Lu Yi himself would never have made it here if he didn't have the Tree of Glyphs. His head felt a little faint right now. It was a sign of mental exhaustion. He had experienced this many times while he was challenging the 100 Wards Tower. He took out his last bottle of soul-cleansing water and consumed a single drop. Only then did his mental fatigue fade away swiftly. He could not delay this any longer. The spirit boat beneath his feet was literally creaking from the sheer heat brushing against its surface. He flew down into the massive pit. It was a couple of kilometers before he finally reached the bottom. He then put away the spirit boat and looked at the ball of flame in front of him. He was amazed by what he saw. The ball of flame was only the size of a wash basin. It was orange in color and it gave off a noble and sacred feeling. Moreover, the flame contained both overwhelming destructive power and an indescribable sense of life. It was as paradoxical as it was powerful. Lu Yi did not know what it was, but that was fine since his curiosity was cursory at best. He was only here to consume it with the Tree of Glyphs. The Tree of Glyphs was writhing about like it was alive inside his source spiritual point. He applied insight to his eyes again and saw the roots covering his whole body twisting and stretching like they desired nothing more than to root itself in the flame. He had never seen the Tree of Glyphs reacting this lively. Lu Yi slowly extended his hand toward the orange flame. This time, not even the Tree of Glyphs could fully insulate the heat emanating from the flame, but it was still nowhere hot enough to burn him. At the same time, the roots started absorbing its energy to strengthen its main body. Lu Yi turned his gaze inward. He was curious to know how many leaves would be ignited after the Tree of Glyphs had consumed the ball of flame. Something unexpected happened. Usually, the Tree of Glyphs would ignite the leaves in a sequential manner. This time though, the energy flowed past the unburned leaves and reached the upper part of the tree instead. An instant later, an entire clump of leaves burst into light. At least 100 or 200 leaves had lit up at the same time. Lu Yi was surprised to say the least. In the past, the leaves on the Tree of Glyphs had ignited one by one. He had never seen 2 leaves igniting at the same time, much less 200. Is it because the flame is that powerful? He quickly realized his assumption was wrong though. The unknown flame was powerful. It could not have turned thousands and thousands of kilometers of land into a scorching hell otherwise, but these leaves hadn't burst into flames. They were only covered in glowing patterns. As the Tree of Glyphs continued to consume the flame, the patterns on the glyphs started growing brighter and brighter. Finally, the leaves burst into flames. The flame of these leaves were different from the usual ones though. They looked as orange as the flame the Tree of Glyphs was devouring. Moreover, Lu Yi felt that the flames had joined together to form a picture. At first glance, it looked like a burning bird was crouching on the crown of the Tree of Glyphs. That the flames were swaying here and there only made the bird more lifelike. In fact, it looked very much like the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts. It was as beautiful as its tail was long. Lu Yi couldn't be sure if it was just a coincidence or not. He did not hurry to investigate the tree leaves. After all, there could be dozens of new glyphs on the Tree of Glyphs right now. He could inspect them one by one at a later date. By now, the orange flame had been fully consumed by the Tree of Glyphs. It was only then Lu Yi relaxed both literally and mentally. He couldn't relax while the Tree of Glyphs was active. That he managed to endure until now was a testament to his mental strength. He was just about to leave when suddenly, he heard a whistling noise above his head. The next moment, a figure landed not far away from him. She was as slender as she was bountiful at the center. Her crimson eyes shone like a pair of ghastly flames in this poorly lit pit. Lu Yi immediately tensed up and gripped the inviolable once more. The pit wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. The surrounding rocks had all turned into glass due to constant exposure to extreme heat. It would be extremely unwise to fight a tyrant here. His heart was heavy. He was so focused on consuming the flame that he had completely forgotten that the flame was the one thing that kept the female Primal away. She wasn't able to get within 60 kilometers of the center because the flame was too hot for her. Now that it was gone, of course she could no longer be kept away. She examined their surroundings once before asking, "Where is it?" She acted as if Lu Yi had promised to bring her the flame when he had, in fact, not. "I didn't see it." Lu Yi brushed his fingers along the hilt of his saber while staring at the female Primal's smooth, slender neck. He wondered what his chances of success were if he were to attack her now. In the end, he concluded that it could only end poorly for him. Impossible. The female primal shook her head. I sensed it until a while ago. You can search for it yourself if you want to. The female primal did just that. She crouched down and started digging the crystallized earth with her bare hands. It instantly shattered into a million pieces and kicked up a lot of dust. I'll leave you to your business, Lu Yi said while summoning his spirit boat. He kept an eye on the female primal in case she decided to attack him, but to his surprise she didn't. Right now, she was completely consumed by the task of finding her non-existent flame. This woman. She's strong, but I think she's not quite right in the head. Though to be fair, who would have thought it was possible for a human to consume such a powerful flame? Lu Yi thought back to his previous encounter with the female primal and eventually came to the conclusion that the woman wasn't actually hostile toward him. She had attacked him only because that was what her animal instinct commanded her to. The female primal paid no attention to Lu Yi and continued to dig the ground with all her might. It wasn't until a long time later that she finally realized that something wasn't right. She tilted her head in thought before growing feathers on her arms all of a sudden. Once they had transformed into wings, she took to the sky and looked around as if she was trying to spot Lu Yi. Of course, Lu Yi was long gone by then. Right now, Lu Yi was flying forward with a Windwalk-empowered spirit boat. The female primal might be stupid, but he would be the stupid one if he thought she was stupid enough not to suspect him about the flame's disappearance. That was twice he had run into the tyrant in a single day, and he had no intentions of meeting her a third time. It wasn't until over 3/4 of the day had passed that he finally came to a stop. He could have pushed further, but he had used up too much spiritual power already. He found a resting spot in the forest, brought out his ward flags and set up a couple of wards in the area. Only then did he finally relax somewhat. Before he became a ward cultivator, he mostly relied on EE to keep an eye on his surroundings. Now, he was good enough in the way of wards to not need to bother her anymore. With the right ward flags, it was all too easy for him to set up wards meant to alert, conceal and protect. While resting, he briefly recalled his experiences since he came to the core cycle. First, he was hunted by the Thousand Demon Ridge. Then he was pursued by the mutant wasps. He thought he was finally safe after he ran to the Burning Lands, but then he encountered a tyrant of all things. It truly had been a harrowing 2 weeks. He ate a couple of spirit pills to chase away the traumas. Then he activated Gluttonous Feast to quicken his digestion. The pills quickly melted and replenished his depleted spiritual power. First things first, Lu Yi contacted E. Once he learned that they were safe, he shifted his attention to the Tree of Glyphs. The Tree of Glyphs had ignited over 100 leaves this time. It was a massive harvest to say the least. He wondered how many glyph-bearing leaves there were. He did not rush to investigate them though. It could wait until he had recovered fully. Next, Lu Yi shifted his focus to a storage bag. It was the one containing the good stuff he had stolen from the massive wasp nest. The superior quality honey alone weighed over 1,000 caddies. He could personally attest to its efficacy since he had consumed it multiple times while running away from the mutant wasps. While they did not restore spiritual power as quickly as a mystic fruit tree, it was still much faster than a spirit pill. But of course, it wasn't as convenient to consume as a spirit pill. There might be other effects he hadn't noticed. He should bring it back to his second senior sister for research. It might still have some pleasant surprises in store for him. The other thing he swiped from the nest besides the superior quality honey was the half a bowl of royal jelly. Lu Yi did not know what its effects were. He hadn't tasted it yet. However, he did suspect that the biggest reason the wasp swarm had pursued him until they literally couldn't was because of it. The nest was massive and the mutant wasps were innumerable. And yet, their combined efforts had culminated in just half a bowl of royal jelly. It was obvious how valuable he was. If Lu Yi did not have invisibility, he would have failed for sure. Heck, a Heaven 9 Ghost Cultivator might not necessarily have done better than him. So, he took out an empty jade bottle and filled it up with the royal jelly. He then consumed the liquid in one gulp. For a while, sweetness permeated his entire mouth. His spiritual power and stamina began recovering at an accelerated rate. It was more potent than the superior quality honey in this regard, but that was it. He did not feel anything. Wait. Lu Yi suddenly noticed something odd going on with his body. An indescribable energy was beginning to circulate throughout his veins and bones, causing his flesh and blood to become more tight-knit. His vitality and even his spiritual power was starting to flow faster as well. The royal jelly seemed to improve his circulation by a tremendous degree. Chapter 368 Inheritance. Vitality and spiritual power were the two main things to cultivate for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. A powerful vitality meant a powerful physique, and no cultivator, no matter which cultivator faction they belonged to, would argue against having a stronger body. Spiritual power was even more self-explanatory. It was the foundation of all cultivation and combat. The flow rate of both energies directly affected the strength of a cultivation. There were several reasons why a cultivator experienced a massive boost in strength after cultivating a heaven-grade cultivation technique. 1. Their spiritual power control would improve by leaps and bounds. 2. The flow speed of their spiritual power would experience a qualitative increase. Since the royal jelly improved the flow speed of his vitality and his spiritual power, Lu Yi was physically and spiritually stronger even though his cultivation level hadn't changed one bit. The only question now was whether the effect was permanent or temporary. If it was temporary, then it wasn't very valuable. Some spirit pills such as the chi-boosting pill could temporarily increase a cultivator's strength, although the aftereffects were pretty severe. A cultivator who used the pill and pushed themselves too far carried the risk of damaging their spiritual point beyond repair. If the effects were permanent though, then the royal jelly might as well be priceless. There was no way to tell if the royal jelly's effects were actually permanent though. The only way to know was to wait and see if it would wear off over time. With that done, Lu Yi switched his focus to the Tree of Glyphs. Speaking of which, the more he looked at the orange flames burning on the crown of the Tree of Glyphs, the more it looked like a bird to him. The impression was the same even if he tried looking at it from multiple different angles. It was quite strange to say the least. As usual, he calmed his mind and randomly selected a leaf to examine. He was going to check out the patterns when suddenly, something unusual happened. In his vision, the bird along the tree suddenly came to life and flew down the tree. It flapped its wings, dragged its long tail, and filled his vision with orange flames in an instant. At the same time, a long, melodious cry resounded inside his head. Lu Yi dropped unconscious just like that. This was how Lu Yi had reacted when the Tree of Glyphs first came to life, and he had received his first ever glyph in the mining caves of Evil Moon Valley. However, he hadn't even unlocked a spiritual point at the time, so of course he could barely withstand the packet of complex information that was shoved into his brain. As he grew in cultivation, something like this had never happened again. This was especially true after he returned from the lost city of Xianyuan. His divine soul had become so strong that the massive amount of information in the leaf only felt like a breeze these days. That was why he hadn't anticipated that he would be knocked out for an entire day. It had happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. In a dim and silent inheritance site, a naked woman suddenly emerged from a bluish pond. Translucent water slid down her smooth, white skin as she sucked in a deep breath. She looked like she had just been reborn. She suppressed a shiver as she stared at the seemingly innocent pond in front of her. The past few weeks had been pure torture, so much so that she wasn't sure how she had managed to endure until the end. The pond wasn't translucent at the beginning. In fact, it was an unnatural aquamarine. According to her inheritance, it was a pool of pure poison. Without the secret art that only she, the inheritor, possessed, even a divine ocean cultivator would have to make a great sacrifice to survive the poison. She recalled the day she had made the decision to accept this inheritance and wondered how she was able to muster the courage back then. Assuming she could redo her past, she wasn't sure if she could have made the same choice. It was precisely because she had lived through the experience that she knew just how painful it was. It was bad enough that it tormented both her body and her mind, but she didn't even have the luxury of falling unconscious. She was aware of every second of it. Thankfully, that was all in the past. She slowly stepped out of the thousand poison pond. After evaporating the water droplets on her body with her spiritual power, she pulled out a set of clothes from her storage bag. She was a quiet and demure young lady, which was why the large majority of her wardrobe was made up of white dresses. But for some reason she didn't feel like wearing white right now. She thought for a moment before replacing the dress with a green one. Now she was satisfied. After she was fully dressed and groomed to perfection, she tapped on her battlefield imprint with the intent of sharing her joy with her friends. Then, she recalled that this inheritance site was isolated from the outside world because it was a pocket space of its own. She would not be able to communicate with the others until she went outside. She then recalled a certain someone and smirked impishly. She was going to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget the next time he grabbed her hand without permission. She triggered the control gem controlling the ward surrounding this pocket space. The scenery changed and she found herself standing beneath a bright moon and a starry sky. She opened her arms wide as if to embrace the moonlight while feeling freer and more comfortable than ever before. From now on, she would never have to worry that she might not be able to catch up to him anymore. Starting today, the scariest medicine cultivator in all of Jianghu had emerged from her closed cultivation. Lu Ye's consciousness was a jumbled mess right now. He didn't know where he was or what he was doing. He felt like he was in a cramped space and instinctively tried to stretch his limbs, but something was keeping him from doing so. An unknown amount of time later, he abruptly realized that he had fallen unconscious. But if that was the case, then how was he conscious right now? It was strange. It was like he was experiencing a lucid dream, but not quite. The reason he said this was because he couldn't wake back to reality no matter what he tried. His consciousness grew clearer and clearer, but his environment remained the same as before. An unknown period of time later, he suddenly heard a small crack. A ray of light abruptly pierced through the darkness. When he looked up, he saw that a crack had appeared in the sky. The crack grew bigger and bigger. Finally, the world around him shattered into pieces. It was then he saw a tiny feathery thing surrounded by a floor of eggshells. It was only now Lu Yi realized that he wasn't living through the experience himself. He was watching a chick being born from a third-person perspective. On second thought, it's probably not a chick. The reason he thought this was because the creature was way bigger and cockier than your ordinary chick. Moreover, it immediately ate all the eggshells around it until its tummy was as full as it could be, which he was pretty sure wasn't normal chick behavior. Finally, it burped out tiny jets of flames after it was full. After that, time was accelerated by a great deal. The scenes before him began speeding up so fast it was like he was outside the passage of time. Long story short was that the chick had grown into a massive bird with rainbow-colored feathers. It was covered in orange flames and carrying a long tail behind its back. It was none other than the sacred beast, the vermilion bird. Lu Yi would continue to witness the vermilion bird's life. He saw it growing day by day and eliminating many powerful enemies. He saw it dominating everything until one day, even the world it was born to could no longer suppress its desire to explore. So, it took to the sky and entered the world beyond the heavens. It soared through infinite space and stars in search of a wider world. An unknown amount of time passed, and a ball of orange flames descended from the sky. It burned through the heavens, split the sky in half, and finally landed on the ground. The flame was so hot that it burned through the ground. The entire world was shaking from the aftermath. Everything within tens of thousands of kilometers of the epicenter had turned to dust. Lu Yi abruptly opened his eyes. At the same time, he was assaulted by a pain beyond the ability of any language to describe. He could only say that it had made him curl up like a prawn and shake like a leaf. His face was so white he looked like a ghost. His divine soul wasn't as strong as a real Lake Realm cultivator's yet, but he wasn't that far behind. However, the information he received from the Tree of Glyphs still knocked him out in an instant and left him as miserable as a wretch. Heavens only knew how much information he had received just now. He took out the soul-cleansing water with a shuddering hand. Normally he would try to ration his usage, but now was not the time to do so. He filled his mouth to the brim and gulped it all down in one go. It was only then the pain afflicting his divine soul faded bit by bit. However, he was so exhausted from the ordeal that he dropped back to the ground and fell asleep just like that. The next day he woke up with a start and lingering fear. When he shook his head, it felt like his brain was sloshing weakly inside his skull. It had been a very long time since he felt something like this. It had topped all of his previous experiences to become the most painful experience of his whole life. Not only that, Lu Yi highly suspected that he would have become a retard if his divine soul wasn't as powerful as it was. After sorting out the jumbled information in his mind, he finally figured out why this had happened. He thought he was gleaning one leaf's worth of information when he was inspecting the new leaf, but that wasn't the case. The power of the orange flame was so massive that it took over 100 leaves to bear it all. In other words, he had accidentally tried to absorb over 100 leaves worth of information into his brain. Not even his insanely powerful divine soul could consume that much information in one go. That was why he had been knocked out like a light. The strange scenes he saw while he was unconscious didn't originally belong to the Tree of Glyphs though. It belonged to the ball of flame that was consumed by the Tree of Glyphs. The ball of flame had come from the vermilion bird of the four sacred beasts. To be specific, it was an incomplete ball of true phoenix flame. So much time had passed that the true phoenix flame, which was incomplete to begin with, weakened to the point that it only annihilated tens of thousands of kilometers of land when it impacted Spirit Creek battlefield. It was also why the scenes he saw in his mind were discombobulated and missing some pieces here and there. After all, he did not know what had happened to the vermilion bird after it left its own world. He only knew that it got its ass kicked so bad that it was turned into a ball of incomplete flame and hurtled through space for heavens know how long. In the end, it landed on the Spirit Creek battlefield and created the Burning Lands. It was said that a phoenix could achieve nirvana and come back to life. While Lu Yi had no idea if that legend was true, he knew that this phoenix at least wasn't coming back to life. What? Because its flame had been fully devoured by the Tree of Glyphs, of course. He had gotten a single glyph for his misery. And it was a spell technique. In fact, glyphs and spells weren't that different from one another. It was just that the former had a wide variety of uses, while the latter was heavily focused on combat. If one had to make a comparison, then a spell technique was a simplified version of a glyph. The new glyph Lu Yi obtained was called Glyph, Fire Phoenix. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.